interstellar worker. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 School Examination. Maple Leaf City. Happy home community. Lanfei got out first and opened the door. Fang Xing stepped out, gazing at the building where his home stood, feeling as if he were in another world. Spending these past few days with Lanfei had fulfilled a small dream of the original owner. It had to be said that Lanfei's proportions were truly stunning, and he'd really enjoyed learning foreign languages with her. Lanfei, Fang Xing looked at Lanfei. I only have enough room for myself, don't worry, Mr. Fang. Our giant god group has purchased the property rights to this community. If you'd like, we can transfer it to your name at any time. Lanfei raised her glasses. I can live next door or downstairs. I won't bother you at all. What a thoughtful arrangement. Fang Xing was speechless. Although he'd researched the way here and knew that the giant god group was a federal energy giant with considerable influence, reportedly even controlling the vast organization known as the Martial Arts Association, he hadn't expected a mere yin huan to possess such immense power. But compared to recruiting Lanfei as a secretary, buying a residential complex was nothing. By the way, Lanfei, why did you agree to work for Giant God Group? Fang Xing was curious. Lanfei's life must have been pretty good. For higher aspirations. The company promised to provide me with resources for breakthroughs in outdoor scenes, as well as advanced genetic surgery. Lanfei smiled, tucking her messy hair away from her ears. And I'm also very interested in you, Fang. You're the most talented and famous of my students, I see. Fang Xing nodded, returned home, and closed the door. He pulled out his phone and contacted everyone who had sent him messages. For example, Gu Yun, Xiaolong, Principal Lu Guangming, Yucai High School, and so on. September 1st. The sky was clear and cloudless. Fang Xing grabbed his school bag and walked out. Lanfei was already waiting at the entrance, a small, floating car parked beside her. Good morning, do you need a ride? No, I don't think so. If I take your car to school, the boys will be so jealous. Fang Xing shook his head. He didn't really care for fame, preferring to cultivate in silence. Walking back along the riverside street, he felt a little disappointed not to see Jinxia walking his dog. At the end of the road, he arrived at Yucai High School. Fang Xing was once again the center of attention, with all the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors casting all sorts of glances at him. Fortunately, he had prepared himself and walked calmly through the gates, approaching a seemingly childish sophomore. How was your summer vacation? Not so bad. Gu Yun looked at Fang Xing, a hint of defeat in her eyes. I can't keep up with you anymore. Despite her arduous summer training, she still hadn't broken through to the unpolished jade stage. Even if one cultivates to perfection in the second stage, achieving a flawless physique, one doesn't immediately achieve the state of internal energy. Fang Xing knew this, which is why he used the Xiantian pill to achieve this breakthrough. Gu Yun's current stagnation is normal. Normally, she still has 2 full years, her sophomore and junior years, to break through, and she'll definitely reach the 3rd level of martial arts before the college entrance exam. Then, with her academic performance, martial arts progress, and so on, she'll have a good chance of getting into university, even a top-tier one. As for a top-tier university, there's practically no hope. But Gu Yun still feels inferior, like a worthless piece of shit compared to Fang Xing. I've gotten to where I am today thanks to my tireless efforts. Keep going. Fang Xing stroked Gu Yun's pumpkin head and smiled gently. He remembered that he owed Gu Yun a favor for distributing cultivation items on the black market, so he said, if you're free this semester, I can give you extra lessons. After saying goodbye to Gu Yun, he walked into the classroom, looking at the sign for class 3-2, with a rather melancholic expression. Fang Xing's here. Upon entering the classroom, many classmates screamed. Kayaksen's face flushed even more as she came over with a black notebook in her hand. Fang Xing, you're amazing. Can you sign for me? Sure. But why so many? Fang Xing nodded, then looked at the signature papers Kayaksen handed over, feeling like he'd let himself down. He glanced around and found that Yucai and Bai Lang had also gathered around. But Liu Wei and Bai Lianai were always missing from the class. Before class started, Fang Xing realized that Cole was also gone. What happened to Cole? Thinking of this, he asked Bai Lang beside him. Cole's family had a change of heart, and his grades plummeted. In addition, his teacher judged that he had lost his potential. He was so discouraged that he chose to drop out of high school and directly join the army. Bai Lang seemed to be quite familiar with Cole and knew where he was going. Joined the army in his third year of high school? Well, as long as he's of age, it's fine. Thinking of his past birthday, Fang Xing sighed. Cole's actually pretty good. It's said his family knows someone in the recruitment department, and they knew there were a few vacancies in the Space Force, so they immediately filled in. It's said the pay is pretty good, and at least she doesn't have to go to the Secret Realm Corps. Bai Lang, too, shuddered at the mention of the Secret Realm Corps. After all, they'd learned so much about the Secret Realm in their second year of high school, and they all knew how terrifying those troops were. Not only were the battles frequent, but more importantly, they lacked technological weaponry, and they had to face followers of evil gods who were generally a level higher than them. The only good news was that the Federation, through its research into space bubbles, had suppressed the other side's extraterritorial evil gods based on the principle of quantity, thus gaining a numerical advantage. Being able to join the Space Force, and perhaps even safely retire without experiencing a single battle, is truly quite impressive. Not only that, it's said Chihiro's family is trying to get her into the Public Security Bureau to avoid conscription. Lilith's connections aren't very strong, so she can only try for the Prevention Bureau. But the Prevention Bureau involves dealing with followers of evil gods, which is much more dangerous. Fang Xing nodded. It's easy to say that children in the interstellar age mature early. By the time they reach their third year of high school, everyone is deliberately looking for a way out. Especially those with no hope of getting into university. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the bell rang. A middle-aged teacher, wearing black-framed glasses and looking in his 40s or 50s, with a head of white hair, appeared. Hello, students. I'm your senior year liberal arts teacher. My last name is Su. What's going on? Where's Teacher Lan Fei? Bai Lang immediately wailed. Teacher Lan Fei has resigned for personal reasons, Teacher Su replied in a formal tone. Okay, students, let's begin. Please turn to your textbooks. After a tedious day of classes, Fang Xing went straight to Xiaolong. Xiaolong lived on campus in a two-story villa. When Fang Xing entered, he saw Xiaolong fiddling with a large spear. The spear was made entirely of an alloy, exuding a bronze sheen. A deep blood groove etched the tip, stained with dark blood and dirt. Boom. He unleashed the spear like a dragon, its sharpness rivaling even the second-tier spiritual weapon, the Qinghong sword. Swish. Strands of silvery white lightning converged around them, transforming the area into a forest of silvery thunder. An indefinite amount of time passed before Xiaolong sheathed his gun and stood. After watching for so long, how much have you learned, teacher? Your spearmanship is definitely S rank, Fang Xing affirmed. It was with this very same spearmanship that I killed 18 higher-ranking servants in a row in the secret realm, and finally, along with my comrades, I surrounded and killed the lower-ranking familiar-level Moon Eye. Xiaolong seemed to recall something, his initial enthusiasm dissolving into a gloomy mood. It was during that battle that I was wounded and retired. Physical wounds are easy to heal, but spiritual flaws are much more difficult. Teacher, since you're a natural person, are you also going to the secret realm? Fang Xing asked. What? Do you think the secret realm troops are all cannon fodder? Xiaolong squinted at the cyborg student. Some are martial arts geniuses who voluntarily join the secret realm troops, honing their skills in bloody battles. This is also for the greater good of humanity. If the defenses of the imaginary space are completely ineffective, do you think there will still be such a stable environment in the rear? Indeed, Fang Xing nodded. By the way, teacher, I want to talk about special recruitment. Whoosh! Xiaolong casually tossed the bronze spear. It shot out like a dragon, plunging into the nearby metal wall. The entire spearhead was embedded in it, only the barrel continued to tremble. The strong wind caused by each tremor made Fang Xing look solemn. Special recruitment. Ever since you became famous in the 100 Stars Joint Examination, many universities have extended special recruitment invitations. Of course, this mainly depends on your willingness. Xiaolong grabbed the towel and wiped the sweat off his face. Currently, the best are 3 first-class universities: 5 Mountains University, Galaxy College, and White Pagoda University. Among them, 5 Mountains University focuses on cultivating warriors. Its martial arts department is the strongest and offers the best conditions. You don't have to take the college entrance examination, they will directly admit you. And there are scholarships, Xiaolong said. The mecha department of Galaxy College is the strongest, but the martial arts department is also strong. They pay more attention to liberal arts grades, and you need to take the college entrance examination. You can be admitted if your scores reach a certain score line. The last one is White Pagoda University. This university mainly studies superpowers, secret arts, cosmic wonders and other messy things. There is not much difference between the departments, but it is first class after all. You need to pass their exclusive test to determine your treatment. As for second-rate colleges like the Gem College, Xiaolong didn't even mention it. Although, for Yucai High School in the past, producing a college student was something they could boast about for a long time. Are there no top-tier universities? Fang Xing sighed. Who do you think you are? Xiaolong sneered. There are only 3 top-tier universities, Blue Star University, St. Armor University, and 9 Swords Academy. The admission requirements for each are getting higher and higher every year. As for the martial arts department, this year, I'm afraid the 4th level of martial arts is the threshold for taking the entrance exam. Chapter 102 Rejection. The Blue Star Federation's college entrance exam is actually divided into 2 stages. The first stage is, of course, the Federal Unified Exam, where you get whatever score you get. But, after the Unified Exam, there's a second stage, the entrance exams for major universities. In reality, the former is just a threshold, admission depends primarily on the latter. However, 99.99% of candidates can't even pass the threshold, so they don't need to take the university entrance exam and can be directly transferred to society or the federal military. In addition to meeting the college entrance exam scores, top-tier universities also have many other requirements for participating in the university entrance exams. Blue Star University is a comprehensive university with strong departments. St. Armor University favors mecha technicians and mechanics. The 9 Swords Academy, on the other hand, focuses on superpowers, weapon masters, and the like. As for Blue Star University, it enrolls a maximum of 1,000 new students each year, but this is the total number of students from dozens of departments, including the martial arts department, mecha department, and superpower department. Even though the martial arts department is a large department, it only has about 50 enrollment places, Xiaolong said. Counting the 3 top-notch universities, there are only a little over 100 places. You're going to be facing geniuses from all over the universe, as well as alien exchange students. The 4th realm of martial arts is amazing on Young Eagle Star, but it's only considered excellent on Young Unicorn Star. Compared to the 2 major educational planets, Qianlong and Young Phoenix, well, it's still considered excellent, but it's absolutely impossible to be admitted to a top-notch university. The appropriate age martial arts geniuses from the entire universe are competing for more than 100 places. Fang Xing clenched his fists. It's quite interesting, keep going, maybe you can actually get into a top-tier university. Have you chosen your target? While you can apply for admission to multiple schools, some schools have overlapping exam times. Even if they don't, you might not be able to catch up on the exams on different planets. Even the most miserable cyborg candidates can't afford the spaceship ticket. Xiaolong described the cold reality. Wait, if a cyborg candidate hasn't reached the 4th realm of martial arts, certified as a professional, and upgraded to citizen status, they probably won't even be eligible to buy a ticket. Fang Xing thought of something. So, cyborg candidates must be very outstanding. If they don't reach the 4th realm, they need a sponsorship from a school or a teacher and a formal professional to qualify for a ticket. They often have fewer opportunities and a narrower range of choices. Xiaolong sighed. How long does it take to get to Blue Star from Young Eagle Star? Fang Xing suddenly thought of something and quickly checked the spaceship ticketing website. The cheapest economy class ticket costs around 2 million star yuan, and it takes 10 days. 10 days? Is that so short? Even for a light-speed spaceship, traveling across galaxies would normally take years or decades. Even tens of thousands of years. Because there's a natural wormhole in the Black Mountain Galaxy that connects to the solar system where Blue Star resides, so we can take a shortcut, Xiaolong replied. But the star yuan you have is probably only enough for one trip to Blue Star. If you want to go to the secret cosmic realm where St. Armor University and 9 Swords Academy are located, it's even farther away, and there's no wormhole, so the journey will take a long time. If you ask the principal, I think you can stay home for your senior year to study and focus on studying for the exam or traveling. No wonder genius candidates need financial aid, the travel expenses alone are a ripoff. Fang Xing sighed. Yucai High School, at the main gate. School was just about to end, and many high school students were leaving in groups of 2 or 3. Beilang and Fang Xing were classmates. They'd known each other through fighting, but now they were close friends, spending some time together. When they arrived at the main gate, they saw Havaka quietly waiting. Is this some important figure? Fang Xing glanced at the car's sleek lines and the logo on the front. After a quick glance, she gasped. A hovercar like this would cost at least $1 million, and getting permission to fly is difficult. Could it be the principal's car? Beilang offered his guess. Just as they were speculating, the car door opened and a beautiful woman in a suit stepped out. She looked toward Yucai High School, her expression filled with emotion. Seeing Beilang and Fang Xing again, she immediately greeted them. Beilang, Fang Xing, hello, teacher. Beilang and Fang Xing almost instinctively returned the greeting, then were startled. Teacher Lan Fei. They'd been with Lan Fei for 2 years, there was no way they'd mistaken her. Besides, this wasn't a school classroom, but the outside world. So, was the person here a real person? Beilang secretly compared Lan Fei with Fang Xing, who was standing next to him, and his heart trembled. Yet, Lan Fei smiled. After all, I've taught at this school for years. Now that I have the chance, I wanted to come and see. I heard you resigned. Teacher, Fang Xing, a girl, immediately stepped forward, chattering excitedly. Yes, I resigned and became a personal secretary. Lan Fei didn't hide it. Personal secretary? Beilang was almost indignant. Which bastard? How could he turn the dreams of a group of high school boys into his personal possession? Yet, he goes to school here too, Lan Fei replied with a smile. Just as Beilang was still wondering who that bastard was, Fang Xing walked out of the school gate. Seeing Lan Fei, his brows furrowed. Why are you here? I'm here to serve the young master, Lan Fei replied with a smile, leaving Beilang and Fang Xing stunned. Only after Fang Xing got into the car and sped away did they regain their composure. What's going on? Isn't Fang Xing a cyborg? How come he's suddenly become the son of a wealthy family? Fang Xing's mouth dropped open. She remembered Fang Xing and Liu Wei's days as hard-working laborers so vividly. What do you mean? Beilang's eyes gleamed with wisdom. Did Xing's biological parents come to recognize him after he achieved success in the 100 Stars exam? After all, those who had provided the best sperm and eggs back then were members of the upper echelons of the Federation. If a biological father suddenly appeared, it would be a leap forward. While such incidents were rare, they weren't unheard of. They were even made into TV series and became quite popular among cyborgs. Right? The average upper class probably wouldn't be able to access the incubator data from back then. Unless they were tycoons or chaebols, Fang Xing nodded. The two of them sighed as they gazed at the car as it disappeared. Back then, they had looked down upon their cyborg classmates with a certain condescending attitude. But now, they felt the opposite, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The back seat of the car. The Federation-made flying car seats were incredibly comfortable and even had massage functions. Fang Xing closed his eyes briefly, not wanting to argue with Lan Fei. Instead, he recalled the details of Giant God Company he'd learned during his earlier conversation with Xiaolong. Giant God Company was founded by the legendary warrior Yin Daoyan. Yin Daoyan was one of the Federation's earliest martial gods. He later joined forces with other martial arts masters to establish a martial arts association, making significant contributions to the development of martial arts in the Federation. Therefore, the Yin family's legacy is primarily based on martial arts. At its peak, the Yin family boasted 2 great martial gods and 4 great martial saints. However, in the year 620 of the Starry Sky Calendar, the Yin family's ancestor, Yin Daoyan, died on the front lines, and the Yin family's power declined. However, they still had the martial god Yin Shibao at their helm, a figure to be reckoned with. Fang Xing was somewhat stunned by the fact that the Yin family contract had been secured by Xiaolong, who had strongly recommended Fang Xing over the phone. Actually, it's all for his own good. This Xiaolong. I didn't realize he's also from the Martial Arts Association. Well, martial artists are likely to be connected to the association. I was just taking things for granted, thinking it was all for my own good. Fang Xing shook his head. It's like some parents who believe they've chosen the best path for their children, and while they were not wrong, they overlook their children's inherent conflicting, tangled, sensitive, and suspicious nature. Perhaps they simply want to weather the storms and endure the harshness of society. When, covered in scars, they suddenly look back and realize their years of hard work haven't paid off, compared to what their family arranged. But even so, I want to follow my own path. He opened his eyes and made a decision. Lan Fei, Master, what can I do for you? Lan Fei addressed him with a charming air. This car is self-driving, and the interior is well insulated. Master, you can do whatever you want, I've decided. I refuse to sign with the giant god group, Fang Xing said, startling Lan Fei. Reject. Do you have a better employer? Or are you dissatisfied with the contract? You can raise any of those concerns. Lan Fei expressed genuine regret. In her opinion, Fang Xing was her most outstanding student, but there were so many talented people in the Federation, especially among the cyborgs. Without funding, they would ultimately become obscured, perhaps even perishing on the battlefield. Therefore, persuading Fang Xing to accept funding from the giant god group was truly for Fang Xing's own good. I've made up my mind, Fang Xing said. You can contact Yin Huanzhen. Young Master Yin has already instructed that if you decline, I will continue to serve you until the end of the second semester of your senior year, Lan Fei replied. Yin Huanzhen is quite generous, however, having my subordinates expend a little effort to maintain a good impression with such a talented person seems like a sure win. Just as Fang Xing was sighing, Lan Fei inquired curiously, excuse me, have you found a better partner? No, but I want to try it myself, without relying on others, Fang Xing replied. I have confidence in my talent. Lan Fei was speechless. She had a hunch that this genius would regret it one day. Even though martial arts is known as the path of evolution that requires the least resources, it still requires resources, especially after reaching a high level. What a pity. This student Fang will never know what he rejected. Seeing this, Lan Fei could only sigh inwardly. Chapter 103 Exploration. Kingland Market. It was late at night. A 10-meter-long second-level black jade python replaced the original golden-winged vulture's position, perched on the spiritual vein, raised its thick snake head, and flicked its purple-black tongue towards the bright moon. Hiss. Amidst a terrifying snake's hiss, strands of moonlight power fell, constantly tempering its physique and bloodline, allowing it to move towards a higher level. At the same time, a layer of pitch-black poisonous fog also spread around the market with this monster as the center. This is a second-level poison, enough to corrode the earth veins and even transform the environment. If this place continues to be occupied by this black jade python, in a few decades or even hundreds of years, it may become a poisonous wasteland. Outside the market, on the branch of an ancient cypress tree, a yellow bird with little life was tilting its head, watching this scene. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from thin air, grasping the yellow bird. Huh? This thing is quite ingenious. The hand, bony as a stick, felt like a pair of iron tongs, immobilizing the yellow bird. Boom! The yellow bird suddenly transformed into a ball of flame, its pre-programmed self-destruct sequence initiating. The hand bore no trace of injury, not even the darkness. The owner was an old Taoist priest in a black robe. His eyes were bright, but he was short and thin, with distinct features and a goatee. He wore a black robe, and an ebony hairpin tucked into his hair. There's no magical fluctuations at all, which is interesting that I didn't check. The withered and skinny old Taoist priest nodded, gathered the remains of the yellow bird's self-destruction, and transformed into a stream of light. In an instant, he soared into the sky. A fierce wind blew fiercely in the sky, but it couldn't even lift his robe. The Taoist priest waited for a moment, and two more streams of light converged. One of them, with a rosy complexion and a head of silver hair, was none other than the Kingsuan sect's Grand Elder, Nai Fifeng. The other was a burly, imposing man clad in animal skins, tattooed with various demonic beasts. He exuded an awe-inspiring presence. Fellow Taoist Wu, why are you so slow? Has something changed in the market? Nai Fifeng asked upon seeing the black-robed Taoist priest. It's not that anything has changed. I just saw a very interesting puppet, which delayed me for a moment. That puppet didn't even have the slightest fluctuation of mana. If I hadn't used my spiritual sense to investigate the market earlier, I might have missed it. There's even a self-destruct device in it, and I didn't even notice it. Old Taoist Wu stroked his goatee, looking a little surprised. It seems that the market established by fellow Taoist Nai is like building a phoenix nest to attract phoenixes. There are even puppeteers like this who are entrenched there. Fellow Taoist Wu, you are too kind. At this time, There are probably only a few independent cultivators left in the market. Fang's expression was indifferent. I am more interested in its second grade, top grade black jade python. It absorbs the moonlight and refines its demonic energy. It must have condensed a demonic core. This black jade python is very powerful and may even have a trace of dragon blood. If its inner core is consumed by fellow Taoist Leon's spirit pet, it will surely elevate it to a higher level. Before he finished speaking, the burly man in animal skins fluttered, rubbing the spirit beast pouch at his waist. He was the grand elder of the 10,000 Beast sect, skilled in raising a variety of spirit pets. Among them was a horned serpent, with dragon bloodline and a fairly high-quality bloodline, currently only a low-grade second rank. If he could obtain an inner elixir of this kind, he might indeed advance a small level. But at this moment, his face remained expressionless. Our trip is still mainly to the Myriad Law's secret realm. A certain family's spiritual pet is just a small matter. Fellow Taoist Leon is too modest. We all know each other. If your horned snake is promoted to the second grade intermediate grade, it will surely be enough to cooperate with the performance of that secret magical power, right? Old Taoist Wu chuckled. The magical powers of the Myriad Beast sect are well known. Among them, the spirit attachment technique. The more rich the dragon's bloodline, the more amazing its power. Coupled with fellow Taoist's cultivation level, I'm afraid it is enough to pose a threat to the middle and late giant and cultivators, right? No. Old Ghost Wu, why don't you guard your Black Sky Temple well, and always inquire about the secret methods of a certain sect? The cultivator surnamed Leon had a calm face, and the tattoos on his body seemed to come alive, and the roar of myriad beasts could be heard faintly. Taoist Wu quickly waved his hand. Brother Leon, please don't show off your might. My old bones can't withstand your magical powers. I'm simply worried that if we rashly slaughter these second-grade, top-tier demon beasts, will we attract third-grade demon beasts, or even a beast tide, like last time? That would be more trouble than it's worth. After all, the three of us infiltrated this place alone, and we're in great danger. HMPH, if fellow Taoist Nai had told us the secret of this place sooner, we could have arranged for a large army to reclaim it sooner, and wouldn't be in such a passive position. The cultivator surnamed Leon also expressed some dissatisfaction with Nai Fifin. According to the custom of local cultivators developing secret realms, they would first clear the area with a large army to prevent anyone from infiltrating and taking advantage of the situation. Then they would summon the formation masters to investigate the flaws, using human lives to fill the gaps, ultimately breaking the secret realm's formation and taking away all the benefits within, leaving nothing behind. But now, even the Kingland market is gone. The escape speed of low-level cultivators couldn't compare to these giant and level ancestors, not to mention the risks involved. Reconquering this place wouldn't be feasible for years. A gathering of cultivators is also prone to attracting beast disasters. Nai Fifang shook her head. From my previous explorations, I already have a general understanding of the secret realm's interior. This time, I've specially brought several third-level breaking forbidden talismans from our sect's collection. Old Ghost Wu should also have a breaking veins pearl. Together, we should be able to create a momentary rupture in the secret realm's formations, enough for us to retrieve the treasure. A breaking forbidden talisman is a special talisman that disrupts the operation of a formation. Generally speaking, a first-level breaking forbidden talisman can disrupt a first-level formation for a few moments, or create a temporary escape route. Of course, if a formation master oversees the operation, or the person performing the talisman is proficient in formation techniques, the effect will vary. But at best, it can only temporarily halt the operation of a large formation of the same level, or temporarily weaken its power by several times. The vein-breaking bead can break the connection between the Earth's veins and formations, making it a powerful weapon for breaking formations. Third-level forbidden breaking talismans and vein-breaking beads are strategic resources in cultivated wastelands, and are extremely rare even at major auctions. Old Ghost Nai, you seem quite aware of my wealth. Old Taoist Wu's expression changed. Otherwise, why would I seek you out instead of other Taoists? Nai Fifang said nonchalantly. Fellow Taoist Leon should have a treasure-hunting rat spirit pet, which would be very useful in the secret realm. If not, why don't I go directly to the Heavenly Sword sect and seek them out? Upon hearing the name of the Heavenly Sword sect, both the cultivator surnamed Leon and Old Taoist Wu fell silent. In that case, let's make a quick decision. We'll go to the Wunfa secret realm immediately. The cultivator surnamed Leon took a deep breath. The secret treasures left by the Master Wunfa in the past, I have been coveting for a long time. This person can build the foundation and form the elixir with his inferior spiritual roots. He even has the opportunity to condense the infant. He must be a person with great luck and has a lot of treasures on him. This old Taoist is not greedy. As long as there are natural materials and treasures in the secret realm that can improve the quality of the real elixir, I will be satisfied. Old Taoist Wu smiled. No regrets after the elixir is completed. Old Taoist Wu, you're quite bold. Nai Fi Fang chuckled. I'm actually looking for a spiritual item for the Jinden stage, so don't fight over it. HMPH, you all have no ambition. The cultivator surnamed Leon laughed heartily. Then it's settled. I only want the opportunity to increase my cultivation and break through the realm. Beyond that, if there's a chance to condense the nascent soul, you and I will each rely on our own abilities. As for the secrets of all things, if we can obtain them, if they're secret techniques, we'll all copy them down. If they're anything else, it's up to each of us to figure it out. Good. The 3 Jinden cultivators transformed into streams of light, heading towards the 5 Scorpion Valley, in the practice room of the Xingfu home community. Fang Xing sweated profusely, his skin radiating a faint golden glow and forming illusory lines. If outsiders saw this scene of the dragon elephant art's mastery, I'm afraid my reputation would be raised again. For now, it's quite good. He was quite content with his current life. Lam Fei was a good personal secretary, and she knew better than to pry into others' privacy. And with a representative from the giant god group here, no other factions would bother him. As for the admissions teachers, Fang Xing had only met once with the 5 Mountains University faculty, and his intention was basically confirmed. If he couldn't get into a top-tier institution, he would enroll at 5 Mountains University. With a guaranteed university place, he could focus entirely on martial arts training. He had even taken a leave of absence, declaring his full concentration on the Gaokao. Yucai High School wasn't much help to him these days. Principal Lu Guangming, after all, was a martial arts Jinden, so he couldn't possibly teach him every day. But whenever he had the chance, Fang Xing would go to the school just to listen to the Jinden-level instructor's private lessons. Bang! During this martial arts training session, Fang Xing suddenly had an inspiration. Bow step cannon punch, half step collapsing punch, battle axe kick. He mastered every military boxing technique effortlessly, as if every part of his body had become a killing machine. With the final punch, his martial will suddenly shifted, and a murderous aura suddenly emanated from him. It was as if he possessed a mighty army, determined to annihilate the enemy completely. The artistic conception of the military killing fist, Fang Xing muttered, glancing at the stats panel. Sure enough, he had achieved a breakthrough in the 12th form of the military physical fist. 12 forms of the military physical fist. 1/400, Master. Heaven rewards hard work, and effort pays off. The ancients were not deceived. His face lit up, and he glanced at his realm, 4th realm, courage, 90/200. The baptism of the artistic conception of the military killing fist has also led to a leap forward in my cultivation of the courage realm. By now, I'm almost halfway through. This means I've already reached nearly halfway through my cultivation of the courage realm. Fang Xing knew this was clearly abnormal. Most martial artists in the courage realm either fought desperate battles on the battlefield, constantly honing their martial will, or practiced stoically in seclusion, taking precious mind-boosting drugs, to achieve such rapid progress. Nor would he deliberately cultivate other martial arts to accumulate different realms of mind. After all, not everyone is like Fang Xing, finding it as easy as eating and drinking to comprehend the realm of mind. Thanks to his attribute panel, as soon as he reached the master level, he would undoubtedly comprehend a trace of the power of mind. But other warriors didn't have such a good opportunity. It was precisely because of this that Fang Xing began to continuously accumulate the power of mind, and it now seemed to be beneficial for his cultivation of the courage realm. Even learning other martial arts would be quite arduous. With my current understanding of the 4 realms of mind and a strong foundation, even if I just kept wasting my time, the spiritual power in my Niwen palace would increase rapidly. He grabbed a towel, wiped the sweat off his body, and walked into the bathroom, closing the door behind him and affixing a house protection talisman. A flash of silver light revealed Fang Xing's arrival at the underground camp. Huh? Fang Xing, who was checking the surveillance cameras on the screen as usual, was startled. Here, another expert? Anyone who can detect my drone with their spiritual sense must be at least a Foundation Establishment cultivator. An ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator would be foolish to venture deep into the wild wasteland and die, unless they're a core formation cultivator. If they were here, they only have one goal: the Myriad Law's secret realm in the 5 Scorpion Valley. Fang Xing was startled and quickly checked the surveillance cameras in the 5 Scorpion Valley, only to find that most had been programmed to self-destruct. Only a few miles away barely captured 3 beams of light falling into the canyon, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Presumably, the one-horned lion demon beast in the canyon was already dead. A core formation cultivator's spiritual sense range is probably several miles. I'm lucky they didn't pass by me. Or maybe they did pass by, didn't detect any life signs, and overlooked it. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Regardless, Fang Xing had to admit that he still needed to get close enough to pose a threat to Foundation Establishment cultivators, let alone core formation cultivators. Even laser rifles wouldn't be a threat to them. The best strategy, naturally, was to avoid them. He immediately took action, dividing the original underground camp, destroying much of the modern equipment and burying items like laser rifles in separate locations. Fortunately, these items didn't emit spiritual energy and weren't particularly conspicuous. As for the warehouse, it could be left alone. Local cultivators tended to be as docile as groundhogs. A few cellars and supply warehouses in the outside world were no big deal. Even today, most of the secret realms and cave ruins in the cultivation world are luxurious upgrades of the warehouses left behind by their predecessors, still attracting a constant stream of cultivators to explore. Let's go. It's dangerous here. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until winter break. Although a core formation cultivator could explore a secret realm in just a few days, Fang Xing decided to stay on Young Eagle Star for a while. Just as Fang Xing was leaving the Myriad Dharma secret realm, amidst the ethereal aura, the Jade Palace was magnificent, with countless pavilions and towers looming. The aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air, and several spiritual herb gardens shimmered with a multicolored glow. Through the thick barrier, one could see rare spiritual flowers and fruits, immortal mushrooms, and exotic ginseng, literally everything in sight. Rumble. Before a palace, Nai Fi Fang and the other 2 wielded magical weapons, repeatedly bombarding a multicolored barrier above the palace gate. The 3 magical weapons' radiance continuously flowed, emitting fluctuations of magical power that would terrify even Foundation Establishment cultivators. The aftermath of each shattered barrier could result in their demise. Amidst this tremor, a brass oil lamp suddenly flickered in an unknown space beneath the earth, emitting a faint glow. This faint light revealed a small space beneath a brass oil lamp, revealing a pristine spiritual wood table. The light above the lamp flickered, as if struggling to ignite its wick. Yet, the largest area within the space wasn't the wooden table, but a coffin beside it. Crafted entirely from white jade, it exuded a chilling coldness. It had no lid, revealing a thick layer of black ice within. And within the black ice, a figure seemed to lie quietly. Chapter 104 Treasure. Spring passed, autumn arrived. A semester had flown by in a flash. Fang Xing sighed as he gazed out the window. Concerned with the giant's henren over there, he couldn't go hunting without restraint. Furthermore, his appetite had increased dramatically, and he couldn't replenish his spiritual rice and monster meat quickly enough. Consequently, his martial arts training had slowed down somewhat in the past few months. Even so, it was still an improvement unimaginable for even the average Federation genius. He extended his right hand, revealing skin as translucent as topaz. His 5 fingers were incredibly slender, without a trace of frayed skin. It was almost unbelievable that this was the hand of a warrior. At that moment, a thought stirred, and a faint dragon roar echoed through the air. A dragon's might, centered around him, continuously expanded in all directions, forming a majestic territory prototype. Someone standing there might even be in a trance, thinking they'd seen a fleeting glimpse of a cloud dragon. Sure enough, after Derlong Zun reached the halfway point of the master stage, I comprehended the prototype of my domain, Fang Xing muttered to himself. The 5th realm of martial arts requires the mind to influence matter, transforming the inner world into the outer world. This direct influence requires the spiritual energy within the Niwen Palace to be fully replenished and naturally overflow. This transformation occurs through the realm. Since ancient times, the first step in comprehending the rudiments of a realm has stumped countless warriors. But for a Fang Xing, After completing the Great Dragon Stake to over 200, he naturally comprehended the rudiments of the dragon realm. That's pretty normal, isn't it? After all, that yellow-browed kid already comprehended the rudiments of the light realm during the 100 Stars joint exam. Combined with his own photochemical abilities, he could even fly, and I can't even fly, of course. Fang Xing knew that Gu Jiantong was exceptionally gifted, and thanks to his awakened top-level abilities, he had a natural advantage in developing the light realm. He, on the other hand, simply displayed his proficiency bar, granting him unique advantages in any realm. This difference is the difference between a genius and a science-focused whiz. Without a doubt, the yellow-browed kid was the one with the academic advantage. After a moment's thought, Fang Xing pulled out his phone and called Lan Fei. Lan Fei, I'm planning to immerse myself in cultivation over the winter break. Go buy some New Year's gifts and deliver them to them one by one. Principal Lu Guangming, Teacher Xiaolong, and classmate Gu Yun, all of whom you'll have to visit on my behalf. Okay. Lan Fei immediately agreed and went about her business. Fang Xing chuckled and entered the retreat room. A flash of silver light, and the figure vanished, in the world of immortal cultivation. A figure stalked through the desolate jungle. Several wolf-like monsters seemed to notice the figure and were about to make a move. Roar! A rudimentary domain enveloped the area, and a faint dragon shape emerged from the air. Woo-woo! As if sensing some imminent danger, the wolves immediately tucked their tails between their legs and fled. This rudimentary domain. How exactly should I use it? I can't yet solidify the dragon shape. But terrifying a dragon with a single palm strike shouldn't be a problem. Fang Xing pondered silently as he found the ancient tree he had marked. His hands, like the sharpest shovels, began digging rapidly, soon carving a 3-meter-deep pit. A crisp metallic sound echoed. With a grasp of his right hand, he lifted a silver-white metal box. After entering the password, the box automatically opened, revealing a screen. Within the screen was the surveillance log for the previous few days. With the arrival of a giant and true master, Fang Xing naturally had to be extra cautious, but he couldn't abandon his superior clairvoyance. Therefore, while he had withdrawn a large number of drone puppets, he still deployed them in several key locations, such as Kinglan Market, the 5 Scorpion Valley, and near the underground camp. Learning from his mistakes, he avoided close reconnaissance, instead maintaining routine monitoring from several miles away. Furthermore, each puppet had a dedicated surveillance box, buried deep away from the underground camp to ensure that no one could follow the clues and find them. Now, as the screen fast-forwarded, everything in the 5 Scorpion Valley unfolded vividly. Sure enough. Ever since that discovery, a giant and cultivator has entered the 5 Scorpion Valley, and 3 days later, there's a result, Fang Xing muttered, staring intently at the surveillance video. Due to the distance, he could only see 2 streaks of light emanating from the 5 Scorpion Valley, entangled with each other. Is this an internal conflict? Fang Xing was somewhat surprised, yet not entirely surprised. Originally 3 streaks of light, how did it become 2 now? Is the secret realm so treacherous that even giant and cultivators perish? Roar! The entanglement of the 2 streaks of light seemed to attract the attention of a 3rd-tier demonic beast. A strange beastly roar emerged from the distance. Then, an overwhelming black shadow. A figure flashed through the 2 streaks of light, a myriad of magic arts flowing like a torrent. A strange flying hairpin magical weapon suddenly transformed into a phoenix ablaze with divine fire, slamming into the overwhelming black shadow. A pitch-black claw suddenly emerged and grasped the divine fire phoenix. 3 jets of dark light flashed by, leaving the giant and cultivator wielding the flying hairpin magical weapon in a state of panic. It turned out to be the King Sun Sex Grand Elder. She stared at the inky dragon that suddenly appeared ahead, a look of terror crossing her face. Just as she was about to unleash some secret technique, a tattooed burly man behind her roared, and the tattoos on his fists instantly came to life, transforming into a 2-headed serpent over 10 meters long, biting at her back. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Fang Xing didn't quite grasp the thrill of these giant and cultivators' battles. After all, they were all on screen. And it had all happened months ago. But being able to safely watch a giant and cultivator engage in a life-or-death struggle with a 3rd-tier demonic beast was reason enough to applaud. He watched the surveillance video and deduced a general idea. 3 giant and cultivators explored the secret realm, 1 fell into it, and the other 2, upon emerging, engaged in an internal conflict. As a result, the fluctuations of giant and level mana attracted a 3rd-level dragon. These two giant cultivators, while fending off the monster, were actually attacking each other. Fang Xing continued to watch and saw the old woman with white hair and a youthful face screaming as she was bitten by the dragon. The spiritual light on her body dissipated, and countless pieces of flesh and bone dripped from the dragon's teeth. Seeing this scene, the burly man's face was also terrified. He kept chanting incantations, and suddenly one of his arms exploded. The whole person turned into a bloody light and fled at astonishing speed. What kind of secret self-harm method did he use to escape? Fang Xing adjusted the view and connected to the other drones. Sure enough, around that time, the surveillance cameras positioned outside Kinglan Marketplace caught a streak of blood-red light streaking across the sky. It showed no sign of lingering in the market, and vanished into the distance. Soon, a pitch-black dragon followed closely behind it. Finally, it's over. The subsequent surveillance footage didn't show any other giant cultivators arriving. Fang Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Of the three giant cultivators, one had been trapped in the secret realm, one had perished at the hands of a demonic beast, and only one had escaped, gravely injured. The death rate for locals in dungeons was far too high. He couldn't help but secretly pat himself on the back. Not rushing into the secret realm on a whim was the right decision. But, now I can probably pick up some scraps nearby. Fang Xing stroked his chin, carefully reviewing the surveillance footage. He paused in thought as he reached the scene of the King Sun Sect's Grand Elder being attacked. The giant cultivator was naturally dead, but the magical flying hairpin, without its master's control, let out a mournful wail and plummeted to the ground. The burly man who followed was too busy escaping to even bother picking up anything. As for the third-tier dragon, it seemed uninterested, pursuing the burly man directly. So, there's a third-tier magical weapon waiting for me. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. A first-tier magical weapon, a second-tier spiritual weapon, a third-tier magical weapon. Magical weapons are used by giant cultivators, requiring third-tier materials for their crafting, and are extremely valuable. Even a fragment the size of a grain of rice could be worth more than his King Hong sword. The key is, it's been so long, and we're not in the secret realm, there's not much danger, it should be okay to pick it up, right? If that giant cultivator's storage bag is nearby, it would be a huge profit. A few days later. Fuck. I'm so stupid, really? Fang Xing pressed his temple, feeling a sharp pain in his Niwen palace. He had already reached the side of the battle. But a hairpin fell from the sky. How large was the area below? He felt like he was searching for a needle in a haystack. If it weren't for his psychic powers and the aid of drones, Fang Xing would have nearly lost confidence. Even so, after an intense search, he was left with a splitting headache. Sure enough, a martial artist's psychic powers are a bit stronger than spiritual consciousness and can be projected, but they're not divine consciousness after all. It's a bit of a stretch. If Fang Xing hadn't known that a third-tier magic weapon would be exceptional and possess a powerful energy, he might not even bother looking for it. But even if he didn't know how many spirit stones a complete magic weapon would be worth, it would surely be an astronomical sum. Even if he couldn't use it now, it would be a great find at auction later. Fang Xing patiently prepared to rest and continue his efforts. The remains of the giant true person were scattered on the ground, and most of them were eaten by demonic beasts. What a shame. I wanted to get a physical examination for the giant cultivator, even just a blood test would be helpful, he sighed, his expression suddenly changing. Demonic beast? Demonic beast, AWW. Just as Fang Xing was thinking about this, a drone detected the traces of a second-tier demonic beast. It was a 5-meter-tall, 4-armed, golden-haired demon ape. It stood erect, its 2 snow-white fangs protruding, its eyes glittering with a hint of cunning. Suddenly, a shadow flashed, and a golden-haired hand seized the drone. The last thing Fang Xing saw was its hideous face and its drooling, crimson maw. Swish, the screen lit up with snowflakes, and he rose to his feet, the King Hong sword at his waist emitting a resounding cry. I was just about to try my hand at slaying a second-level demon beast, and besides, in a flash, Fang Xing headed in the direction of the 4-armed ape. Chapter 105 Killing the Monster. Aoao, the golden-haired 4-armed monkey pounded its chest with its 4 arms, the sound waves vibrating the air, creating visible ripples. With a single leap, it swooped across dozens of meters, arriving before a dark-furred leopard monster. The leopard monster, startled, its hair standing on end as it unleashed one pitch-black blade after another from its claws. With a thud, the pitch-black blades landed on the golden-haired 4-armed monkey's fur, flashing with a golden light before dissipating with a bang. This leopard monster was only a first-tier, upper-grade beast, its attacks useless against a second-tier beast. The golden-haired four-armed monkey thrust forward with its forearms, grabbing the leopard's legs. Then, lifting it high, it tore it apart with a fierce rip. Before the leopard monster could even scream, it was torn into pieces, its body pieces falling to the ground, its internal organs and blood spilling out. The golden-haired four-armed ape, however, remained unfazed. It squatted down, first devouring the delicious offal, then the meaty parts of its legs. Aren't monkeys vegetarians? Well, that's not a monkey, it's a demonic beast. Not far away, Fang Xing, wearing a silver shirt and carrying a sword, watched the scene quietly, lost in thought. And monkeys do eat meat sometimes, but it's rare to see one this ferocious. He was stroking his chin, observing the feeding ape when it suddenly stood up and tossed its massive hand. Gurgle. The leopard-headed ape, like a pitch-black ball, landed on the ground, rolled several times, and landed in front of Fang Xing. Intimidation? A well-fed demonic beast has no desire to eat unless it feels threatened, but to it, I'm not a second-level cultivator, so I'm not a threat, Fang Xing chuckled. It's been underestimated. The next moment, he slightly released his ki and blood. Boom. Streams of ki and blood shot up into the sky, transforming him into a furnace. Roar. The embryonic form of the dragon domain unfolded, carrying an intense dragon aura, even a faint dragon form emerging. It must be said that the great dragon pillar's appearance was truly impressive. Fang Xing now walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, a faint presence of dragons lurking about him. He was clearly no mortal. Aoao, the golden-haired four-armed ape immediately stopped eating, its fur bristling as it stared warily at Fang Xing, the sudden predator. Bang! It pounded its chest frantically, its fangs bared, and one of its arms suddenly shone with light. A subtle surge of spiritual energy transformed it into a massive, earthy yellow boulder, which it smashed down directly. Bang! The 10,000-pound boulder, as heavy as a small mountain, crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Amidst a cloud of dust, Fang Xing leaped before the golden-haired four-armed ape. Take my dragon-subduing palm, he shouted softly and struck out with his palm. Roar! A golden light shimmered from the palm, enveloping the arm and forming the phantom of a dragon's head. Aoao, the golden-haired four-armed ape brought down a massive hand, their fists clashing and their palms shattering. The golden glow on Fang Xing's arm didn't fade at all, but instead grew even stronger, revealing ethereal patterns, as if you were wearing a layer of armor. Roar! Amidst the dragon-elephant roar, he felt a surge of power, and he couldn't help but step back several steps. Across from him, the golden-haired four-armed ape also retreated a distance, shaking its head, seemingly puzzled as to why it was being outmatched by such a tiny creature in a contest of strength. Its ferocity was aroused, and with a sudden roar, it leaped forward, its towering form almost completely enveloping Fang Xing. Then, its forearms thundered down. In an instant, countless fists and claws transformed into a golden curtain of impenetrable light, instantly enveloping Fang Xing. Well done, Fang Xing laughed, his body shimmering with golden light as he activated the dragon elephant technique to its peak. He felt as if the golden ape across from him had suddenly transformed into a four-armed martial arts master. Each punch carried immense force, like a sledgehammer. In an instant, he felt like he was being attacked by four martial arts masters wielding heavy hammers. From the waist down, he felt like a carrot, being pounded into the ground. Great! A gift from nature, a gift from a skilled hand. This ape monster's moves are truly impressive. Fang Xing naturally understood the reason for his feeling. Many martial arts on Blue Star mimic animal movements, such as Zingaiquan and the 5 animal frolics. Apes are very similar to humans, and monkey boxing is particularly renowned. This ape monster was even more different, possessing skills honed through countless years of growth and battle. While each strike seemed simple and brutal, it was truly direct and efficient, wasting no effort. He was deliberately using the pressure of the golden-haired, four-armed ape to hone his own martial arts. Under the second-level monster's furious onslaught, Fang Xing felt his newly mastered military boxing techniques, the 12 forms, were making rapid progress. Military killing fist. Suddenly, he abandoned his defensive stance. A terrifying martial spirit surged forth, carrying the terrifying aura of a bloody battle 100 miles away. Like a sharp arrow, it pierced the golden-haired four-armed ape's brow, instantly paralyzing the second-level monster. The four long golden arms, like a perpetual motion machine, finally stopped, revealing a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xing leaped from the earth like a shrewd onion, unleashing a bow-step cannon punch that slammed heavily into the golden-haired four-armed ape's head. Bang! The 5-meter-tall figure, resembling a miniature giant, was sent flying by the blow, landing on the ground in a cloud of dust. The golden-haired four-armed ape howled, touched its head, and stood up. This kind of defense, Fang Xing felt a sharp pain in his teeth upon seeing this scene. Ever since mastering the dragon-elephant art, his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. Combined with a master-level bow stance and cannon punch, even Xiaolong and Lu Guangming wouldn't dare be hit in the head by his punch, right? Well, Lu Guangming wasn't sure. But Xiaolong certainly wouldn't dare. He had no idea that this golden-haired, four-armed demon monkey, known to cultivators as the four-armed Vajra ape, favored devouring metal ores to refine its form and was renowned for its formidable physique and astonishing defense. The four-armed Vajra ape shook its head and immediately stood up, its body radiating golden light and its ferocity even more terrifying. With a howl, it lunged at Fang Xing. A strong wind blew in his face, carrying the demon monkey's strong body odor. "You're looking for death?" Fang Xing sneered. His body ablaze with golden light, a dragon-like form looming. He took a half-step forward, his tendons rumbling like bowstrings, his eyes like two radiant golden morning stars, the embryonic form of the dragon realm, half-step collapse fist, dragon-elephant skill, the power of the great Vajra Prajna. Fang Xing unleashed his full might, especially the power of the great Vajra Prajna, which instantly surged his punches, doubling his combat power. A small golden fist and a furry golden arm, each filled with unstoppable determination, suddenly clashed in mid-air. Boom! Like a cannonball, the air exploded, bursting with energy, snapping surrounding trees in half and flattening countless weeds. Crack! A sharp crack of bone echoed, and a massive golden figure flew backwards at a speed even faster than when it had arrived. It was the four-armed Vajra ape. It let out a strange cry, and one of its arms drooped limply, seemingly fractured and shattered. The ferocity in the four-armed Vajra ape's eyes vanished, and a hint of fear lingered as it gazed at Fang Xing. It seemed unimaginable that such a tiny being could contain such divine power. It roared in fear and suddenly turned and fled. For demonic beasts, fleeing when defeated is natural and natural. Seeing the four-armed golden ape turn and flee, Fang Xing was stunned for a moment, then laughed and cursed. Slippery, with a single step, his figure moved like a gust of wind, sweeping into the dense forest. By then, Fang Xing had realized that his physique, defense, and attack were exceptionally strong for his level. His survivability was top-notch. Perhaps, it's time to learn a form of physical technique? Otherwise, pursuit and escape would be impaired. Of course, this wasn't meant for facing a second-tier demonic beast like this, but for a Foundation establishment cultivator capable of flight, physical form could easily become a weakness. Actually, what I want to learn most is Teacher Xiaolong's footwork. Unfortunately, that form of flight requires the exterior realm to perform. I've only mastered the rudiments of my domain, but I'm not sure if it's enough to get started, Fang Xing pondered as he reached out. A flash of green light appeared, and a rainbow-like sword shone into his palm. Squeak! He paused, blocking the way of the four-armed Vajra ape, causing the demon monkey to let out an eerie shriek, startling countless birds. This time, I'm going all out, Fang Xing sighed softly, flicking his sword with his finger. The King Hong sword suddenly surged with light, letting out a dragon's roar, the sword of extreme emotion. Even demonic beasts, if they have emotions, have vulnerabilities. This ape demonic beast was more intelligent than the others, making it even more vulnerable. Unfortunately, animals' emotions aren't as rich as humans. This move will be less effective against demonic beasts than against humans, Fang Xing sighed, two golden lights flashing in his eyes, and the power of the great Vajra Prajna suddenly increased. Bang! He rushed forward, leaving a deep pit in his wake. His figure was like a breeze, and the King Hong sword in his hand was like a green dragon, its cold sword light filing the forest with a brilliant aura. Countless leaves fell, split in half in mid-air by the green light. The four-armed gorilla raised its three remaining arms, blocking its vital points like golden shields. But the sword light, like a wisp of gentle wind, unexpectedly twisted and turned, passing through from incredible angles, and landed on its throat. Puff! The King Hong sword cut through the hair and slashed through the four-armed gorilla's gorilla body. Fang Xing continued to exert force with his arms, and the figure rushed past a tall gorilla. Behind him, a huge golden head fell to the ground and rolled several times. The golden figure, like a small giant, suddenly erupted from the neck of a blood-red fountain, countless blood flowing, and the bloody smell filled the air. Bang! Finally, the figure collapsed. Chapter 106 Tripod and Coffin. Another second-level demon beast slain. Silence fell in the dense forest. The demonic aura and dying screams of a second-level demon beast were enough to clear the area. Clearly, this level of energy wouldn't attract a third-level demon beast. Fang Xing stepped on the corpse of the four-armed golden ape, wiping the blood off his sword with its blazing golden fur immediately. He resumed his dissection of the demon beast. I hope my guess is correct. But even if it's wrong, I've obtained the materials of a second-level demon beast, a sparring partner, and the experience of a life-or-death battle. Not a loss at all. He expertly ripped the demon ape open, cutting directly into its massive stomach. A sour, foul odor filled his nostrils. Fortunately, Fang Xing had already manipulated his nano-protective suit into a gas mask. He peered into the stomach and found numerous undigested minerals. Each of these minerals glowed with spiritual light, some the size of a palm, some as small as a dragon eye, each appearing quite remarkable. They should all be second-level ore. They could fetch a good amount of spirit stones. Does this demon monkey enjoy devouring ore to strengthen its physique? No wonder its defense is so strong. Fang Xing searched again and found some undigested demon beast flesh. He couldn't help but ponder, the death of a giant and true person is like the fall of a whale. Their flesh is rich with spiritual energy, even a drop of blood. Therefore, they will surely attract nearby demon beasts to devour them. And then these demon beasts will either advance or be devoured by more powerful ones. There's only the second-level ape left nearby. It must be a goo king-like being. Any good things should be in its possession. He searched again and suddenly his eyes lit up. A strangely shaped golden phoenix hairpin fell into Fang Xing's hands. Although it was only a small hairpin, it felt incredibly heavy. The phoenix on it had blood-red eyes, and it looked vivid, wings spread, ready to take flight. This feeling is more astonishing than any spiritual weapon. It's worthy of being a giant and cultivator's magical weapon. Even in the stomach of a demonic beast capable of digesting second-level ore, it remains as smooth and pristine as new. Fang Xing secretly speculated that it might take decades or even centuries for the phoenix hairpin to be gradually digested by the ape, further strengthening its defenses. By then, it might not be possible for him to break through its defenses. No, the martial arts are not the immortal path. Progress is incredibly rapid. After 100 years, will I still care about a tiny demonic beast? Even if it's at a quasi-third level or even third-level body refinement, he toyed with a phoenix hairpin again, probing it with his spiritual power. But, it was like a drop in the ocean. In the end, he could only reluctantly admit that the item was valuable, but only valuable as raw materials. He immediately prepared to store it in his storage bag and continue dissecting the second-level demonic beast. As for the giant and cultivator's storage bag, it was clearly not there. It was most likely swallowed by the third-level dragon. A third-tier demon beast, comparable to giant and cultivator. Even more terrifying was a third-tier dragon. It must have an extraordinary bloodline, at least equivalent to a true core cultivator, or even a golden core cultivator. It was definitely not something Fang Xing could possibly emulate at this point. He was channeling his spiritual energy into his storage bag when his expression suddenly changed. Inside, the Wanfa order began to shimmer again, and it was growing stronger. Impossible. Fang Xing's face changed slightly. It's still a long way from its last maximum range. Could it be that thing's sensing range is constantly changing, or is the object it's sensing nearby? Did those three giant and cultivators bring it out of the secret realm? His face was solemn, and he immediately began to review his situation. If this Wanfa order is sensing something within the secret realm, then it's most likely to have been brought out, but why would it be here, unless that female giant and cultivator, knowing she was doomed, secretly threw it out before her death, hoping to give the dragon and the giant and cultivator who attacked her a chance to exploit it? Amazing. Not even the surveillance cameras noticed her little move. Of course, it's also possible that the Myriad Laws token is broken, or its sensing range has changed. This is easy to test. Just move towards the 5 Scorpion Valley, and observe its reaction. Setting variables and conducting experiments is something every Blue Star student knows. Just do it. Fang Xing took a single step and ran towards the 5-Scorpion Valley, monitoring the myriad laws token in his storage bag. Soon, the light on the token gradually dimmed. He paused. Very good. It seems these 3 giant and true immortals are quite capable. They actually brought out a valuable treasure, but, is this treasure really meant for me? Can I really be the one to reap it? Even if I find it, will a cultivator's treasure be of any use to me? How much risk am I willing to take for this unknown treasure? Fang Xing constantly questioned himself, then formed a plan. A moment later, a small bird drone, with a myriad laws token attached to its claws, flew out of the jungle. Fang Xing clutched the briefcase, his eyes fixed on the surveillance screen, barely blinking. Lift, it's drifting, the light is getting stronger, the direction is right. A few minutes later, the simulated bird landed on the branch of an ordinary old tree, the myriad laws token in its talons practically enveloped in a ball of light. The aura was so dense and thick that it made the black iron token appear to be covered in countless runes, flowing densely. Knock. Knock. The simulated drone, like a woodpecker, pecked at the bark with its sharp beak and retrieved a bronze ring. The bronze ring resembled a ring, with a few ancient scratches on it. The bird waited a moment, but the bronze ring showed no other signs of abnormality. Half an hour later, the drone snatched up the bronze ring and soared into the sky, a wilderness. Fang Xing stared at the drone descending from the sky, a strange expression on his face. A ring, look at the shape, could it be another magical weapon? Something that even a Giant's Henren would meticulously conceal was clearly no ordinary item. It's very likely a rare treasure from the secret realm. Surprisingly, there's no danger. Fang Xing, wearing silver gloves, grasped the bronze ring. The ancient carvings on the ring remained motionless. The Wanfa order next to it continued to gleam, appearing quite extraordinary. It seems the Wanfa order isn't just a token for accessing the secret realm, it seems to correspond to this ring as well? This feeling, Fang Xing's mind stirred, and his spiritual power radiated outward, landing on the bronze ring. A hazy space immediately emerged, at least 10 cubic meters. It's indeed a storage device, and the spiritual imprint is so powerful. That giant and female cultivator is long dead, yet she's still so powerful. Thankfully, I'm not the same person I was before. The faint shadow of a dragon loomed around Fang Xing, and the roar of a tiger and the sound of a dragon elephant suddenly rose, carrying with it a murderous intent. The power of the dragon realm, the subdued tiger realm, the dragon elephant realm, and the military killing fist. The power of the 4 realms, accompanied by the spiritual power, instantly poured into the bronze ring. Several hours later, the spiritual imprint within the ring finally collapsed, revealing the entirety of its interior to Fang Xing. So huge, Fang Xing exclaimed in admiration as his spiritual power swept through it. This bronze ring's storage space was enormous. His 2 storage bags each held about a cubic meter. But this storage ring held 10 cubic meters. 10 times the space meant the price wouldn't just be 10 times higher, but 100, 1,000 times higher. He was somewhat surprised to find that the bronze ring contained no spiritual stones, elixirs, or magical treasures. It was completely empty, save for 2 items. With a thought, Fang Xing reacted with a rumble. A white jade coffin materialized from thin air and landed heavily on the ground. The coffin exuded a chill, seemingly quite heavy. Next to it was a bronze tripod with 3 legs and 2 handles. The tripod had a simple, ancient shape and intricate inscriptions, though most were illegible. Only a coffin and a cauldron. He stepped forward and saw the coffin had no lid, revealing a figure lying within. The figure, clad in a dark, ancient robe, appeared handsome, though his features were unclear due to a talisman taped to his forehead, obscuring most of his face. The talisman was half a foot long and 3 inches wide, completely black, its crimson runes inscribed with a cinnabar pen shimmering with a shimmering brilliance. Its fine lines were even more intricate and complex than Fang Xing's second-tier Bing Fire Divine Thunder talisman, and its aura was even deeper and more terrifying, like the depths of the ocean. Could it be a third-tier talisman? It stuck to the forehead, giving off an unpleasant vibe. Could it be a refined corpse? Could this talisman be a third-tier corpse suppression talisman? Suppressing a third-tier corpse demon, unsure whether it was an illusion, Fang Xing's spiritual power scanned the corpse, but he concluded it wasn't particularly powerful. He extended his hand, as if about to peel off the talisman, but then retracted it. What kind of vision do I have? What kind of vision do Giant's Henren have? Even a Giant's Henren would be so cautious of something with a talisman attached to it. I'd be a fool to take the initiative and peel it off. Fang Xing had watched too many horror movies in his previous life, and he was speechless when he saw the protagonists who, despite warnings, always sought death. As the saying goes, listen to advice and you'll have a full meal. Before he could dominate the world, it was best to avoid taking risks. So Fang Xing immediately ignored the white jade coffin and looked at the bronze tripod. It was half a man's height, with thick legs and ancient ears. The inscription on the surface was blurred, and it carried a sense of vicissitudes. In the world of immortal cultivation, magical instruments like towers, tripods, and mirrors are often exquisite masterpieces of their rank due to the difficulty of crafting. They may even possess some strange magic powers and abilities. Fang Xing was no novice in immortal cultivation, he understood this common sense. At this moment, he carefully observed the cauldron and suddenly made another discovery. This cauldron seems to be the source of the abnormal movement of the Wanfa order. Chapter 107 Yuanying. Fang Xing held the Wanfa token in his hand. This token, a gift from his old friend Chen Yi, was enveloped in a rich glow, almost seeming to fly out of his hand. The source of this attraction was this very bronze tripod. Fang Xing walked around the tripod and suddenly noticed something amiss. On the back of the tripod, there was a thumb-sized groove, its shape remarkably similar to the Wanfa token in his hand. With a snap, he pressed the Wanfa token onto it, and the token and the tripod became one, fitting seamlessly. With a flash of light, the gap at the edge vanished. The token had melted directly into the bronze tripod. A rumble. The next moment, the bronze tripod's inscription suddenly illuminated, densely packed like a golden scripture, piercing Fang Xing's brow. Fang Xing grunted, and the spiritual energy within his Nuan palace immediately spread out in defense, yet he felt no impact. Instead, a new formula emerged in his mind, revealing how to consecrate the one holding. That's right. According to the incantation, this precious cauldron, named Wanhua, is a rare treasure coveted by immortal cultivators. But Fang Xing blinked, suddenly speechless. Wait? I don't have any mana, how can I even sacrifice it? But if the immortal cultivators knew about this Wanhua cauldron, I'm afraid they would all be jealous and crazy. Right, his expression suddenly became extremely complicated. In the immortal world's weapon refining method, there are first-tier magic tools, second-tier spiritual tools, third-tier magic treasures, and fourth-tier spiritual treasures. Magic tools are only available to Jinden's Henren, and spiritual treasures are only wielded by Yuanying's Henjin. But the rank of the Wanhua cauldron even surpasses spiritual treasures. No. This is not a spiritual treasure, nor is it above the fifth tier. It's an exotic treasure. An exotic treasure is a treasure without a rank, usable only by inputting mana. But in terms of rarity, this Wanhua cauldron is clearly no less precious than any fifth-tier treasure, and may even surpass it. Just as Fang Xing was momentarily stunned, something strange happened. Crack! Inside the nearby white jade coffin, the third-level talisman suddenly ignited without a trace of wind, reducing it to ash. The corpse demon lying within suddenly opened its eyes. Damn it! Fang Xing's footsteps were as fleeting as a flash of light. In an instant, he reached the ice coffin and pressed down with a palm. Roar! Amidst the dragon's roar, a golden dragon head emerged and suddenly descended. The humanoid opened its eyes, its bright eyes filled with rage, but it offered no resistance as Fang Xing pressed a palm against its stanchion. This kind of magical power fluctuations, how can it resemble a key cultivator? Fang Xing was startled at first, then felt a slight pain between his eyebrows. His facial muscles began to contort. He felt like a sculpture, unable to move an inch. This is a spiritual attack. Within his Nuan palace, spiritual energy surged, and 4 realms of mind emerged, beginning to dispel the spiritual attack. Such a powerful spiritual sense, far surpassing that of a key cultivating cultivator. No, even a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to do this to me. Fang Xing's mind suddenly dawned on him. Blue Star warriors are renowned for their spiritual willpower. In other words, they couldn't withstand the contamination of an evil god's followers, let alone the spiritual sense of a mere foundation establishment cultivator. But this time, he felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, and even his body began to become immobilized. This single spiritual attack alone was beyond the reach of a foundation establishment cultivator. Jiden-level spiritual sense. Fang Xing's eyes widened. Junior, the young man's eyes widened. You have reason to be proud of yourself for withstanding my spiritual sense, he spoke with an air of old-fashioned grace, still using the language of the immortal cultivators, yet with a touch of ancient charm. Fang Xing, who had achieved near-perfect marks in his alien language and culture course, immediately analyzed a great deal. The next moment, he silently chanted the great Sun Tathagata mantra, visualizing a crimson sun rising from his sea of consciousness. This instantly restored his ability to move. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful force from his palm, shattering the human figure within the coffin's internal organs and severing its tendons, deader than dead. Blood gushed from the boy's mouth and nose, his breath instantly fading. He had never imagined he'd encounter such a ruthless person. No, after waking up, he'd meet such a unique person. Not only was he unfazed by his spiritual attacks, he even managed to break free in an instant. Without even asking a question, he'd destroyed the body he'd been planning for years. With one successful move, Fang Xing flew back, laser rifle in hand, his body guarded by dragon shadows. Within the coffin, above the boy's corpse, a ball of cyan light emerged. Within the cyan light was a bizarre cyan infant. The infant was only the size of an adult's fist, completely naked, skinny, and with a single horn growing from its brow. Though he resembled a baby, his face was that of an adult. He glared at Fang Xing with venomous resentment. "Youngster, how dare you destroy the body I possessed? I'll repay you with your own life." Before he could finish his words, a laser beam pierced the cyan infant. "No, it's an afterimage." Fang Xing was startled by this, realizing the laser had missed its target. Suddenly, the void in front of him rippled, and the cyan infant emerged. Teleport, a thought flashed through his mind, and then a ferocious look crossed the cyan infant's face. It actively burrowed into his brow. Within his sea of consciousness, a cyan nascent soul emerged. With its one horn and green skin, its eyes widened in horror. "Impossible. How could you be immortal without spiritual roots?" This was even more horrifying than the destruction of his previous body. Then came a sense of doom. He used secret techniques to linger, waiting for a suitable body to possess. But at this moment, the body he had taken over was destroyed. His nascent soul, a secret technique, had a precarious foundation. If he didn't immediately receive nourishment from the hut, he would quickly perish. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he discovered Fang Xing, the only human being left. He had assumed the other person was an immortal cultivator, accepting him regardless of his spiritual roots. But he hadn't expected him to be a mere mortal warrior. Without spiritual roots, he couldn't possibly possess another body. Wasn't that a sign of doom? No, how could a mere mortal warrior withstand my god-slaying spear? His heart, steadfast and tempered by countless trials, immediately conjured a deeper thought: this person holds a secret. I should seek to seize it and replenish myself. But before the cyan infant could do anything, a brilliant crimson sun rose within his sea of consciousness. A mere mortal, the cyan nascent soul's expression was proud. His nascent soul body was the pinnacle of immortality. Even if it was only temporarily acquired through secret techniques, it was still a formidable achievement. In the battle for possession, he feared nothing. Unless he encountered a nascent soul cultivator of the same rank, or even a higher divine transformation cultivator, he couldn't imagine anything capable of defeating his nascent soul within his sea of consciousness. But the next moment, he regretted it. Light, endless radiance emerged from the crimson sun. The boundless power of the sun imprisoned and enveloped the cyan nascent soul, and then, burned. Raging, terrorizing crimson flames blazed across the nascent soul's body. The agony of its burning soul caused the nascent soul to scream, "Ah! What kind of flame is this? Great sun true flame? Sun true fire? Ancient poison flame? Why is there such a spiritual fire within your sea of consciousness?" Unfortunately, Fang Xing couldn't even wait for his response. The sun ignited the nascent soul, becoming even more brilliant, a myriad of light, completely engulfing it, the outside world. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, cursing, "You scoundrel! Why are you darting into my sea of consciousness for no reason? Are you courting death?" He was well aware of the properties of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra furnace. He even refused to see his Great Sun Tathagata mantra improve. But this time, it was someone offering it to him, forcing him to burn, incinerate everything. "If you hadn't entered my sea of consciousness, I wouldn't have used this move, because the Great Sun Tathagata mantra's power is so high, and the hidden dangers are too great." Fang Xing sighed, watching his Great Sun Tathagata mantra proficiency rapidly increase in the attribute column, 1020, 90-100. In the blink of an eye, the Great Sun Tathagata mantra went from entry level to proficient. The proficient Great Sun Tathagata mantra even gained an additional ability. It could absorb incomplete information while burning external evil. In Fang Xing's mind, some fragmented fragments emerged, as if he was watching a movie, and he had a glimpse of the life of this immortal cultivator. I am Wamfa. No, I am Wang Dagan. I was born in the cultivated wasteland, Date Town, Erking Village. I have been extraordinary since childhood, with amazing comprehension. Whether it is farming, hunting, fishing, or medicine, I can learn it once and master it in a short time. After growing up, I obtained a martial arts secret manual, Black Tiger Power. With this martial arts innate, I can even glimpse the realm above the innate. After the martial arts were perfected, I saw a more vast world. There are immortal cultivators who can ascend to heaven and descend to the earth and have a long lifespan. Immortal cultivators must have spiritual roots. I used a little trick to obtain a spirit testing talisman, but found that I only have low-grade mixed spiritual roots. I found an immortal sect called Wamfa sect. Although my qualifications are poor, my comprehension is excellent and my character is extraordinary. Therefore, I still passed the test and became a menial disciple of the sect. Another 10 years, I struggled to break through to the middle stage of key training, and finally understood what inferior spiritual roots meant. But I didn't give up, and shifted my attention to magic. In less than 3 years, I mastered the 5 elements magic. In another 3 years, I comprehended the magic of unusual spiritual roots, such as wind, thunder, and ice. In another 3 years, I created my own magic, becoming proficient in everything. Finally, I made a splash in the competition, successfully won first place, entered the inner sect, and was nicknamed Master of All Laws. I wanted to build a foundation, but the sect used my inferior spiritual roots as an excuse to hold back my foundation building pill. In a fit of rage, I defected from the sect and, by chance, obtained the precious treasure, the one holding. I successfully built my foundation, formed my pill, and returned to the sect, annihilating all the enemies. I took pleasure in revenge for hundreds of years and was known as the Master of All Laws. My lifespan is almost over, but I am limited by my aptitude and have yet to cultivate my nascent soul. I hate it. If I had top-grade spiritual roots, or even mid-grade spiritual roots, why would I waste so much time on building the foundation and forming the pill? It made it so difficult for me to achieve a nascent soul. If I'm given enough time, I'll definitely be able to achieve nascent soul. So, I've secluded myself in a secret realm, pondering ways to improve my spiritual roots. Chapter 108 Burning. I failed. My spiritual roots are innate. In such a short time, I still can't comprehend the magic method to change them. My lifespan is coming to an end. I have no choice but to rely on a book of ghost cultivation secrets that I completed before in a netherworld ground vein I found in the secret realm to transform into a ghost cultivator. Although ghost cultivators have many restrictions and cannot leave the netherworld for too long, they are also prone to memory loss and becoming confused. But I used the secret technique of spiritual consciousness to separate my spirit and soul, infusing each other and barely maintaining my obsession. I refined a soul lamp and successfully transformed into a ghost cultivator. I endured endless pain and loneliness, but I finally gained a long time, which allowed me to think of a secret technique to improve spiritual roots, named blood sacrifice method. As long as there are relatives with the same bloodline and spiritual roots, the spiritual root qualifications can be improved after the blood sacrifice, but my relatives are almost all dead. Even if they are not all dead, the probability of spiritual roots appearing among mortals is too low. Even if I establish a family of immortal cultivators and work hard to cultivate descendants, it is too late. What's more, I have already transformed into a ghost cultivator and will never have heirs. I gave up this path and turned to researching another method, which is possession. The one who seizes a body changes his body. If I can change to a body with superior spiritual roots, it can also solve my dilemma, but only a Yuanying Zhenjin can seize the body, occupying the body of another cultivator with his Yuanying. If I were a Yuanying Zhenjin, I would not have needed to change my spiritual roots. For me, this is a dead end. After hundreds of years of hard contemplation, I finally bypassed this vicious circle and comprehended the ghost infant technique, which can temporarily transform a ghost body into a ghost infant body similar to a Yuanying, which can also be used for possession. Because it is difficult to leave, I patiently waited for the secret realm to open, and released inheritances and treasures, to attract outsiders to come, pass numerous tests, and bestow a large amount of resources, in order to find the cultivator with the best spiritual root qualifications and the most suitable for me to seize the body. Finally, I found a person with natural spiritual roots. This means that God is blessing me. I want to live a second life, but just as I was making final preparations for the ghost infant's possession, 3 giant cultivators unexpectedly intruded into the secret realm. A flood of memories flooded into Fang Xing's mind, leaving him dizzy. Fortunately, these memories weren't his own, but rather a fleeting preview, like watching a movie. Otherwise, he would have gone mad, or at least developed a second personality. But for such a great risk, the benefits were also great. At the very least, secret techniques automatically surfaced within his mind. From the blood sacrifice method to enhance spiritual roots, to the ghost infant technique that could simulate a nascent soul's possession. Of course, there were also the 5 elements techniques, and even the original creations of Master Wanfa. This person was truly gifted, with astonishing comprehension. The several spells he had comprehended were immensely powerful, yet required minimal energy. Each one, released, had the potential to completely change the landscape of the immortal cultivation world. But, the blood sacrifice technique presupposes magical power and the spiritual roots of the relatives. As for the ghost infant technique, it requires a ghost cultivator who has reached the perfect core formation stage to perform. Once performed, after transforming the ghost infant, if it can't possess a body within a short period of time, it will quickly perish. No wonder that old Master Wanfa was so eager to possess my body. He didn't realize that my sea of consciousness isn't a safe haven, but a purgatory furnace. How much experience does a ghost cultivator who has reached the perfect core formation stage have? Fang Xing didn't know. He only knew that his proficiency level in the Great Sun Tathagata mantra was still rising. Although slowly, but steadily. Finally, the Great Sun Tathagata mantra crossed the threshold again, reaching the mastery stage. The mastery level of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. The Great Sun Furnace has been upgraded, and can incorporate martial arts or secret techniques into it for a fusion, transformation, and upgrading. Fang Xing briefly comprehended the purpose of this new feature. For example, if I were to incorporate the ghostly sword and the extreme emotion sword, it could potentially become a new martial art, sword and blade dual absolutes. If I were to add the 12 military fist styles, it could become something like Star Martial 3 absolutes. Even my martial arts level would be elevated. With enough investment, it might even reach S rank. Or even something terrifying beyond S rank. Of course, this kind of fusion improvement requires energy consumption. This special energy can be either the proficiency level or external fuel. There seems to be a lot of potential in this. Some martial arts are not very useful when integrated, but once some martial arts are integrated, all martial artists will go crazy, such as the dragon and tiger state. If I break through the golden elixir of martial arts in the future, I will integrate the big dragon posture and the subduing tiger posture. Wouldn't I be able to overcome this difficulty? Wait, I'm destroying my own great wall. After all, this is a strange martial art bestowed by the evil god. Who knows if there is any backup? The will of martial arts is the only thing a martial artist can rely on. You don't want to take the sunny road of proficiency, but you have to take this narrow path. You won't even know how you died. Once the martial arts of the martial arts will are contaminated by the Great Sun Tathagata curse, then is the martial arts will that is born really my will? Then what can I improve now? Fang Xing fell into thought, and suddenly his mind moved, and he put all the secret memories he got from Master Wanfa into it. This is what we call taking from you, giving back to you. In an instant, he felt the Wanfa Master's ghost infant burning 1,000 times faster. And on the attribute bar, the marks of the blood sacrifice method, possession method, ghost infant technique and other methods emerged one by one, from a semi-fuzzy state to a rapidly solidified state, and then all were thrown into the Great Sun Furnace. Thanks to this, the rapid increase in proficiency in the Great Sun Tathagata mantra finally slowed down, and even gradually stagnated. Finally, following a roar filled with venom, within Fang Xing's sea of consciousness, the ghost infant of Master Wanfa vanished into a puff of black smoke, swiftly devoured by the crimson sun. Meanwhile, a new row of information appeared on the attribute panel. Great Sun Tathagata Mantra 13/200, Mastery, Heavenly Mother Powerful Golden Lotus Twin Guardians 1/100, Beginner. Heavenly Mother Powerful Golden Lotus Twin Guardians. Fang Xing ignored the rank of the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra and began to carefully comprehend this technique. In a trance, a flood of information flooded his mind. This technique involved transforming oneself into the great Vajra bull-headed Vidyaraja, visualizing a heavenly mother consort, and then refining this consort into the great Vajra twin guardians. Simply put, it was the art of cloning. Of course, compared to ordinary clone techniques, this method has many advantages. First, by visualizing a consort and then refining it into a guardian, there's no need to sever one's own spiritual essence. Strictly speaking, it simply creates a projection of one's own will. And the greatest advantage is that it bypasses the limitations of immortal cultivators' mana, allowing warriors to practice this technique as well. This great Vajra twin guardian is like a pure nascent soul, able to possess a body once and gain a real flesh and blood body. Of course, while a guardian can possess a body, in terms of true power, it's a million miles behind a nascent soul. It's just a secret technique of possession, but it bypasses the restriction of requiring a nascent soul to perform. This is also a way for me to obtain spiritual roots. Using the secret technique to possess a body with spiritual roots, wouldn't I be able to cultivate immortality? Unfortunately, a guardian can only possess a body once, but once is enough. In this world, only nascent soul true lords can possess bodies. What else can I ask for? Fang Xing knew some of the iron laws of the immortal cultivation world, such as that immortal cultivators cannot possess those without spiritual roots. But what about someone without spiritual roots possessing an immortal cultivator? It always feels a little strange. Never mind, it'll be enough. After all, it's a branch of alien martial arts related to the evil gods. It's normal for them to be a little weird, bloody and brutal. If it could lead to immortality, Fang Xing would still be interested. Moreover, having a clone capable of cultivating immortality could better support the original body and further its exploration of the immortal martial path. Wait, a body with spiritual roots? Fang Xing quickly approached the white jade coffin and gazed at the young man's corpse within. No wonder his cultivation level is so low. Turns out he was chosen by Master Wanfa as a candidate for possession. His spiritual roots are of the highest order. What a pity, even the most ideal candidate for possession has to be alive. Even Master Wanfa, when he had selected this person through the secret realm, had only frozen him for future use. Who could have known Fang Xing would strike so ruthlessly, killing him with a single blow? Possessing a dead body is still a dead body. But Fang Xing had no regrets. After all, it was all instinct. He had no choice at the time. He had never been threatened in his life, preferring death to disgrace. Besides, this corpse might be useless to others, but not necessarily to me. Fang Xing quickly removed a test tube, collecting the boy's blood and bone marrow. The most developed industry on Young Eagle Star is the breeding industry. In the interstellar age, cloning an identical person is absolutely a piece of cake. There's even no karma or memories involved, so possessing another's body is a breeze. It's just that the breeding chamber is a bit difficult. I wonder if they're available on the black market? It seems they're even more contraband than firearms. Fang Xing rubbed his chin. However, he had already decided to go for it. And since he'd already cloned one, cloning a few more wouldn't be a problem. This would also allow the blood sacrifice method deduced by Master Wanfa to come into play. No matter how closely related, could someone be 100% identical to you? And from a scientific point of view, there would be no rejection reaction, and no future problems. Of course, this only required a guardian clone to successfully possess another's body. Otherwise, without spiritual roots and mana, it would be impossible to cultivate that secret technique, and any number of clones would be useless. What kind of qualifications are above those of heavenly spiritual roots? In the world of immortal cultivation, they haven't even been seen yet, have they? If it's that kind of qualifications, breaking through realms would be as easy as eating and drinking water. I could barely keep up with my original self's growth. Fang Xing rubbed his chin, his expression suddenly becoming solemn again. Master Wanfa might not be completely dead yet. When he transformed into a ghost cultivator, he split his spirit and soul into two to preserve his memories, infusing each other. Only one has died here so far. Where is the other one? The Wanfa secret realm, but with my strength, going to a secret realm where even a Jindan's Henrin has died would be courting death. Time flashback to when the ghost baby was melted by the sun. Within the Wanfa secret realm. In the underground space. The original coffin had vanished, leaving only a figure sitting cross-legged in its place. He was thin, with a goatee, and dressed in a black Taoist robe. It was none other than Wu Laodao of the Black Sky Temple. Fang Xing, having only seen two beams of Jindan-level light, assumed a Jindan-level ancestor had died in the secret realm, overlooking the possibility that he was trapped. Meanwhile, The Taoist Wu's expression alternated between ferocious and gentle. He held a brass lamp in his hand. Lotus patterns adorned its surface, and a single wick slowly burned, emitting a rainbow-colored halo. Enveloped by the halo, the ferocious expression on the Taoist Wu's face rapidly faded. Am I dead? Suddenly, the Taoist Wu opened his eyes, a hint of murderous intent etched across his face. Those two giant and level ancestor, once I fully control this body and emerge from seclusion, I will destroy them to ashes, with the spirit and soul split apart. Who will be the master and who will be the deputy? From today on, there will only be one Master Wanfa in the world. Young Eagle Star. Happy home community. Fang Xing donned his mask, pulled out his long-forgotten black market communicator, and called me Bun Zhang Jiaru. The call was connected moments later. Huh? What a rare visitor. Zhang Jiaru sounded somewhat resentful. The guest hasn't contacted me in a long time. Ahem. The Maple Leaf City black market is currently under strict scrutiny, so it's a bit inconvenient. Fang Xing immediately got to the point. Can I buy a breeding pod from you? Although a breeding pod is used to grow cyborgs, unlike clones, it can be easily obtained with a simple modification of the program. Ahem. Did you know I've been transferred to the black market in Yuanai City? And, only one faction would be interested in breeding pods. Are you from the Resistance? Which faction? Zhang Jiaru was surprised. You're in the Yuanai City black market. Fang Xing suddenly felt like he'd been hit by a jackpot, but quickly denied it. I'm not from the Resistance. I just need breeding pods for some scientific research. Can you get them? I'll pay a high price. No, Zhang Jiaru refused flatly. The Federation is very strict about this. Only those crazy rebels who dare to attack the breeding base can get some. Okay, I'll contact you later. Fang Xing nodded and hung up. Since I can't find it on the black market, then, the Resistance, he touched his chin. Come to think of it, I have a pretty wide network of contacts. I didn't realize it, but it has reached this level. He did have a friend in the Resistance, Liu Wei. Of course, contacting him now was also a bit troublesome, and it had to be kept secret. What a pity. If I couldn't get this incubator through normal channels, why would I do all this? Fang Xing shook his head and sighed helplessly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Contact. The rebels love to attack breeding bases, seize the incubators and infants, and cultivate them from a young age. Beyond that, they might even be secretly establishing a clone army. No wonder the Federation is so strict about the incubators. This basically means I can't expect to obtain them through official channels. A few days later, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, calming his mind and reviewing the various information he had gathered. The incubator matters require further consideration. Also, I can start by improving my proficiency in the Xianmu Mighty Golden Lotus Twin Guardian. After all, truly possessing a clone depends primarily on this. He had been constantly pondering this method for the past few days, and now he had fully grasped it and was ready to practice. Fang Xing's expression was serious. Within his Niwen Palace's sea of consciousness, he silently visualized a ferocious figure with a bull's head and 8 arms. It was none other than the great Vajra bull-headed Vidayaraja. This Vidayaraja had a bull's head and a human body, each arm clutching a magical weapon, and beneath him lay a cloud of white bones and skulls. Visualize the great Vajra bull-headed Vidayaraja as your main deity, then visualize a heavenly mother consort. This is a reflection of your main deity's consciousness, like a reflection in a mirror. It possesses a certain charm of using the false to cultivate the true. Fang Xing struggled to condense a consort, but found himself unable to even begin. He tried several times, all without success. He pondered again, and within his sea of consciousness, the great Vajra bull-headed Vidayaraja began to chant the Mahavarikana mantra. A great sun emerged from his sea of consciousness, appearing above the bull-headed Vidayaraja. With the aid of this reflection, a feminine, maternal figure gradually emerged within the great Vajra bull-headed Vidayaraja's embrace, heavenly mother consort. This method is truly remarkable. Although Master Wanfa also possesses the art of incarnation, it requires splitting his own spiritual essence. Not only does this pose a risk, but the split souls can't always share cognition with the original, which can easily give rise to rebellious thoughts. The great Vajra twin guardians crafted by Xianmu Mingfei are different. They are reflections of my soul, in tune with my heart. Even if the final possession is successful, the clones can always be in tune with the original, sharing thoughts. There's no risk of rebellion, however. While this Xianmu Mighty Golden Lotus Twin Guardian Manual is useful, it has hidden requirements. It must be based on the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra, and the proficiency level cannot exceed the level of the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. Fang Xing glanced at the attribute panel. Xianmu Mighty Golden Lotus Twin Guardian Manual. 3/100, Beginner. The Glorious Jiang Mansion. The Gu Family Villa. I've already taught you everything I know about the key points of the Ghostly Blade, especially the essence of fighting ghosts and gods. Fang Xing looked across at Gu Yun, the girl with a pumpkin-like hairstyle, dressed in a training uniform, and still looking adorable. As long as you master it, at your level, you'll have no problem getting into a second-rate university, and even hope to reach a first-rate. Gu Yun was already a university-bound talent. Now that she's perfected the second realm, she could easily advance to the third realm of martial arts. With further practical training, she'll definitely be able to get into university. I understand. Thank you, Gu Yun whispered. She wasn't someone who didn't know what she was talking about. If Fang Xing were willing to give private lessons now, his fees wouldn't be much lower, even if they weren't as high as Xiaolong's. But he had to focus on his college entrance exams. He even skipped school classes, yet he still found time to tutor her. This was a favor. Unbeknownst to Gu Yun, Fang Xing was simply repaying a favor. After practicing the Ghostly Blade, he and Gu Yun sat at a wooden rattan table and chairs to the side, drinking tea. Last time I heard you tell me about some interesting alien energy blocks found on the black market. What happened? After chatting for a while, Fang Xing seemed to casually bring up the topic. After all, he had been the one who had purposely thrown those low-grade spirit stones over. Shouldn't you know best? Gu Yun looked at Fang Xing with some surprise. After that, the giant god group took over. Back then, Fang Xing's private car had caused quite a stir. His classmates were saying he was being kept by a wealthy woman, that his biological parents had come to visit him, that a relative he'd never met had died, that he'd inherited a large inheritance, and so on. Eventually, the school couldn't stand it anymore and asked the teachers to debunk the rumors. Only then did they learn that Fang Xing was signing a contract with a giant god group. And judging by Lan Fei's refusal to leave, it must have already been signed. The giant god group was an energy giant and was very interested in these exotic energy blocks. Oh, I don't care about that. Fang Xing picked up his teacup, sensing that there must be something special in the low-grade spirit stones. But truly researching it still presents a long road ahead, as it's something from another world after all. But are they really two worlds? Perhaps the Zeuxan world is just a strange planet, undiscovered within the larger universe. Fang Xing, however, still leaned towards the idea that the Zeuxan world and the Blue Star Federation's universe were two separate worlds. The universe was vast and boundless, practically endless. The Zeuxan world's surface area was also incredibly vast. Some experiments proving the structure of planets had failed miserably. Coupled with the Zeuxan world's acclaimed legends of ascension, Fang Xing knew the Zeuxan world was vast, perhaps even comparable to the main universe. Xiao Fang, thank you for visiting my Xiaoyan. Have some snacks. At that moment, a woman dressed in casual home clothes, with a gentle appearance and seemingly in her 20s or 30s, approached, holding a plate of crystal-like snacks. Let me introduce you to my mother, Gu Yun said expressionlessly. Hello, Auntie. Fang Xing quickly stood up, recalling the figure he had seen several times before. Sure enough, he recognized the woman's presence. Gu Yun is quite lucky, having such a gentle and beautiful mother, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Half an hour later, Fang Xing, mouthful of crystal cake, leisurely walked out of the splendid Jiang mansion. Gu Yun's mother was actually quite nice, though a bit nagging and chatty, even bringing up the subject of boyfriends and girlfriends. In the Federation, people become adults at 18, allowing them to marry. However, the marriage rate has been declining with the advancement of civilization. Currently, many men and women are responding to the Federation's call, donating their genes and then having fun. As for offspring, that's up to fate and the Federation to randomly match them. Of course, some can't accept this, and they're considered the more stubborn natural person families. Gu Yun's family is a case in point. If I stay any longer, I might end up talking about marriage. Gu Yun still has a few years before she comes of age. What a mess. He swallowed the crystal cake in one gulp and vanished into the darkness. When he reappeared, he was a middle-aged, unremarkable man, heading for the black market. In a ruined hut. The woman, her hair a mess, her eyes sunken in dark circles thick, looked up at Fang Xing. "What are you doing?" Context: Fang Xing casually tossed a bag of gold onto the table. "I heard you have contact information for everyone here, including followers of the evil god and the resistance." "Your Excellency is joking." The smoky-haired woman began carefully checking the gold concentration, then said, "We at the Everything House just rely on convenient contacts to make a hard-earned living. Stop talking nonsense. I need you to leave a contact number at a specific time and place." Fang Xing stated his request. Neither he nor Liu Wei were the type to expose their secrets to outsiders. Therefore, contacting them would be difficult. Perhaps only after they spoke would Liu Wei realize it was him. Common third-party methods. "So much gold, let's do it," the woman smiled, revealing blackened teeth. After Fang Xing left, she immediately took out a detector and checked the area. No methods left. She waited a moment before finally making a call. "Wuya, what's going on?" A one-eyed middle-aged man appeared on the screen. He exuded a ferocious aura, and one of his eyes had been lost for unknown reasons, replaced by a pitch-black eye patch. This was a very strange thing in the interstellar age. Forget about those bionic eyes, at least a mechanical prosthetic eye could be a good option. "Someone's looking for us rebels," Wu Ye recounted Fang Xing's situation. She was ostensibly a small intelligence dealer, but in reality, she was a covert agent for the rebels. Any intelligence involving the rebels was reported immediately. Could it be related to our grand plan in Yuanyu City? The one-eyed middle-aged man's expression suddenly became dangerous. "Follow his instructions and get a feel for both sides." "Yes," Wu Ya bowed and returned to her other reports. As the two conversed, they failed to notice that a statue of the Mother of Heaven was quietly listening nearby. In the distance, amidst the rubble, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, and everything about Wu Ya came to life. "Although I haven't yet achieved the great Vajra twin guardians, I've already visualized Xianmu Mingfei. I can use her as a guardian deity to gather information. Due to his cultivation technique, what Xianmu Mingfei sees is what he sees. Even if it's damaged, only a reflection of the original will is destroyed, and a new one can be condensed. Of course, the most crucial thing is that it's completely independent of technology, exploring purely with a mind, which can avoid many monitoring and detection devices. Moreover, with the ability to pass through walls, it can spy on many private matters. In other words, Fang Xing's soul is leaving his body, using his yin spirit to gather information and intelligence. In the interstellar era, this would actually become a blind spot for many people. Will the resistance make a big move in Yuanyu City? Silently sorting out the information he had heard, Fang Xing couldn't help but look thoughtfully. It seems that this final semester will be spent in Yuanyu City. Fortunately, he had already requested a leave of absence from school, so he only needed to attend the college entrance examination. With a newly cultivated guardian deity, Fang Xing thought he could get a clear view of Yuanyu City inside and out. Taking advantage of the chaos, obtaining a cultivation chamber wouldn't be a big deal. Chapter 110 Variable Control. A few months later, the weather in Yuanyu City gradually warmed up. Inside a 3-story, red-roofed villa in the Villa District, Fang Xing sat cross-legged in a quiet room. Within his Niwan Palace, the 8-armed bull-headed Vajra King's ferocious features appeared within his sea of consciousness. Each magical instrument seemed to flow with a profound and rich Dharma essence. Even the skeleton beneath him seemed lifelike, like a series of skeletal statues. Soon, a guardian deity passed through the wall, landed right between Fang Xing's eyebrows, and landed in the bull-headed Vajra King's arms. This great Vajra twin guardian. "I think I've mastered it," Fang Xing muttered to himself after a moment, opening his eyes. After gaining sufficient intelligence, he asked Lan Fei to help him prepare a villa for his own residence in Yuanyu City. Since then, he has come here, meditating and practicing martial arts daily, silently waiting. He also constantly visualized and cultivated the Xianmu Mighty Golden Lotus Twin Guardian, eavesdropping on the activities at the training center. By now, this secret technique had achieved some success. Twin Guardians of Heavenly Mother's Mighty Golden Lotus. 1/100, proficient. At the proficient level, the guardians cultivated through visualization are already powerful enough to possess other beings. Of course, during his practice, Fang Xing inevitably overheard many private matters. For example, teacher Lan Fei, seemingly shrewd and capable, and so efficient, made him so fond of her. But in reality, she was actually a double agent. Not only did she report her entire schedule to Yin Huanzun, she was also suspected of having ties to another faction. Although she thought she had concealed her activities well, in the eyes of Fang Xing's guardians, she was completely defenseless. No wonder high-level cultivators tend to have drastic changes in temperament and mood swings as they age. Under the divine consciousness, all secrets are difficult to conceal, but everyone has their own private affairs, Fang Xing lamented. Even he, who was about to enter university and was determined to become a member of the Blue Star Federation's upper echelons, was now preparing to poach members from the Blue Star Federation? Ever since learning of the rebels' plan, Fang Xing hadn't reported a single thing, simply watching it unfold. It's a pity. Lamfei is quite clever, and she was once the original owner's dream. Fang Xing stood up and left a villa, in the suburbs of Yuanyu City, inside an abandoned factory. Liu Wei, clad in blue work clothes and smeared with grease, was dismantling a scrapped hovercar. Are you Liu Wei? I heard you're in the same class as that Fang Xing? He managed to get third place out of 100 stars, so why are you so weak? Another staff member approached, asking in a hushed voice. This was a secret rebel base, and all the staff were members, all wearing fake identities. Snap! Liu Wei's face was expressionless, his muscles bulging as he lifted the hood of the car with his bare hands. Are we all supposed to be equally strong just because we are in the same class? The rebels were never monolithic. Especially after Fang Xing's rise to fame, the younger members of the rebels, feeling dissatisfied, often challenged Liu Wei to a duel. Liu Wei was unreserved, practically killing each one with one punch. Do you really think it's the resistance that's holding them back? No. Even if they went to school together, only a handful of geniuses would make it. The rest would just be lost in the crowd. But that was all in the past. It's a little strange to be provoking them today, Liu Wei thought as he walked to the back of the warehouse and into the basement. The basement consisted mainly of a large room, densely packed with surveillance cameras. A sullen young man in a white lab coat sat in front of the cameras. Liu Wei, what's up? Need a new identity again, to go out and play in the city? The sullen young man glanced at Liu Wei. I got a message saying someone's looking for me. Liu Wei raised his communicator. Whether it's for institutional or security reasons, they have to talk to you, the genius. Okay, leave it to me. The sullen young man, codenamed Genius, quickly tapped the keyboard. Your contact request is from the third secret line. I've encrypted it now, you can try. Liu Wei nodded and, in front of the genius, dialed a number from the black market. After a long moment, there was no response from the other side. What's going on here? Liu Wei looked at the genius. That number is an anonymous black market item, making it hard to trace its origin. And why would they buy it and then not contact me? The genius frowned. Unless they've already achieved their desired goal. Liu Wei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be him? If so, that's quite clever. Even black market communicators aren't 100% secure. Next, it depends on how they contact me, Liu Wei thought to himself. Just then, the genius said, What's going on today? The instructors are gathering too. Soon, a group of people in blue work uniforms gathered in the underground square. They hadn't noticed anything when they dispersed, but now, each one hunched their chests and straightened their backs, their postures erect and their energy astounding, like wolves and tigers. Very good. A middle-aged man wearing a pitch-black eye patch walked by, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each resistance member. It takes 1,000 days to train an army, but only a moment to deploy it. This time, our branch is going big. As he spoke, the one-eyed man projected a map, the center of which was Yuanyu City's largest training center. Here, he began to assign tasks, then asked, Does anyone have any questions? Instructor, if we did something like this, we'd definitely be wanted. Every professional on the planet would go crazy. A young man raised his hand. So, how are we going to hide? Not to mention, the training chamber needs a stable environment to function. That's a good question, but young Eagle can't accommodate us. Wouldn't it be better if we went to a new planet? The one-eyed instructor smiled faintly, his tone tinged with excitement and inspiration. We resistance fighters have our own planet too, and 2 space transports will arrive soon to take us away. Leave this cage? Liu Wei seemed moved by the one-eyed instructor's words, raising his arm and shouting. To him, the planet of Young Eagle was a cage. A cage for cyborgs. He couldn't wait to get out and see the whole new interstellar world. Just then, he seemed to hear a sigh. This sigh didn't come from those around him, but from within himself, his heart. On the stage, the one-eyed instructor's remaining eye swept across, but found nothing, and he could only suppress a trace of suspicion in his heart. Villa. Huh? As expected of a martial arts master, his mind is sharp. Even if he can't see my guardian deity, he can still sense it. The one who had just spied in the meeting hall was naturally Fang Xing, or rather, the guardian deity he had condensed. Its invisible nature made it easy to gather information. But, could a martial arts master's spiritual perception still detect it? Fang Xing touched his chin, thoughtful. Luckily, I reacted quickly and ordered the guardian deity to dissipate. It's just a matter of regrouping. Anyway, next, I should get a training chamber and focus on the college entrance exam. Before they knew it, it was already the second semester of their senior year. The moment that would determine the fate of many young Eagle Star students was approaching. Fang Xing gazed somewhere, his eyes darkening. A few days later, Liu Wei, wearing a mask and dressed like an ordinary decorator, walked through Yuan City. Huh? He looked up at the scorching sun and let out a long breath. I'm craving ice cream, Liu Wei, do your job. A man's voice boomed from a miniature headset beside him. According to the plan, now, you should go to the back alley. I know. Liu Wei quickly reached an alley and gently lifted a manhole cover. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked away and entered a neighboring shop. It's about to begin. Today the incubation center will introduce 100 incubators, all the latest models, transported via Kellen aircraft. Liu Wei waited silently. A few minutes later, he heard a commotion all around him. A passerby slipped, dropping his cigarette, which rolled into the manhole cover he had just opened. Beneath the manhole cover, a section of aging pipe suddenly exploded, unleashing a torrent of high-energy fuel. Boom! This tiny spark seemed to unleash a torrent of flames. A staggering torch shot up into the sky, causing many nearby residents to scream. The torch crossed the sky, blocking the path of several flying cars. The cars collided, creating a massive fireworks display in midair, and alarms blared. Several anti-aircraft missiles were even launched. Instead of hitting the flying cars, they targeted a massive aircraft. Boom! Although a fluorescent blue light flashed from the aircraft, a corner was still destroyed. The massive aircraft, seemingly losing its aim, lurched and lurched towards a park in the city. Variable control, what an amazing ability. It's my turn. Liu Wei knew this was the ability of a master rebel, capable of manipulating numerous variables to manipulate events to their desired course. Of course, unleashing this ability required numerous prerequisites, and the more understanding one had of the target environment and the longer one planned, the more likely the situation would unfold as one desired. It was said that the ultimate form of this ability was the hypothetical Laplace's demon, whose power rivaled, and perhaps even surpassed, that of the extraterritorial evil gods. Taking a deep breath, he walked to the nearby parking lot and boarded a truck loaded with containers. Autopilot has been reset, routing planned, the voice of the genius emanated from the speakers. Let's go. Liu Wei nodded, commanded the truck to start, and soon they arrived near the park. Above the sky, mechas engaged in a battle in the air, unleashing a variety of supernatural powers, including wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Bang! Liu Wei had just opened the container when several incubation chambers were thrown in. Hurry up! Chapter 111 Seize. Go! Liu Wei felt his adrenaline surge. Near the park, there were many other supporters like him, but not all were as lucky as him. Boom! He turned his head slightly and saw a truck struck by a laser cannon mounted on the mech's shoulder, instantly disintegrating into a massive ball of flame. The incubator and the support rebels inside the truck were reduced to charcoal. Liu Wei gritted his teeth. On a battlefield like this, anyone not a regular professional wouldn't even be qualified to intervene. The truck roared away, its hull color, paint job, even the license plate constantly changing. Hurry, 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 the genius voice was urgent. I only have less than 3 minutes to hack the city's surveillance. You must run to the designated location and then use the underground passage to deliver the goods. 60 seconds, 30 seconds, 10, 9, 8. The genius voice was like the whip of death, forcing Liu Wei to grit his teeth. Occasionally, he took over the automatic driving, dodging obstacles and dangerously dashing into the underground garage. He jumped off the truck and opened the container, revealing 3 massive incubation chambers. Several members of the resistance were already waiting there. Liu Wei actually recognized one of them, the one who had challenged him earlier. Quick, quick, quick. They lifted the several cubic meter-sized incubation chambers and prepared to transport them directly to the sewers through a side passage. The main sewer pipe was large enough that half of it was submerged in sewage, making it easy to transport them with the inflatable boats. Just as Liu Wei breathed a sigh of relief, something unexpected happened. Bang! A laser flashed, and the man next to him who had challenged him was beheaded. With a sound of heavy, metallic footsteps, a man in black, wearing exoskeleton armor, slowly entered the underground parking lot. Look, what do I see? A few little resistance rats. Whoosh! Liu Wei's muscles surged like water, his premonition of danger heightened to its peak. Even so, he could only see a shadow. The man in black controlled the mecha, a radiant blade materializing in his hand, sweeping past the two nearby resistance members. The two rebels' faces still contained expressions of shock as their lower and upper bodies automatically separated. While the exoskeleton armor used by the man in black was a standard model, providing only the basic strength of a 4th-level warrior, the weapon modules it contained were all substantial. This transformed him into a life-reaping machine. If Zhang Yuxiu had been allowed to purchase weapon modules in the last 100 stars joint exam, her results would have been far superior. She might even have had a fighting chance at first place. This was the power of technology and external artifacts. Bang! A pair of custom-made handcuffs were dropped to the ground. The man in black looked at Liu Wei with a playful smile. Put them on yourself. He seemed intent on capturing someone alive. Damn it! Genius, what have you done? Liu Wei felt a wave of despair wash over him. Through the headset, the genius voice frantically said, I'm under attack. I'm trying to protect the majority. You leaked it, and I'm helpless. Bullshit. If the genius were in front of him, Liu Wei swore, he would make him know why the flowers are so red. Sizzle. Just as he cursed, he felt a gust of hot air brush past his ear. And it felt like a wasp had stung his head, with warm liquid oozing out. Liu Wei touched his head and found it covered in blood, and one of his ears had vanished. Little mouse, I've given you a chance. The man in black remained calm, seemingly enjoying the thrill of a cat-and-mouse game. Liu Wei's heart sank. He didn't know if the rebels' operation would succeed today, but he was definitely going to jail. Damn it. My dream is to get into college, not jail. Liu Wei clenched his fists, ready for a desperate fight. Suddenly, the man in black's face changed drastically, clutching his chest. His pupils dilated, and he collapsed to the ground. This, Liu Wei recognized it immediately. The man in black looked like he was under attack from a martial spirit. But if he had a martial spirit, how could he not feel it at all? Martial spirit is the very foundation of a warrior. Once you've felt it, you can never mistake it. He reacted with incredible speed, his muscles energizing. He lunged forward, lunging to land a heavy blow on the black-clad figure's head. He thrust hard. Snap! The man's neck cracked with a sharp sound, and blood, even mixed with brain matter, flowed from his face. He was clearly dead. I actually killed a mecha pilot. Liu Wei was incredulous, but then he gritted his teeth and prepared to move the incubation chambers as planned. Just then, he saw something that made his hair stand on end. Inside the truck container, the original 3 incubation chambers had suddenly become 2. Hurry! Liu Wei felt a shudder run through his body. He quickly pushed the incubation chambers into the sewer, then rushed in after them. Inside the villa, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, forming hand seals. A translucent figure flew in through the window. Wearing a lotus crown, their features were breathtakingly beautiful, like a celestial being. Their bodies were as white as jade, slightly translucent. It was none other than the great Vajra twin guardians. This guardian deity can even penetrate a person's sea of consciousness, similar to a spiritual attack, even more subtle than martial arts willpower. Just now, Fang Xing had used this very trick to save Liu Wei's life. And now, in the guardian deity's hand, there was a bronze ring. Fang Xing took it, and with a flick of his spiritual power, he spotted one of the incubators, still stocked with nutrient solution. A smile crossed his face. For this operation, I've even broken my principles and brought this storage ring, this special treasure. Let's just be on the safe side. A flash of silver light, and Fang Xing disappeared. A few seconds later, he reappeared. If we dump all that dirt into the immortal cultivation world, even if there's a tracking device in the incubator, we won't have to worry. No, it won't be possible to locate it after it's loaded with a special treasure, right? Besides, the rebels must have already taken precautions. Fang Xing pondered for a moment, then left the quiet room. Student Fang, Lanfei approached him shortly afterwards. What's going on out there? Why is it so chaotic? Fang Xing frowned, looking very annoyed. I heard it was the rebels who dared to attack the training center's transport vehicles. Have they been suppressed by now? Lanfei sighed. The city battle had taken a heavy toll. Now, all of Yuan City had practically come to a standstill. But I don't want to stay in this chaotic place anymore. Let's leave tomorrow, Fang Xing sighed. Since such a large amount of dirty stuff had been transported to another world, he could now be completely open and honest, unafraid of any inspection. This newspaper reports, Yuan City was attacked, resulting in 12 civilian deaths and 739 minor and serious injuries. The mayor of Yuan City strongly condemns this unusual movement of the outer space orbital cannon on young Eagle Star. The Space Academy is troubleshooting a possible malfunction. The new round of college entrance exams is about to begin. Let's wish all the students well. Maple Leaf City, happy home community. Fang Xing used the excuse of the college entrance exams to focus on his retreat and casually dismissed Lanfei. He ended up watching TV here. Gazing at the devastation in the background of the screen, he fell silent. Rebels, according to secret intelligence, this time the rebels' operation wasn't a success, but it wasn't a failure either. They not only captured a large number of incubators, but also retreated smoothly. It's said that the unusual movements of space artillery and space forces were linked to the rebels' ships. Even a very high-level force was involved in this incident. But all this doesn't concern me anymore. I'd better just study hard and become a glorious university student. Fang Xing entered a quiet room and applied a talisman. In a flash of silver light, he vanished. Cultivation realm, underground cave. Is this an incubator? Fang Xing, holding a bronze ring, slowly lowered several cubic meter incubators to the ground. The incubator was silver white, with a sci-fi feel. A large pane of glass on the front allowed for a clear view of the interior. Outside, there were several silver boxes containing premium nutrient solutions specifically for the incubators. I have a feeling the rebels aren't here for new blood, but for the incubator. Maybe they are accumulating a clone army. Fang Xing activated the incubator's computer, checked it, and nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, all the basic functions are still working. As for the energy source, the energy core is inside the incubator. If there are no problems, it should be enough to operate for tens of thousands of hours. Luckily, I learned programming. After some manipulation, Fang Xing took out a test tube. Inside it was the blood he had taken earlier. If cloning were done in the main universe, it might be affected by the environment. But now, cloning in the immortal realm, the spiritual root qualities should be exactly the same, right? After dripping a drop of blood into the incubator, Fang Xing examined it intently. Through the glass, he could see that an embryo had appeared inside the incubator. Initially the size of a pinhead, it had now grown to the size of a sesame seed, and the nutrient solution consumption had reached an alarming level. Let's just ripen it. Fang Xing set up another program. If they wanted to thrive, they should have removed the incubator from the infant stage and placed it in social care. But Fang Xing clearly wouldn't do that. He added nutrient solution to the incubator and set it to ripening, or accelerated growth mode. In this mode, the infant grew rapidly within the incubator. In just a few days, it would resemble the young man. Of course, this kind of accelerated growth would only result in an empty shell, soulless and muddled. Fortunately, Fang Xing wanted an empty shell. If a soul and consciousness had already emerged, that would be undesirable. After all, they were meant to possess someone else's body. A human soul should be the sum of all acquired influences. A hastily matured body is definitely soulless, making it easier to possess. If it's the legendary clone army, then it would probably require consciousness infusion technology to truly reach its peak. But that would stifle potential, so wouldn't it be of much use? Although there have long been calls within the Federation for a clone army, they haven't gained much traction and will soon fade away. Simply because the cost-effectiveness is low. The cloning force consumes enormous resources, not to mention the enormous resources it consumes. Accelerated growth would stifle the inherent spirituality of life, significantly reducing the chances of achieving martial saint, martial god, or other high-level professions. Fang Xing waited silently, watching the embryos in the incubator gradually develop, from the size of a sesame seed to the size of a pearl, then an orange, an apple. A tiny baby appeared, curled up in a ball, immersed in nutrient solution. Then, it began to grow again. 1 year, 2 years, until it was around 16, when it finally stopped. I've taken as much nutrient solution as I could. I didn't expect this stock would only allow me to clone 9 more. Fang Xing's face darkened as he checked the consumption. The nutrient solution in the incubator was specially formulated, and he had taken quite a bit this time. After all, after the bronze ring had been equipped with a chamber, there was still some space left. Then, let's begin. Fang Xing reached out and stroked the chamber, finally making up his mind. He chanted the great Sun Tathagata mantra, and the image of the great Vajra bull-headed Vajra king emerged from his mind. The celestial mother Mingfei emerged, transformed into the twin Vajra guardians. Possess, Fang Xing thought. The celestial guardian smiled faintly, and like a spirit possessing a body, it passed through the thick glass and merged with a young man in the incubator. Is this possession? What a wonderful feeling, because the guardian and the original were in perfect harmony. Fang Xing could sense that the clone's resistance was completely absent. The guardian easily succeeded in possessing the body. After all, a newborn couldn't have any thoughts or ideas. With a swish. Soon, the incubator opened. A young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stepped out, donning the ancient robes that had been prepared long ago. Is this what it feels like to incarnate? Fang Xing savored this novel feeling, as if it had gained another perspective. This body has been tested with a spirit testing talisman, and it possesses a gold-type spiritual root. After all, everything is happening in the world of immortal cultivation. The variables are controlled, so the outcome shouldn't change much. He didn't examine the clone closely, but instead thought. 3 seconds later, a flash of silver light appeared. Fang Xing's original form had vanished. Xingfu Garden Community. Fang Xing's form materialized out of thin air, and he touched his brow. Thanks to the Guardian's telepathic connection, he could actually see his avatar adjusting the incubation chamber, cloning the second and third spiritual root geniuses. Great. This way. I won't have to travel to the immortal cultivation realm so frequently. Running back and forth is too risky and easily exposed. Now that my original form is in the main universe, it's convenient for my avatar to take care of matters in the immortal cultivation realm. Chapter 112 College Entrance Examination. June 7th. The sky was clear and cloudless. Yucai High School. Seniors emerged from the exam room, some with faces of dejection, others with trepidation. Fang Xing, the last big question, Yucai, her face trembling, tried to check her answers. Regarding the translation of Yuzhulu, I think the original meaning should be. Fang Xing smiled faintly and gave the standard answer. Oh no. I made a mistake. Bai Lang, overhearing, couldn't help but look disheartened. Oh no, I forgot to add that part. Yucai's face also paled. How did you do the penultimate question? I think. A group of students gathered together, their faces growing increasingly grim, slowly becoming a dejected army. The liberal arts exam questions for this year's college entrance exam were incredibly difficult. Fang Xing was the only one who remained calm. After all, having reached the 4th level of martial arts cultivation and developed spiritual powers, any professional would have banged their heads against a small question like this one. Ding ding. Suddenly, a call arrived on his phone. Opening it, it was from Song Jingang. Hello. Little Song, are you here to check answers with me too? Fang Xing answered, smiling. Boss, are you kidding? Do we even need to check answers? I was wondering when you're leaving for Blue Star so we can go together, Song Jingang asked. Yeah, it's on our way, Fang Xing nodded. Song Jingang came from a family of scholars and was preparing to take the entrance exam for Blue Star Public Security University, so his destination would also be Blue Star. Okay, I'll buy a ticket for tomorrow. The seat and flight are. We'll be together then, he said a few words, then inquired, you're so confident about the martial arts exam this afternoon? Boss, I'll be honest. I've been practicing hard this past year and finally broke through to the 4th realm, Song Jingang chuckled. I'll take the Blue Star University entrance exam first. If I don't get in, I'll go to Blue Star Public Security University. Breakthrough, huh? Fang Xing thought about it and felt it was normal. If it weren't for him, Song Jingang would be the true leader of Young Eagle Star. His aptitude was self-evident. A year ago, the other party was already at the Jade Realm. After a year of hard training, he should have broken through. Maybe there's some giant company or private individual offering funding and subsidies. If there are any rare resources, breaking through would be even easier. Fang Xing pondered quietly before hanging up the phone. The Blue Star Federation's college entrance examination lasts only one day. In the morning, there's the liberal arts exam, and all the papers must be completed within a few hours. In the afternoon, there's the martial arts exam. On the playground, Fang Xing looked at the massive warehouse that had been airlifted in and couldn't help but take a deep breath. What a grand undertaking! This was the simulation exam warehouse, containing a large number of holographic simulation chambers. They were very valuable, so many members of the Prevention and Control Bureau and the Public Security Bureau were patrolling it, their eyes sharp. This exam uses the Federation's latest holographic simulation chamber. It's said to have a 99% fidelity level, enough to simulate most martial arts concepts. In a flash, Xiaolong approached Fang Xing. Go for as many points as you can on this college entrance exam, the higher the better. Whether I can achieve the martial arts golden cord depends on you. He had damaged his spiritual essence in the battle with the Eye of the Moon and needed a Source C-class healing chamber to recover. After retiring, Xiaolong taught at Yucai High School, accumulating considerable merit and contributions. Adding the honor of educating a top-tier university student, he was sure to qualify. This is just the unified exam, there are school exams later. Fang Xing rolled his eyes and asked, "Teacher, what score do you think we need to aim for?" Xiaolong thought for a moment. The college entrance exam has a score of 1,000 for liberal arts and 1,000 for martial arts, so the total score is 2,000. The cutoff scores for previous universities have generally been 900 for liberal arts and 600 for martial arts, which means a total of 1,500. This is the cutoff for the most common universities. For top universities, you'll need at least 1,800, and for top universities, it's a bit harder to say. After all, there are various bonus points. Awakening top-level superpowers, or showing special talent in mechas, potions, or scientific research all offer bonus points. Especially scientific talent. The bonus is the biggest. Metropilots mechas, the research of secret realms, the development of various high-tech weapons and potions, all require scientific researchers. Therefore, those with true scientific talent have bonus points and special admissions policies, and don't have to risk their lives to become martial artists. The holographic simulation chamber will scan your entire body data and give you a basic score. Then you'll face opponents one by one, and each time you defeat one, you'll get extra points. In short, try your best to make it to the end. Xiaolong patted Fang Xing's shoulder. Lu Guangming had also arrived at the playground at this time. He scanned the entire venue, lingering on Fang Xing for a moment, with a hint of anticipation. The exam begins. Candidates enter in an orderly manner. Under the guidance of the specially appointed invigilator, Fang Xing and other candidates walked into the huge warehouse and saw a row of silver white pods, similar to incubation pods, lying side by side. He found his pod number, checked it, swiped his student's ID to open the pod door, and lay down directly. The virtual chamber closed, and the surroundings suddenly became silent and dark, with a hint of coldness. A silver blue light flashed, sweeping across Fang Xing's entire body. A series of mechanical sounds echoed in his ears. Beep. Cyborg number WX18,829,649. Certified professional martial artist. Candidate number 4JD7WJ50HBW6. Your exam is about to begin. Perfect physical condition. No hidden injuries. Excellent rating. No federal banned drugs used. Physical fitness. Excellent rating. Overall rating. S. Your basic score. 400. The actual combat assessment is about to begin. Note, any damage you suffer in the virtual world is negated. Please choose your opponent. Warrior. Can I only choose warrior? If I were a psychic or a metropilot, maybe I could have three options: warrior, metropilot, or psychic. Fang Xing had no choice but to choose warrior. Random virtual battlefield generated. As the mechanical sound echoed, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. When he reappeared, he was already on a lush green grassland. Opposite him stood a warrior, his back a tiger, waist a bee, legs a mantis, skin as translucent as jade, muscles as strong as iron. Suddenly, with a roar, he charged. Bang! Fang Xing raised his right palm, easily catching the blow. Perfection in the first realm? Who is this opponent looking down upon? He exerted a slight force, and the warrior was forced back repeatedly. His arm cracked under the weight, and it was actually broken. The injury is less serious than I expected. Is it because of the force-absorbing effect of jade skin and mysterious flesh? Fang Xing yawned and casually slashed with his hand. With a flash of the blade, the opponent's head flew high. Not even jade skin and mystical flesh could stop the blade's glare. Pass the first level, get 100 bonus points. Now begins the second level. A random virtual battlefield has been generated. A mechanical sound echoed, and this time, it was in an ancient temple. Across from him, a broken monk, his muscles bulging, veins slithering like a python, wielding a wrathful iron staff. He roared with a maddened expression, his staff hurling down like a torrential downpour. Second realm perfection, willow tendons and steel bones, and, this is an A-level martial art, the crazy staff technique. Fang Xing had a rough idea. The opponent in each level was likely a representative of that realm's perfection. Even a second-level warrior in the Federation could learn A-level martial arts. But this guy's crazy staff technique has already reached the highest level, right? In other words, at least to the mastery level. His eyelids twitched, knowing that this opponent, with the exception of himself, would be crushed to death by a single blow from every single one of the Yucai High School seniors. No second blow would be needed. This college entrance exam is quite difficult, Fang Xing sighed, reaching out his hand and catching the cloud of staffs. Boom! A dull sound, like leather being struck by broken leather, suddenly erupted. He extended and retracted his hand, unexpectedly snatching the iron rod. The reckless monk across from him roared and charged forward fearlessly, his shoulders, elbows, fists, kicks, and even his teeth becoming deadly weapons. A-level martial arts, crazy 18 strikes. Fang Xing casually lashed out with his rod, shattering the reckless monk's skull. Past the second level, 100 bonus points. Now starting the third level. A random virtual battlefield has been generated. The mechanical voice echoed again. Only 100 bonus points? Same as before, but exams are like that. After a certain score, even a single point or two becomes difficult. Fang Xing thought indifferently, I already have 600 points in martial arts. Is that enough for college? When Gu Yun takes the college entrance exam, I can't say for sure about her skills, but her realm is at least a rough gem. The gatekeeper of this level can only be at the second level of perfection. Even if her martial arts skills are slightly inferior, she can slowly grind them down with her realm. This is a potential university student. As he pondered, the scene shifted again, and he appeared in the ruins of a city. The gatekeeper of the third level should be at the level of uncut jade perfection. As for martial arts skills, uncut jade warriors of the Blue Star Federation are qualified to learn S-rank martial arts. Whether they succeed is another matter, but it's certainly possible. Fang Xing's expression grew slightly solemn. Bang! At that moment, a wall within the ruins exploded, revealing a black-clad swordsman. True ki emanated from him, faintly converging into the form of a deity. In his hand lay a 3-foot-long black sword, seemingly absorbing even the surrounding light. The sword swung like a dragon, a soaring immortal, unparalleled in the world, imbued with the power of the true martial demon subduing sword. S-rank martial art, the true martial demon subduing sword. The sword's light surged, like a black dragon, charging towards Fang Xing with lightning speed. But then, like a raging wave crashing against a reef, the air of sword energy shattered, revealing a massive hand radiating golden light. Fang Xing flicked his finger, sending the pitch-black sword soaring high into the air. Then, with a light tap, his finger struck the black-clad swordsman between his eyebrows. A bright red spot appeared between his eyebrows, and he fell backwards. Chapter 113 Bonus Points. Past the third level, 200 bonus points. A mechanical notification chimed in. Fang Xing gazed at the changing environment, lost in thought. If Song Jinggang hasn't broken through yet, he might not even be able to clear this level's gatekeeper, but he should be able to score over 100 points. Of course, passing a level like this isn't mandatory to earn points. Performing well, displaying more combat skills and intelligence, will earn you points. Of course, only by defeating the gatekeeper can you earn full points. The rules of martial arts are that simple and straightforward. I've already got 800 points in martial arts, right? If I do better in liberal arts, over 900, and persevere a little longer in the next level, I'll have over 1,800 points, which puts me above the cutoff for a top university. It seems there's a difference between universities in the Federation, and the gap is quite large. After all, a cutoff of 1,600 would typically qualify for Jade Realm universities. After graduation, with hard work, They can achieve certified professionals, meaning they've broken through the 4th level of martial arts. But starting at top universities, the cutoff is completely different. Only the most exceptional uncut Jade Realm warriors and those at the Brave and Spirit Realm could reach the threshold. A top-tier university? Could it be that only martial artists are admitted, and the only thing they'll get out of is a martial arts golden elixir? Fang Xing took a deep breath, sensing the intense heat all around him. The place he now stood on had transformed into a desert, the scorching sun scorching the surrounding space, causing it to seem faintly distorted. Amidst the yellow sands, a figure in white stood, his eyes gleaming like the morning stars. The 4th gatekeeper has reached the perfect Brave and Spirit Realm. Does the Federation believe no candidate can defeat him? As Fang Xing pondered this, his Niwen palace stirred, and he seemed to see a massive golden mountain bearing down upon him. This was the oppression of a martial arts realm, even the towering and imposing golden mountain. This martial arts realm alone surpassed countless Federation martial artists. From Fang Xing's Niwen palace, the faint roars of dragons and tigers echoed, accompanied by the roars of dragons and elephants, brimming with fervent fighting spirit. Blades and swords, each with unparalleled savagery, soared into the sky. Although he could use the great Sun Tathagata mantra to ignore these intruding evils, Fang Xing instinctively held back. Empowered by the power of the 6 realms of mind, he instantly freed himself from the oppression of his martial arts will and saw the figure in white. With a single leap, as if shrinking the earth to an inch and leaping across space, the other person arrived before him. His palm, white as jade, crushed the heavens with a single blow. S-rank martial art, Great Vajra Hand. Pale golden lines appeared around Fang Xing, as if he were wearing a soft armor resembling a golden jade robe. He energized the dragon elephant art to its fullest potential, clashing his fingers and striking forward with a punch. Bang! Their fists and palms collided, sending both the men retreating almost simultaneously. Fang Xing swung his arm, watching the figure in white surge with wind and clouds, his clothes rustling as the powerful wind effortlessly dissipated his own strength. He knew the other person had also cultivated a physical training technique, perhaps even reaching a similarly high level. It seems to be wind and cloud body. This bodybuilding technique is best at dissipating force, known as the best. He felt his blood boiling. An opponent is hard to find, especially one this good, representing the pinnacle of the courage realm. Even in this virtual space, even death wouldn't hurt him. With such excellent conditions, it would be a shame not to test what I've learned. Fang Xing formed his right hand into a knife-like shape and slashed casually. A staggering flash of blade light shot up into the sky, parting the yellow sand on both sides like a giant wave. Ghostly blade, slay ghosts and gods. After a year of diligent training, he had already cultivated the ghostly blade and the extreme emotion sword to the master level. Their blades shone with a chilling coldness, their power incomparable. The white-clothed figure's feet seemed to tread on the waves, his body twisting and turning 9 times, and he actually dodged the endless blade light one by one. His movement was so exquisite that even Fang Xing would be ashamed of himself. Seeing the white-clothed figure approaching, Fang Xing formed his fingers into a sword with his other hand, and unleashed the extreme emotion sword like mercury pouring down the ground. This sword technique was renowned for its exquisitely varied moves, and in Fang Xing's hands it was even more masterful, each blade of sword energy emanating from an incredible angle. Even so, the white-clad figure's fingers, plucking and tapping like the strings of a zither, managed to disperse the sword energy. The two figures collided, sending countless yellow sand soaring and engulfing the entire space. Ha! Suddenly, Fang Xing let out another long roar, abandoning his sword and switching to fists and kicks. He felt his martial will unleash as never before. This opponent was truly formidable, a force comparable to his own, skilled in defense and difficult to kill with a single blow. He must have seen the same in his opponent's eyes. This allowed him to unleash all his usual techniques, testing them in actual combat. This single battle alone made Fang Xing realize many of his shortcomings. I used to be too arrogant. I thought I was unbeatable in the courage realm, but I never expected there's always someone better, so, I haven't reached my peak yet. Fang Xing felt that not only had the flaws in his fists, kicks, and swordsmanship been addressed, but his own martial arts realm had also been greatly elevated in this clash of martial wills. Suddenly, he felt the white-clad figure across from him change his aura. His face flushed crimson, and his aura suddenly surged. You even have a self-harming explosive technique, he cursed, his eyes flashing with a golden light, the power of the great Vajra Prajna imbued. Bang, bang, Bang! The two men exchanged blows, making the air resonate with explosions. Fang Xing felt the force of each of his punches being absorbed and dissipated by the opponent's fungi and Mian body. He was startled. This bodybuilding martial art truly deserves its reputation as the ultimate in force dissipation. Blood-splitting life-stop technique. Second stage, sensing Fang Xing's aura waning, the white-clad figure finally spoke, uttering his first words. His skin crimson, beads of blood oozing out, his aura suddenly surged again. Kill! Fang Xing's eyes gleamed brightly, no longer concealing their power. His great Vajraprajna power erupted once more. This time, it was master-level great Vajraprajna power, amplified twice. Boom! Amidst an explosion even more ferocious than before, a figure flew out, spilling blood in its wake. It was Fang Xing. He retreated dozens of meters, staring at the man in white. A claw mark suddenly appeared on his chest. It resembled a tiger's claw, seemingly denting his chest. It was the embryonic form of the subduing tiger domain. Fang Xing had diligently cultivated for so many years. Even with few resources, he could still gradually increase his proficiency through daily practice, albeit a little slowly. But before the college entrance exam, reaching mastery in the great Vajraprajna power and then increasing his proficiency in the subduing tiger posture to 200 would be no problem at all. Sure enough, I still prefer realm suppression, Fang Xing muttered. The man in white was, at best, at the peak of courage. Limited by the rules, he couldn't possess domain-like powers. But he had already begun to touch upon the dragon realm and the subduing tiger realm. Both realms now took shape and could even unleash some of their power. Roar! Around him, a faint dragon rose, its scales and claws visible. Whoosh! The wind howled, carrying a shockingly powerful aura. Clouds from the dragon, winds from the tiger. With a thought, Fang Xing conjured up the phantoms of a dragon and a tiger toward the man in white. 4th level passed, 200 bonus points, total martial arts score of 1000, I got a perfect score, Fang Xing muttered. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared, the 5th level assessment begins. Please persevere, the 5th level, that is, the completion of the exterior scene. The mastery of the realm, Fang Xing was startled to find himself standing on the deck of a warship, the galaxy and universe above him. Across from him stood a bald warrior, holding a pitch-black sword. He slashed, sending streaks of azure-white lightning into the air, forming a purgatory of thunder. This wasn't some spiritual will or illusion, it was actual lightning. Potent enough to kill. Under the pressure of the thunderous hell, any martial arts realm, any rudimentary realm, any exquisite technique, all burst like soap bubbles. Enveloped in the boundless prison of thunder, Fang Xing's masterful dragon elephant art only allowed him to hold out for a few more breaths than an ordinary person. His gold and jade garment melted away by the lightning, followed by his skin, sinews, and bones. Failed the 5th level assessment, received 44 bonus points, and this assessment is over. Sure enough, holding out for a few breaths earns points. But does that mean a martial artist has achieved perfection in the field? Fang Xing took a deep breath. Why do I feel so much stronger than Xiaolong? Has Xiaolong been hiding, or is he injured? It's over. He opened his eyes, saw the simulator open, and walked out. Everyone's been waiting for you. What level did you reach? Xiaolong's eyes lit up when he saw Fang Xing emerge, and he stepped forward to ask. The 5th level should have a score of 1044, right? Isn't the martial arts exam out to 1000? Is it possible to exceed that? Fang Xing asked curiously. How much? 1044. Xiaolong's breathing became heavy, and then he broke into a wide grin, a wild laugh. Ho ha ho ha. I knew you were something special, but I never imagined you'd score this high. This gives me a good chance of getting into a top-tier university, and my martial arts path has hope again. What? A flash of golden light appeared, and Lu Guangming arrived beside Xiaolong. He looked at Fang Xing. You actually made it to the 5th level. He was well aware of the difficulty of the gatekeepers. Each one was at the limit of their current realm. Forget about Fang Xing, even Xiaolong would be dead in the 5th level, and he could only withstand 3 sword strikes at most. Congratulations, Fang Xing. After understanding the situation, Lu Guangming looked at Fang Xing with a complicated expression. Even if the admission standards of top-notch universities are high and difficult, they will not reject a student who can kill through the first 4 levels in the courage realm. My friend, you will have a bright future on your way to Blue Star. The principal's words are quite nice, but isn't he a bit too forceful? I still have a few cards up my sleeve. Fang Xing was dealing with his teacher and classmates while checking his attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 18. Occupation, martial artist. Fourth realm, courage, 192. 200, 12 military fist styles. 56/400, master, big dragon posture. 311/400, master, subduing tiger posture. 201/400, master, ghostly blade. 3/400, master, extreme love sword. 6/400, master, dragon elephant skill. 133 out of 400, master, great Vajraprajna power. 1/100, proficient, great Suntathagata mantra. 13/200, master, Cheyenne Mage golden lotus twin guardian book. 1/100, proficient, gate of the heavens, charging. It's been about 2 years since I traveled through time. Have I made it this far? The unified college entrance examination is over, and my youth is over too. No, I still have a long life ahead of me, and I will always be young. Chapter 114 Results. Young Eagle Planet. Space Center. Fang Xing, wearing sunglasses, stepped out of the hovercar, pulling a suitcase. Little Fang, you'll have a bright future this time, Teacher Lan Fei said goodbye with a smile. After the college entrance exam, she no longer had any obligation to accompany Fang Xing, and she felt a sense of relief. However, thinking of those missions brought a tinge of regret. Thank you, teacher. Fang Xing stepped forward and leaned close to Lan Fei's ear, as if for a kiss. In reality, he whispered softly, a voice only Lan Fei could hear, Teacher, you don't want your secret to be known, do you? Seeing Lan Fei's face, filled with shock, panic, and then a quick cover-up, Fang Xing burst into laughter and walked through the security gate. How did he know? Lan Fei stared at Fang Xing's back, covering her mouth with her hands, her heart filled with horror. As the only space station on Young Eagle Planet, security was the strictest, with experts even stationed in the terminal at all times. Fang Xing passed through security and entered the terminal, appearing remarkably relaxed. His earlier teasing of Lan Fei had been a minor joke, to prevent her from becoming complacent about being a spy by his side. Even, develop her into my spy? No, I don't need that, as a price for keeping her secret. All I need is a little reminder from her at a crucial moment in the future. He found a seat, ready to enjoy a drink. Boss, here, a bearded middle-aged man waved excitedly, drawing glances from those nearby. But now, in the interstellar age, a simple genetic surgery could grant you centuries of life. People had grown accustomed to seeing white-haired old men and women calling young people uncle, and, or even grandpa and grandma. Song Jinggang, you're here too? Fang Xing approached Song Jinggang, taking in his overly mature face and feeling a sense of empathy. This kid is growing up a little too fast. Yet, boss, how did you do on the test? Song Jinggang seemed a little frustrated. I checked my answers, and I think I could only get 950 points in the liberal arts exam. I was a little unlucky in the martial arts exam, and I got knocked out by that gatekeeper in the 4th round, so I only got 99 points, which adds up to 899 points, so it looks like your total score is 1,849, which is a sure thing for a top university. No, you have extra points for your superpowers. Fang Xing became interested. How much? General low-level superpowers don't give any extra points, but my Vajra body is a top-level superpower, so it should have a score of 50 or 100, right? Song Jinggang replied proudly. Such a big fluctuation. Fang Xing was a little surprised. These bonus points aren't calculated into the total score. They're awarded during the school entrance exam, depending on how much the university is willing to give. For example, a university with a strong psychic focus might give me a bit more, allowing me to get into the department. But if it's a university like Blue Star University, 50 points is the most they'll give. Song Jinggang's face was tinged with trepidation. I wonder what the top-tier score is this year. I hope it's not 1900 for Blue Star University, or I'll cry. Only by passing the university's scoreline can one qualify for the entrance exam. Fang Xing, sitting here, naturally felt confident. Song Jinggang, on the other hand, was simply relieved because he had a safety net. But he was still hoping for more. Speaking of which, boss, have your results come out yet? Song Jinggang's eyes lit up. By the way, boss, are you leaving so hastily? Are you thinking you'll do well, and want to go directly to Blue Star to avoid all the hassles? Yes, That's also a consideration, Fang Xing admitted frankly. His college entrance exam results might be a bit scary, so it would be best to leave for Blue Star as soon as possible. On Blue Star, such a small matter would be nothing. It's not out yet, but I think it'll be soon. The grading in the interstellar era is actually quite fast. After a day, the rankings might be finalized later. Regardless, it should be out today. Oh? What's your martial arts score, boss? Song Jinggang's eyes rolled. He had already reached the 4th realm, and his Jinggang body's defenses were renowned for being impenetrable to those of his level. If 1044, Fang Xing hadn't kept it a secret, nor could he have. It wouldn't be long before everyone knew what they needed to know, and what they shouldn't. Hush. Just pretend I didn't ask. Song Jinggang immediately became obedient, sitting down and surfing the internet. Haha. You don't even know the full score for martial arts is 1000, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a candidate? Fang Xing and Song Jinggang's conversation was heard by a stylishly dressed young couple across from them. The man scoffed and looked at Song Jinggang again. A man this old, pretending to be a candidate? I'm not pretending. No, I'm not an old man, Song Jinggang replied sullenly. The stylish woman next to him, scrolling through her phone, suddenly spoke up. Gaokao results are out. First place on Young Eagle Star, Fang Xing, total score, 2030. What? Isn't the total score only 2000? The young man's eyes widened. Meanwhile, Fang Xing was also checking a text message. Candidate Fang Xing, test number 4JD7WJ50HBW6, total score for liberal arts. 986, total score for martial arts. 1044, total Gaokao score. 2030, ranking, first on Young Eagle Star, first in the Black Mountain Galaxy, 7th in the Blue Star Federation. Boss, you're first, and 7th in the Federation. Wow, Song Jinggang looked on, his face brimming with envy. Isn't it just like getting into any top-tier university you want? There are actually 6 people ahead of me. Fang Xing was slightly surprised. Did they do better in liberal arts, or do they get some special bonus points? As for martial arts? That was practically out of the question. He had already reached the limit for his peers. The difference in total scores between first and second place is huge. Second place scored 1,849, a difference of almost 200 points. The man and woman across from them started discussing. This year's college entrance exam produced a true genius. Huh? That second place candidate looks so old, haha. They glanced at the avatars on the screen, then suddenly looked at Song Jinggang, their laughter stifled again. You guys can laugh. I'm used to it, Song Jinggang replied muffledly. Are you really Fang Xing? Can you sign an autograph for me? The fashionable woman glanced at Fang Xing, who was wearing sunglasses, and hesitantly handed over a note. Of course, Fang Xing quickly signed his name and handed it back to the other party. He then asked Song Jinggang beside him, I'm now considered one of the most talented people in the human race. Do you think any followers of the evil gods will attack me? Lest I rise in the future and bring them heavy damage. Song Jinggang rolled his eyes, speechless. Genius is not worth much? The college entrance examination is held only once a year, and there are always top scorers. Besides, you're not first, only 7th. Moreover, no matter how talented you are, can you rise to the heights of the extraterritorial evil gods? The evil gods' followers really focus on those with extraordinary scientific talent, those who can single-handedly advance an entire field of research. The implication was that even if Fang Xing were to ascend to the martial saint or martial god on the future, the impact on the overall situation of the race would be limited. You make a lot of sense. That puts my mind at ease. Fang Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Song Jinggang rolled his eyes. Boss, what do you think this place is? This is a space center. There are not many places in the entire Eagle Star with a higher security level than this. As for Blue Star, it goes without saying. That is the hometown of all mankind. Even the evil god from outside the domain may not be able to run wild there. Yeah, that's the truth. Fang Xing nodded in agreement. Just as he was chatting with Song Jinggang, the communicator was also beeping frantically. Obviously, the announcement of the college entrance examination results caused an uproar on the entire Eagle Star. Yucai High School. Ha ha ha, Lu Guangming laughed very happily. I don't think anyone dares to say that the students I teach are not good. This is not an internal ranking of Eagle Star, but the first in Montenegro. 7th in the Federation. It's all because of the principal's good leadership. Xia Long was standing next to him, also smiling. Lu Guangming said, "After this, I might be forced to take a step forward." "Xia Long, why don't you take this position? In most high schools, principals are only around the perimeter anyway." "Principal, please spare me. I could discipline those brats, but being buried in paperwork all day is a real hassle. Besides, I'd like to apply for a Yuanhei level treatment chamber. If all goes well, I'll probably go back to the battlefield." Xia Long, his expression resolute, thought to himself. "You, sigh," Lu Guangming sighed, blowing on the steam from his thermos. "Why bother? People, sometimes you just can't be so stubborn. Look, even though I'm a martial arts giant, I'm still pretty content as the principal of a small high school, aren't I?" Xia Long rolled his eyes. "Are you just lying down? You're giving up on yourself." "Qian, how many points did you get?" In a high-rise residential building, two middle-aged men and women looked at their daughter checking her scores, their faces filled with anxiety. "Total score of 1,499. There's no hope." Qian looked up, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. The federal university admission score has always been around 1,600 points in previous years. With this score, there's no hope at all. To put it cruelly, she doesn't even qualify to take the school entrance exam. "My dear daughter, don't be afraid. Daddy has already arranged everything. Let's go to the logistics department first." "It's only 10 years, the middle-aged man spoke to comfort her, and the woman next to him had tears in her eyes. "Federal military service lasts for 10 years. It's very cruel for every adult. Especially for cyborgs." Glorious Jing Mansion. 2030, first in Young Eagle, first in Black Mountain. Gu Yun looked at the screen, her fingers had already touched the communicator, but she retracted them. "Xiao Yun, why don't you call to celebrate?" The gentle-looking Mother Gu came over, setting down a cup of dessert. A kind smile crossed her face. "I knew Xiao Feng was amazing. Now it seems he's more than amazing. Your dad barely made it back then. Nothing compared to this guy, never mind. He must be very busy right now. I'll wait." Gu Yun jumped out the window. "I'm going to practice my sword skills some more." "Eat your dessert before you do that." Mother Gu looked in Gu Yun's direction, a somewhat helpless smile on her face. In a luxury car, Teacher Lan Fei was on the phone with Yin Huanzhen. Here's what happened. Fang Xing chose to leave Young Eagle Star and head directly to Blue Star. He's clearly very confident in his grades. Okay, on the other side of the screen, Yin Huanzhen was still playing games. That's it, it's a pity Fang Xing will never know what he missed out on by refusing. Lan Fei adjusted her glasses, her mind reminiscing about his final farewell. He knows, if Yin Huanzhen is planning revenge on him, shouldn't I let him know? Is that his intention? The college entrance exam results are out. Yin Huanzhen suddenly put down the game he was playing, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. He glanced at it briefly, as if he had seen something interesting. "Do you want to know my results?" "Young master's talent is unparalleled," Lan Fei said quickly. "I only scored 2,000, Yin Huanzhen waved his hand. "But that Fang Xing, his total score was 2,030. No wonder he refused to be recruited. He's a genius among geniuses, and we set low standards. Now, I'm really regretting this." "What?" Lan Fei was surprised. Fang Xing's college entrance exam scores were excellent. She wouldn't be surprised if he even ranked first on Young Eagle Star. But surpassing Yin Huanzhen? How could that be possible? In space, two spaceships drifted alone. Liu Wei stood by the transparent window, gazing towards Young Eagle Star. "What?" Missing home, the genius came over with 2 cups of coffee, handing Liu Wei one. They were currently traveling by spaceship to a planet controlled by the Resistance. To avoid the Blue Star Federation, they were taking the most remote routes, and wormholes were out of the question. The long journey and the loneliness of the universe could easily drive one mad. Many members of the Resistance chose to enter hibernation pods and sleep all the way to their destination. Liu Wei was one of the few who could endure, diligently practicing martial arts and eating the bland, nutritious meals on the ship. He took his coffee and took a sip. "Once, I desperately wanted to escape from there. I saw it as a cage, a place that shackled my physical and mental freedom. But now that I'm gone, I'm kind of missing it." "You admit it, you admit it," the genius cheered, then spoke into his headset. 10,000 star dollars, you centipedes, don't even think about getting away from it. How dare you gamble with me?" Liu Wei grabbed the genius by the collar. I still haven't settled the score with you for last time. Wait, I'm a non-combatant. Don't be so rude. The genius raised his hands in surrender. I have something good to show you. What? Liu Wei took the screen. A little suspicious. Alice. The monotonous, unchanging travel makes it easy to lose track of time. Now the Gaokao is over, and the latest results are in. The genius winked. Don't you want to take a look? Liu Wei's hands trembled. Gaokao. This had always been his dream. When he was young, he even thought that as long as he got into any university, no matter which one, he would be satisfied. But the result was like this. It can only be said that reality is often more bizarre and twisted than fiction, because fiction requires logic, but reality requires none. If I hadn't left, it would have been this class. I wonder how many points I'd have gotten, maybe over 1,600. Liu Wei opened the messages one after another and was suddenly stunned. Fang Xing's total score, 2030? First on Young Eagle Planet, first in the Black Mountain System, 7th in the Federation? With that kind of score, he can get into top-tier university, right? Definitely a sure thing. Your classmate is truly amazing. The genius nodded frantically. The instructor was blind back then. If I had known earlier, I should have prioritized this one. Liu Wei sighed deeply, and scenes from their time working together seemed to resurface before his eyes. Axing, congratulations. He turned and strode towards the training room. I'm going to double the training today. Space Center, let's go. As it turned out, Song Jinggang wasn't a pessimist. Fang Xing and him waited until the spaceship check-in, and nothing unusual happened. A gray-black spaceship, resembling a flying saucer, ignited and took off, directly out of Young Eagle Planet's atmosphere. Fang Xing took one last look and saw a gray-blue planet that kept getting smaller in his sight until it finally disappeared. Chapter 115 Spiritual Route. Space travel is long and tedious, especially after the initial novelty wears off. When Fang Xing grew tired of the monotonous scenery outside the window, he retreated to his cabin and opted for seclusion. While he called it seclusion, he was actually just lying around, his consciousness passing through the gate of the heavens, revealing another self, the world of immortal cultivation. The underground camp. This secret technique is truly miraculous. It can even allow my true self and my clone to communicate, even across two worlds. The immortal clone, with its sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, suddenly opened its eyes. He was now lying in a pool of blood. This pool was enchanting, sinister, and looked particularly eerie. But I feel it's mainly thanks to the gate of the heavens. It's like a super signal tower, connecting my clone and my true self. So it's the golden finger that's doing the trick. Fang Xing stood up, climbed out of the pool, and casually pointed. A surge of mana erupted, transforming into a simple exorcism spell, and retrieved a silver sphere. The nano-protective suit was immediately donned, transforming into a long, silver-white robe. This clone technique is quite good, but it's a shame it can only create one guardian deity. Otherwise, I could create 8 or 10 clones, and then I'd be truly invincible. He shook his head, a hint of regret. After all, the name of this secret technique was Twin Guardian Elements of Heavenly Mother's Mighty Golden Lotus. If he wanted to obtain a second clone, he'd probably have to reintroduce it into the Great Sun Furnace and derive a technique like 3 Lives Guardian Elements. Fortunately, one is enough for now. Fang Xing picked up a spirit testing talisman. His body had already been tested and revealed a gold-type spiritual root. The reason for the test was, of course, that after cultivating his mana, he immediately began practicing the blood sacrifice secret technique of Master Wanfa, daily refining and improving his spiritual roots. By today, all the consumables had been used up. After a slight infusion of mana, the soul-testing talisman transformed into a beam of light and descended upon him. Almost instantly, a golden light emerged, shooting straight above his head, reaching a height of a foot. It even stretched over a foot, perhaps reaching about 1 foot and 3 or 4 inches. The spirit testing talisman uses the color and strength of spiritual energy to determine spiritual root talent. I only have one color, a single line natural spiritual root. My talent even surpasses that of natural spiritual roots, but it doesn't seem to have reached a certain limit. Fang Xing had originally thought that after blood sacrificing those clones, his spiritual root talent would be elevated to a higher level. However, the reality proved him wrong. While it was indeed slightly stronger than natural spiritual roots, it seemed to be limited. Is it a lack of raw materials? Or is it some innate element I'm lacking? Fang Xing was intrigued and wanted to explore. Is there definitely enough raw materials? In fact, no one in the entire cultivation world has better resources than me. They can only sacrifice blood relatives, but I'm blood sacrificing myself. Not only is there no rejection reaction, there's no karmic debt either. As for whether cultivators could achieve cloning, in Fang Xing's opinion, it was practically impossible. Most cultivators in this world specialize in combat, and are somewhat capable of healing, but biochemical research is a tough sell. At least as far as Fang Xing knew, for cultivators at the foundation establishment and core formation stages, regenerating a severed limb wasn't a difficult task. But to create something from nothing, or even a body from a single drop of blood, that could only be accomplished with a legendary miraculous elixir that could bring the dead back to life and turn flesh into bones. And that kind of elixir was highly unlikely to be found in the hands of a low-level cultivator, let alone a higher-level cultivator's life. Why trade it for a body with a natural spiritual root? For cultivators above the nascent soul stage, what did natural spiritual roots mean? Was their own life more important? If they wanted to seize a body with a natural spiritual root, they could simply search for one within their sphere of influence or among the disciples of their sect. Then, once their nascent soul had left their body, they could take over. Even those powerful demons, skilled at killing and refining magical artifacts, were completely clueless about cloning. Their expertise was completely misplaced. After all, if a nascent soul cultivator could clone themselves with a single drop of flesh and blood, then why didn't nascent soul true lords, whether righteous or demonic, prepare a single drop of their own flesh and blood as a dwelling beforehand? Instead, after their dharma bodies were destroyed, they resorted to possessing the bodies of their own outstanding disciples with natural spiritual roots. You know, possessing one's own body would definitely not cause any rejection, making it the most optimal option. The only explanation is that they simply couldn't do it. Cultivators below the spiritual transformation stage, through chance or with the aid of rare treasures, can, at great expense, conduct a single experiment, but the investment and output are disproportionate. As for those above the spiritual transformation stage, or even the legendary immortals, they might be able to manipulate fate with a wave of their hands, spawning a large number of bodies with natural spiritual roots, like clones, but for them, that's even more useless. They have more convenient means for mortals to directly obtain spiritual roots. Isn't it normal for immortals who can evoke infinite natural spiritual roots to easily create spiritual roots superior to those of natural spiritual roots? So, at a lower level, no one had better resources than me. Could this be the limit of my spiritual roots? Since that was the case, Fang Xing stopped pondering. After clearing the blood pool and the cultivation chamber, he went to a quiet room nearby and began meditating and cultivating his ki. To become a cultivator from a mortal, all you need to do is use your spiritual roots to sense the spiritual energy in the void and draw it into your body. That's all. Fang Xing was no longer a cultivator at the first level of ki training. From the moment he first began practicing, he sensed an endless supply of golden spiritual energy from the void, rushing to absorb into his body. Then, ki training levels 1, 2, 3, it was as easy as eating and drinking water. Today, after a brief meditation session, he had already broken through to the 4th level. As for any bottlenecks, he hadn't felt a single whim. Rumor has it, cultivators with natural spiritual roots don't experience any bottlenecks before reaching Danjin, and it's true. As someone with exceptional spiritual roots, even superior to those with natural spiritual roots, it's only natural that I'm cultivating so quickly. Fang Xing produced a pale golden jade slip and began to carefully comprehend it. The technique he was currently practicing, called gold transformation technique, was an ordinary gold-attributed cultivation technique, once compiled by Master Wanfa. Its only advantage was its completeness, explaining everything from the first level of ki training to the perfect foundation building stage, and even how to break through to Danjin. As for its power and accompanying magical powers, it was merely average, with no sword techniques at all. This thought left Fang Xing feeling a bit depressed. Master Wanfa possesses mixed spiritual roots, and his primary cultivation technique is the Hununju. My natural spiritual roots are unsuitable for this. I remember there was a King Suan sect disciple who went with Old Ghost Long and Suya to kill the King Iron Bull. His swordsmanship was incredibly sharp, clearly cultivating a gold-attributed sword technique. But back then, to show off, and because immortal cultivation items were of no use to me, I only took Old Ghost Long's storage bag as a token of my appreciation. If that young man's sword technique existed, it should be in Suyu's possession. Fang Xing secretly noted this. Immortal cultivators with gold spiritual roots are naturally suited to combat, especially those who cultivate swordsmanship. Therefore, he still wanted to acquire a good sword cultivation technique, at least one that would reach the nascent soul stage. However, there was no rush, he could plan this slowly after establishing his foundation. Furthermore, although he possessed many magical instruments, only a few were currently usable. The most valuable of these was the magical hairpin he named the Flying Phoenix hairpin, which he certainly couldn't use at the moment. There's also the One Hoding, a great opportunity for Master Wanfa, which he's still exploring. The King Hong sword, though a second-tier spiritual weapon, has long since been rendered useless, but it's still suitable for this deity's use. Beyond that, there are various magical flying swords. Fang Xing picked up a random top-grade magical flying sword to use first. While a mid-grade flying sword would be preferable for his current key training stage, perhaps due to his gold elemental spiritual roots, he found that his energy consumption while flying a sword was minimal and regenerated quickly. Therefore, even at the 4th level of key training, he could still wield a top-grade magical flying sword. Besides that, I need to change my training location. I'm a cultivator now, and if I cultivate in a spiritual vein, my progress will be faster. Fang Xing was already pondering the issue of foundation building. Cultivators with natural spiritual roots don't encounter bottlenecks before forming a pill, so foundation building likely doesn't require a foundation building pill. Of course, if he had the chance, he'd still take one, just to be on the safe side. My body has a hidden flaw, its lifespan is naturally shorter. This is a flaw in cloning technology, equivalent to Fang Xing having already lived through more than a decade. Even without urging growth, it remained in its infantile form. But that's nothing. Once the foundation is established, life can be extended by 2 centuries. A mere loss of 10 or 20 years will be made up in due time. Fang Xing raised his hand slightly, allowing his magical power to solidify water vapor, transforming it into a water mirror. Immortal cultivators are particularly adept at the spells associated with their spiritual roots. They can still comprehend some of the other 5 elements. In the mirror, a young man in a silver shirt appeared, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, red lips, and white teeth, an indescribably heroic appearance. This body shouldn't be a problem. Is it a casual cultivator? Fang Xing pondered. As a reserve giant and ancestor, a Xianling root must be well protected in the cultivated wasteland, not risking the unborn wasteland. If such an important figure were to be lost, the sect would undoubtedly be alerted and a search would be launched, and even the giant and ancestor would intervene. Previously, no news of any important figure's disappearance had been reported in the Myriad Law's secret realm, and Master Wanfa had no memory of them. Therefore, the possibility of this person being a casual cultivator was very high. If my background is clean, I could join a giant sect after I get out. I'd gain access to resources, and I wouldn't have to go through the hassle of doing it myself, allowing me to rapidly advance. Why a giant sect? Naturally, because a Yuanying true lord in a Yuanying sect could possess a body. And giant sects only have giant cultivators, and not every giant cultivator is a genius like Master Wanfa. Thinking of Master Wanfa, Fang Xing's expression grew serious. He knew he still had a fragmented soul within the secret realm, so he had already set up surveillance. So far, everything was normal within the secret realm, with no one appearing. Ghost cultivators can't stray too far from the transformation site. And Master Wanfa's lifespan is depleted. Even if possession succeeds, how will that lifespan be calculated? Fang Xing recalled Master Wanfa's memories and felt that his final ghost infant technique was still severely flawed. If you were to truly attempt it, the outcome would likely be disastrous, with the possibility of becoming a half-human, half-ghost evil being. After contemplating this, Fang Xing stood up and subconsciously glanced at the attribute panel, only to find it was missing. Sigh, he sighed. He had known this from the moment he began possessing the body. The attribute panel could only be viewed by the original body. Could it be, this is the power of the Golden Finger, unique in all realms? Fang Xing sighed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Arrival. Half a day later. One Hoding, Fang Xing gazed at the half-human height, 3-legged, 2-handled bronze cauldron in front of him. This was the great opportunity that Master Wanfa had obtained. This cultivator, with mixed spiritual roots, had, by chance, found the One Hoding in a secret realm, enabling him to build his foundation, form his elixir, and ultimately, even reach the stage of perfect elixir formation. This cauldron is a rare treasure, immensely useful for both alchemy and weapon refinement. It can purify the materials in the first step, whether it's for elixirs or weapon refinement. Removing impurities from ores or medicines is a major challenge. Harnessing the One Hoding's transformative power virtually eliminates this step, saving countless headaches. Furthermore, using the One Hoding increases both the success rate and the yield of elixir by several times. Even more terrifying, long-term use of elixirs can lead to the accumulation of elixir toxins, but the One Hoding possesses a method for nurturing it. Simply storing elixir containing elixir toxins within the One Hoding will, over time, transform it into toxin-free, top-grade elixir. It seems that Master Wanfa, despite his initially inferior aptitude, was able to break through the realms, all thanks to his drug habit. Fang Xing had no stigma. Elixirs could compensate for lack of talent, and that was the right path to cultivation. Even martial arts, known for requiring minimal resources, required a variety of nourishing elixirs in their later stages. He closed his eyes and began silently organizing the memories he had previously digested from Master Wanfa's soul. This man's cultivation advancement relied primarily on elixirs, and as a hidden fourth-level alchemist, he had memorized a wealth of recipes. With a little organization, he had created the Wanfa Alchemy Classic, an alchemy tradition that would allow even the major sects in the wild to bludgeon people's brains out of their wits. The Wanfa Danjing, Book of All Dharma Pills, is filled with elixirs for increasing mana and breaking through bottlenecks. Just for key training cultivators, there are dozens of elixirs like essence pills, Xingyun pills, peeling yuan pills, and so on. Especially for those reaching the bottlenecks of key training from the 3rd to the 4th, and from the 6th to the 7th, there are corresponding elixirs. If it's foundation establishment or core formation stages where you need elixirs to break through bottlenecks, then that's fine. But do you even need elixirs for breaking through to the next level during the key training period? Fang Xing was about to complain. For him, breaking through realms was as easy as eating and drinking. But thinking about Master Wanfa's aptitude, he couldn't help but have a little more understanding for him. With his aptitude holding him back to this point, it's no wonder he's going to great lengths to improve his body possession technique. Xingyun Pill's main ingredient is erosion immortal grass, and we have a few other supplementary ingredients in stock. It's quite suitable for me right now. Fang Xing was planning to learn a cultivation skill, and it seemed that it was alchemy. Although Master Wanfa had dabbled in talismans and weapon refining, Fang Xing was more interested in alchemy. Firstly, with a powerful One Hoding in hand, it would be a shame not to refine alchemy. Secondly, neither talisman making nor weapon refining was as popular as alchemy, especially among talisman makers. Having spent time in Kinglan Market, Fang Xing knew that most casual cultivators who wanted to learn the craft were focused on this one, leading to a lot of internal competition. In the world of immortal cultivation, talisman makers were far inferior to alchemists in terms of status. If someone sees me as just an alchemist and thinks I'm easy to bully, I can still draw my sword and show them what sword cultivation is like. Fang Xing stroked his chin, imagining that scene, which was strangely quite exciting. As for the question of whether cultivators with gold spiritual roots could refine alchemy, most immortal cultivators were versatile. Since they could perform 5-element magic, they could naturally refine alchemy. It's just that cultivators who practice fire-attributed techniques have a bonus in controlling the furnace temperature, while cultivators who practice wood-attributed techniques have a certain advantage in identifying medicinal herbs. As long as one possesses mana and spiritual awareness, one can refine elixirs. Fang Xing reached out and touched the One Ho cauldron, thinking of the Wanfa token, which had somehow been lost and eventually found its way to Chen Yi. He had already pondered the incantation over and over, mentally rehearsing it many times. Now, with his right hand, he pressed against a bronze cauldron and silently channeled his mana. Blazing. The next moment, wisps of silver light suddenly emerged from within the cauldron. This silver light was so intense that it attracted and consumed each other, ultimately transforming into a silver flame the size of an egg. Sure enough, it can unleash the One Ho spiritual flame, Fang Xing muttered, feeling the terrifying temperature within the bronze cauldron. This One Ho spiritual flame was the key to the One Ho cauldron's ability to purify raw materials and remove impurities. Although unknown in the world of immortal cultivation, Master Wanfa considered it to be no less powerful than the renowned Sun True Fire and Moon True Fire, and even surpassing them. Furthermore, even with his elixir forming perfection, he couldn't truly incorporate this myriad transformation spirit flame into his body. According to Master Wanfa's speculation, perhaps this bronze cauldron, a rare treasure, is merely a tool used to confine and harness the myriad transformation spirit flame. Fang Xing, not caring much, warmed the furnace and took a single stalk of erosion immortal grass and dropped it into the bronze cauldron. With a crackle. The next moment, a silvery white flame surged, enveloping the myriad transformation spirit flame. Not good. Fang Xing's spiritual consciousness witnessed this scene, and he was immediately startled. I didn't control the fire properly. Sure enough, the myriad transformation spirit flame was instantly dissipated in the flames, turning into wisps of black smoke, leaving not a trace. I think I understand why casual cultivators, despite knowing the noble status of alchemists and the high sales of their elixirs, rarely dabble in alchemy, he muttered, continuing to waste the spiritual medicine. There wasn't much else to do in this untamed land, so the various herbs within the savage jungle were a sure thing. All they had to do was set a few targets and have the drones pick them. Furthermore, since the Kingland market had been abandoned, there were no cultivators around, and the last Jinden's Henrin had fled. They could act with impunity. After refining dozens of erosion immortal grass until he finally mastered the right heat. Under the scorching silver flames, the herb slowly melted, transforming into a lump of juicy, verdant liquid. The refining power of this spiritual fire is truly extraordinary. Fang Xing was delighted to see the liquid. According to the Wanfa Danjing, it would take years of hard work for an ordinary alchemist to process herbs to this level. But by simply heating them and mastering the heat, he could easily extract the medicinal properties from the herbs. If he could achieve this, he could even become an assistant to many formal alchemists, becoming a glorious alchemy apprentice. With this thought in mind, he instantly decided to set aside several hours daily, in addition to his training, to study the art of alchemy. After all, as long as he wasn't afraid of waste, even after a few failed attempts, he'd eventually succeed. He didn't even need to worry too much about the quality. As long as the pill was successful, it was fine. Once the pill was perfect, even if it was excessively toxic and rendered useless, it could still be remedied using the Wanhoding. Of course, the Wanhoding wasn't a panacea. For a pill like this with excessively toxicity, barely improving it to average quality would be its limit. For me, swallowing an average quality pill might be worse than practicing Kigen, but I can save it and sell it later, or prove myself an alchemist. Once my skills improve and the quality improves, I can purify it in the Wanhoding and take it myself. I'm sure my cultivation will accelerate even further. Fang Xing thought of his own practice. After entering the middle stage of key training, although the breakthrough is not as fast as in the early stage, every time I meditate and practice, I can feel the magic power in my body increase. This is the horror of the talent of the natural spiritual root. Generally speaking, it's said that Kigen cultivators build their foundations every 60 years. That is to say, it's best to complete the foundation building before the age of 60. However, many casual cultivators in the market are still lingering in the middle or even early stages of Kigen, even after they are 60. This is the tragedy of low-grade mixed spiritual roots. In the world of immortal cultivation, spiritual root qualifications are divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, earth-grade, and heaven-grade, and they are also divided by attributes. It is generally believed that the simpler the attribute, the more efficient the spiritual energy refining. Low-grade mixed spiritual roots are the worst qualifications, and I have a single heaven-grade spiritual root. The best qualification, the future giant and ancestor. It seems that, not counting the bonuses of skills, spiritual veins, and elixirs, it is difficult for ordinary low-grade spiritual roots to cultivate to the perfect state of Kigen before the age of 60. Middle-grade spiritual roots do have some hope. High-grade spiritual roots have a good chance of completing the basic skills by the age of 30 or 40. If combined with elixirs and spiritual veins, it can be even faster. I don't know about earth-grade spiritual roots, but with my natural spiritual roots, even in this place without spiritual veins, without taking elixirs, relying solely on absorbing spiritual energy from the void, in 3 or 4 years at most, I could cultivate the gold transformation technique to the 9th level of key training, achieving great perfection. Fang Xing silently estimated his own cultivation speed. However, I'm not an average natural spiritual root, I'm still slightly above average. Moreover, I have a core formation technique. Even the most inferior core formation technique is something many casual cultivators will never encounter in their lifetime. If I can refine a top-grade elixir to aid me later on, the speed will be even faster. The foundation building stage of the immortal path, in terms of realm alone, is almost comparable to the external stage of the martial path. Right, it seems to be about the same speed as my breakthrough. However, after truly beginning to cultivate, Fang Xing also realized that even cultivators at the same realm can have vastly different combat capabilities. For now, I don't need to rush to break through. I can just let nature take its course. My sight is almost reaching Blue Star. Fang Xing's eyes shone with anticipation. In the cabin of the spaceship, Fang Xing's true form was lying down, soundly asleep. After all, he was on someone else's spaceship, and suddenly disappearing was simply treating everyone on the spaceship as fools. Therefore, his true form had been here the entire time, but he had simply shifted most of his attention to his immortal cultivation clone. When he opened his eyes, he was in the outside world. "Boss, you're finally out of seclusion," Song Jinggang pointed out the window, his face filled with excitement and longing. "Look, we've arrived at Blue Star." Chapter 117 Blue Star University. Blue Star, meanwhile, many tourists had also arrived outside, gazing at the azure planet in the universe. The cradle of humanity, the origin and capital of the Blue Star Federation. It seemed as if any praise could be bestowed upon it. Fang Xing, of course, held great anticipation for it. His first glance at it stunned him. "It looks very similar, but it's not." He shook his head, catching sight of the dense network of warships in orbit beyond the azure planet. "And that mechanized moon. Is that the space fortress, the lunar god?" Song Jinggang exclaimed. It said that the lunar god was built to transform the moon, and it was humanity's first super space fortress. It even holds a portion of the lunar god's body. Fang Xing froze, silently recalling the information he had obtained about the extraterritorial evil god from the Prevention and Control Bureau. Moon God and Taiyang both refer to an extraterritorial evil deity. He appears to wield the power of the feminine, making him one of the most powerful extraterritorial evil deities the Blue Star Federation has encountered before. But after a great battle, humanity defeated this extraterritorial evil deity, completely crippling it, even dividing a portion of it and permanently suppressing it within the Moon God. Currently, the main organizations devoted to the Moon God include the Moon Worship Cult and the Taiyang Society. Their primary mission is to destroy the moon and return the portion of the Moon God to its original form. The Moon God's followers include the Moon Worm Beast and the Moon Eye. He's an extraterritorial evil deity deeply hostile to humanity. That sounds tragic. All crippled, Fang Xing shook his head, watching the spaceship slowly approach the Moon God, forming a line behind the other spaceships like a long line of ants. Finally, it entered the Moon God's spaceport. Surprisingly, they're parked here. Fang Xing, carrying his suitcase, slowly walked down the bridge, his heart pounding. Have I now truly crushed the extraterritorial evil god? He carefully examined the stats but found nothing unusual about the Gate of the Heavens. It seemed this Gate of the Heavens was solely interested in the extraterritorial evil god, the Gate of Nothingness. Alright, let's clear the barrier, then take the Earth-Moon elevator directly to Blue Planet. Song Jinggang seemed familiar with this, having looked up a guide. By the way, boss, have you certified as a level 1 citizen? Those who aren't level 1 citizens or above are not allowed to enter Blue Planet, even on a tourist visa. I'm a level 2 citizen, Fang Xing said calmly, and Song Jinggang immediately deflated. Just pretend I didn't ask. Generally speaking, anyone with a formal professional rank could be certified as a level 1 citizen. So, the vast majority of Blue Star's residents are professionals. Fang Xing suddenly thought, it's worthy of being the birthplace of humanity. It's just that the restrictions are a bit strict. If it weren't strict, Blue Star would have been full long ago. Song Jinggang shook his head. Ordinary professionals from outside the planet can hardly make it on Blue Star. At most, they'd have to leave after a short visit. Without our Blue Star Yucai, they can't stay long term. Blue Star Yucai? Fang Xing had never heard of this. Yes, Blue Star has a Yucai system. Without a Yucai, you can't buy a house. So you can only apply for a tourist visa, Song Jinggang said. We're college entrance exam takers, so the policy is smooth sailing. We can get a visa-free stay. Of course, we can't stay for more than 30 days. But within 30 days, we'll definitely pass the school entrance exam, and then we can obtain Blue Star Yucai through the school. That's the dream of many professionals in the universe. Fang Xing followed Song Jinggang, not queuing for visas, but heading towards the Earth-Moon elevator. They passed several security checkpoints along the way and were allowed to pass directly. As he admired the surrounding scenery, he casually asked, "Only Blue Star residents can buy a house. So, how much is the current house price on Blue Star?" The original owner's greatest wish was to buy a house on Blue Star. He felt he should consider it if he had the chance. Besides, during his university years, he would need a private residence off campus. On Blue Star, only some basic supplies can be bought and sold with star dollars, everything else depends on merit and contribution. If you reach a certain level, the Federation will even offer you Blue Star real estate. Song Jinggang shook his head. Fang Xing immediately thought of the 3,000 contribution points he had made last time. It had indeed bought him a lot of good things, and it also raised his citizenship level. How much contribution do I need to buy a house? And what is the contribution value of the Federation's real estate reward? He thought for a moment and then asked. If I buy a house, the price will definitely vary depending on the location, but it's at least tens of thousands, right? As for contribution points? As long as you're a level 10 citizen, the Federation will definitely reward you with real estate, Song Jinggang replied. Level 10 citizen? At least 1 million contribution points. Fang Xing did a quick search and gave up, deciding it was better to just see if he could buy a house. Actually, if you want to buy a house, it's quite simple, since you're guaranteed to get into Blue Star University, Song Jinggang said. Blue Star University credits can be directly exchanged for contribution points, 10,000 per credit. I heard that Blue Star students can accumulate around 10 credits per academic year, which is almost enough to buy a house. Oh? Looks like Blue Star welcomes true geniuses to settle down. Fang Xing nodded, feeling that this was a good fit for him. However, there are so many great things at a top-tier university that can only be exchanged for credits. And only credits can be exchanged for contribution points, not contribution points. Many students don't even have enough credits themselves. Boss, you should focus on improving yourself. Song Jinggang hesitated, then spoke. Don't worry, I know the importance of this. Fang Xing nodded and followed Song Jinggang to the Earth-Moon elevator. The Earth-Moon elevator was enormous, capable of accommodating hundreds of people at a time. After entering, within minutes, the elevator began to slowly descend, accelerating. Below, the scene on Blue Star grew larger and larger, creating an unparalleled visual impact. Everyone present was a professional, oblivious to the slightest impact of the space elevator. Instead, they leaned against the window, admiring the scene. I heard the Federation is at war with the Sabo civilization again, yet they say they've won a resounding victory. Seizing several eternal crystal mines, the essential material for building high-end mechas, Alice, this chief consul is a mecha master. I always feel he's too biased towards mecha masters. When will martial artists rise up? Next to Fang Xing and Song Jinggang, two burly men in tights and camouflage pants were discussing the Federation's developments without restraint. It seems the closer residents are to the political center, the more they favor cyberpolitics, Fang Xing muttered inwardly, feeling the elevator slow down. Soon, the elevator reached the surface, and the doors opened automatically. Blue Star, here I come. Song Jinggang raised his hands. Ha ha ha, nervous. A nearby girl with dreadlocks blowing bubbles rolled her eyes and checked her watch. Lines of metal armor suddenly enveloped her entire body, transforming her into blue-gold mecha imbued with a sci-fi aesthetic. The thrusters on the mecha's back spewed flames, and it instantly soared into the sky. Does it feel like a country bumpkin entering the city? Song Jinggang stopped shouting and asked Fang Xing with a dejected look. A little bit, Fang Xing smiled and nodded, stepping out of the elevator and into the outside world. The air on Blue Star was incredibly fresh, and there was even an indescribable, inexplicable feeling. His spiritual powers seemed to be much more vibrant. It's said that the Blue Star Federation has expended enormous resources to transform Blue Star, resulting in an exceptionally rich cosmic energy here, almost comparable to some secret realms in the universe. It seems the rumors are true. Fang Xing nodded, and then he and Song Jinggang were stunned to see a group of people rushing towards them. They quickly hid on the side of the road, only to see several gigantic robots, covered in various signs, surrounded by a large crowd, as if on a parade. Oppose the clone army, stand for the rights of cyborgs. Fang Xing glanced at it and asked, what's going on? I don't know. I haven't been watching the news lately, Song Jinggang muttered. Then, together, They flipped through their communicators. Upon passing the checkpoint, their communicators were authenticated. Now connected to the internet, they instantly found a wealth of local Blue Star news. Because of the recent war, the Federation's lower-level military is somewhat short on manpower, and some legislators have proposed forming a clone army. Song Jinggang's face flushed with anger. Establishing a massive army of psychic clones? Either stupid or evil. With the Federation's technological level, cloning humans was undoubtedly possible. Not just a massive clone army, but even a core of top-tier psychic clones. If the proposal passed, Song Jinggang might see tens of thousands of himself. Therefore, he would undoubtedly be vehemently opposed. Of course it won't pass, unless the Federation's military is already stretched to its limits. Fang Xing shook his head. Cloning isn't just an ethical issue, the biggest danger is the potential danger, especially with clones of psychics. The Federation's mind infusion technology was still immature, making it easy for loopholes to be exploited. Even more terrifying is, psychics are already suspected of being connected to a certain extraterritorial evil god. If the genes of top psychics were collected and cloned into a legion of tens of thousands, it's hard to say who this legion would ultimately pledge allegiance to. Perhaps a certain extraterritorial evil god would simply acquire another type of vassal. Yes, humanity's only means of resisting evil gods is the will of martial arts. Clones have no martial will at all, and they'll surely be contaminated or harvested en masse. Song Jinggang clenched his fists. Only individuals like us, with free will, are the hope for the future. In this respect, cyborgs and natural humans are alike. Clones, after being infused with consciousness, essentially lock in their upper limits. However, natural humans and cyborgs retain many possibilities for the future. These possibilities are the most precious, whether in martial arts, scientific research, or mechas. The Federation's martial arts have only reached a martial god level. While powerful, they're ultimately no match for the extraterritorial evil gods. We need more pioneers to explore realms beyond the martial god, Fang Xing said with a smile. You actually have such ambitions. Song Jinggang stared at Fang Xing in surprise, forgetting to even call him boss. In his mind, Fang Xing was certainly exceptional, his near-certain admission to the world-class Blue Star University a testament to that. But even in this year's college entrance exam, he only ranked 7th. Many of Blue Star University's outstanding graduates haven't even reached the rank of martial saint or martial god yet. For example, the little martial saint Wei Shentong is already the most outstanding martial arts alumnus of Blue Star University in the past 10 years. Fang Xing hasn't even enrolled yet, and he's already aspiring to reach realms beyond the martial god level. What a grand ambition! Song Jinggang felt a surge of excitement, wanting to shout out some slogan. But even surpassing the martial god level was something he'd only dream of. He would be incredibly satisfied just to achieve something like Wei Shentong after graduation. Of course, Wei Shentong had been demoted by the Federation after his mishap in the last director's exam, and his future looked bleak. But even Wei Shentong remained Song Jinggang's goal, determined to catch up. After the parade passed, Fang Xing clapped his hands. Okay, for now, our first step is to find a small hotel, then check the Blue Star University website to see when the entrance exam is. A few days later. The Ocean Administrative District. This was once the largest ocean on Blue Star, but it was later transformed into numerous floating cities to accommodate the growing population. Blue Star University, located in the center of the Ocean Administrative District, is itself the largest floating city. Is this Blue Star University? Fang Xing stepped off the hovercar and gazed at the Blue Star University gate. It looked unremarkable, with towering white stone columns on either side and a statue of a young man and woman in the center, holding a planet in their palms. The admission score for this top-tier university was released yesterday. 1950. The good news was that even with his supernatural powers, Song Jinggang still fell far short, so there was no need to cry in the bathroom. The bad news was that he couldn't accompany Fang Xing to the school entrance exam, but had to apply directly to Blue Star Public Security University, Ling. You've entered the Omniscient Brain Surveillance Zone. Level 2 Citizen Fang Xing, Cyborg number WX18829649. Your application has been approved, granting you temporary access to Blue Star University. As Fang Xing entered the school gate, a mechanical tone suddenly rang out from his communicator, causing his expression to change slightly. Is this actually an area monitored by the omniscient brain? The alert level is indeed very high. Following the map provided by the omniscient brain, he arrived at a gymnasium and saw many students, all seemingly here for the school entrance exam. Suddenly, Fang Xing caught a glimpse of a young man with golden eyebrows and couldn't help but smile. "Yellow-browed boy, you're here too. I told you, this is gold." "Rich gold?" Gu Jiantong folded his arms, his face filled with disdain. "I disliked you last time, and this time I'm going to give you a good beating." "Same here." Fang Xing glanced at Gu Jiantong and noticed several others standing beside him. Zhang Yuxiu, Qi Lingzhen. Besides them, there was a young man in a black robe with long, blood-red hair, who looked quite aloof. "Hello, Li Wei, Zhang, and Qi." He leaned over and asked curiously, "What was your score on Gu Jiantong's college entrance exam?" "I was too lazy to check." Chapter 118 School Examination. 2029. Ranked 8th in the Federation, Qi Lingzhen, still wearing goggles and dressed like a tomboy in cyberpunk style, seemed to be trying hard to hold back a laugh. Sigh. It's not easy for everyone. There are so many geniuses in the Federation, and I'm only 7th. Fang Xing shook his head. "You know shit." Gu Jiantong suddenly erupted in curse words. "The first 6, 4 of them are geniuses with bonus points for scientific research," admitted directly. "Their path to scientific research is completely different from ours. Plus, there's a genius mecha master whose invention was accepted by the Federal Academy of Sciences, earning him an astonishing bonus. Only one, Gu Zhen from Kaian Longstar, truly achieved 3rd place in the federal exam thanks to his true abilities, so that's how it is. If you exclude those 5, you'd still be 3rd. It seems you're eyeing my 2nd place spot." Fang Xing squinted at Gu Jiantong. "But you're a psychic, and I'm a martial arts. There's no comparison." "Humph, psychics are so simple, whoever wants to play around can do it. I'm also applying to the martial arts department, so my psychic skills will undoubtedly surpass yours." Gu Jiantong's golden eyebrows seemed to blaze, ignited by a burning desire to fight. "You're no match for me." "Gu Zhen is." Fang Xing searched and immediately found information on someone known as Kaian Longstar's #1 genius, a martial arts prodigy who possesses no psychic powers, yet achieved a breakthrough in the field before the college entrance exam. He'd be a good opponent, but unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be here. He turned his head and looked around. He didn't see him, but he did see Yin Huanzhen. The young master of the giant god group even smiled at him, seeming very kind. "Gu Zhen applied to 9 Swords Academy," Zhang Yuxiu said. 9 Swords Academy's martial arts department is extremely strong, especially swordsmanship. They have an alternative sword saint inheritance. The Jiankyu martial god who once destroyed a star with a single sword strike teaches at 9 Swords Academy. Gu Zhen uses a sword, so he will definitely go to 9 Swords Academy. What about you? Shouldn't you apply to St. Armor University? After all, their mecha department is the strongest there." Fang Xing looked at Zhang Yuxiu. Since the entrance exams for the 2 top-tier universities don't conflict, why not give them both a try? Zhang Yuxiu's coquettish tone gave Fang Xing goosebumps. "No conflict? I remember the Blue Star spaceship has to reach the secret realm of St. Armor University, but it takes a long time." "Right, my dad used his connections to get me a private spaceship. It's a wormhole for a martial god, so it's no problem." Zhang Yuxiu waved her hand. "What a rich idiot." Fang Xing was speechless and could only remain silent. Half an hour later, the gymnasium doors swung open, and a group of people walked in. Among the crowd, Fang Xing unexpectedly spotted someone he knew. It's Wei Shentong. Beside him, Qi Lingzhen was already nodding. "Ever since the last incident, I heard the young martial god has been criticized and has returned to his alma mater to teach and stay out of the spotlight. It seems the rumors are true." However, Wei Shentong, at this moment, could only sit last in the group. First, an elderly man in a navy blue Shongshan suit, with short silver white hair, elegant features, and a gentle expression, approached the podium. "Hello, students. Welcome to Blue Star University. I'm Vice President, Na Ying, Martial Saint Na Ying." Zhang Yuxiu covered her mouth. "This is the first time I've seen him in person." This vice president was once a martial god. Later, he fought a fatal battle with a powerful divine son, slayed him at a heavy price, and suffered irreversible injuries himself, relegating his realm back to that of a martial saint. He has been teaching at the university ever since. Her eyes were filled with clear admiration. Every martial saint, martial god, powerful mecha pilot, sword master, god-level beast master, An ultimate psychic in the Federation was renowned, each with countless legendary experiences, retold by the people of every planet. A former martial god, Fang Xing gazed at the elderly man speaking on the stage, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. At this moment, Na Ying stepped to the back and summoned a muscular man, 2.5 meters tall, his physique radiating golden. I'm Sita Jin, and I'll explain the school entrance exam rules now. As Sita Jin spoke, the original gymnasium venue suddenly split to both sides, and a number of virtual cabins that Fang Xing was very familiar with rose up. This is the Federation's latest model of virtual cabin. In it, all kinds of professions below the golden core level, including martial arts realms, pharmacist toxins, can be simulated to 99.99%. And it can be connected to the internet. As soon as Sita Jin finished speaking, Zhang Yuxi's eyes lit up. Is it an interplanetary network? If so, that would be great. Unfortunately, it can't be done. It's not that the technology can't do it, but it consumes too much energy to transmit large amounts of information across planets and even galaxies. The gain doesn't outweigh the loss. Sita Jin shook his head. At present, the school's virtual cabin can already connect to the entire blue planet. That is to say, in the virtual world, you can contact anyone on Blue Planet and fight with each other. Moreover, it has also opened up the connection between St. Armor University and Nine Swords Academy. That is to say, students of our school will be able to communicate with students of these two schools at any time in the future. In the near future, the virtual reality network will continue to upgrade, connecting first-class universities, ordinary universities, and even all planets. Moreover, the strength will continue to increase, from martial arts below the golden core level to above the golden core level, and even martial saints and martial gods, all can be accommodated. Fang Xing's heart surged upon hearing this. The virtual game he'd played on Young Eagle Star was produced by a local manufacturer. Not only was its level of virtuality far inferior, but it also required deploying servers in every city, a prohibitively expensive undertaking. Once this universe-spanning virtual reality system went online, it would have an unimaginable impact on martial arts. After all, opponents were hard to come by. And injuries were easy to come by if one wasn't careful. But within the virtual reality network, such problems arose. The next school exam will be held in the virtual cabins. Everyone, enter according to your name number. As soon as Sita Jin finished speaking, a group of students found their own virtual cabins. Fang Xing also found his named cabin and slid right in. Dark, cold. After experiencing the same feeling as last time, his eyes lit up, and he found himself in a breathtakingly beautiful landscape of mountains. Here, peak after peak rose from the ground, towering into the clouds. Atop each peak, it seemed, was a fighting arena. Hello all applicants for our school's martial arts department. I'm the invigilator, Wei Shentong. Wei Shentong's figure flew through the air, his voice reaching every martial arts student. This time, there are a total of 198 applicants for our martial arts department. We have a quota of 50, so we've decided to conduct the selection process through a competition arena. So, only the martial arts department applicants will be competing in a competition arena. Fang Xing glanced around and noticed that Qi Lingzhen and Zhang Yuxi were not there. Apparently, they would be taking assessments in beast taming and mecha. He felt a little disappointed about this. After all, planning to beat up Li Wei seemed unrealistic now. I hope he can get into Blue Star University. That way, he'll have plenty of opportunities in college. Gu Jiantong was indeed there. It seemed he had indeed applied for the martial arts department. He's a smart guy. He understands that for those with special abilities, martial arts was the foundation of self-preservation. He nodded secretly and looked at Wei Shentong again. Honestly, encountering this invigilator again gave him a bad feeling. But thinking about this being Blue Star, and Blue Star University, the most heavily fortified of all, he felt a bit overly suspicious. Teacher Wei, current virtual reality technology can only simulate levels below the Martial Deo Golden Core, meaning, if you use the power of a Martial Deo Golden Core, there will be a data overflow and a system freeze. Gu Jiantong also flew up, looking level at Wei Shentong. Then if I defeat the invigilator, can I get in directly? Of course. Do you want to give it a try? A gleam of brilliance flashed in Wei Shentong's eyes. But not yet. Once my external scene is complete, I'll challenge you to virtual battle. Gu Jiantong waved his hand. Let's get started. The main course should be eaten last. I can't wait to fight someone. Damn, this yellow-browed brat, he's only pretending. If you really come, I'll admit you've got guts. Fang Xing rolled his eyes inwardly. However, he could tell that Gu Jiantong didn't like Wei Shentuang. Perhaps it was a hangover from the previous incident. Then, the assessment begins. Wei Shentuang snapped his fingers. By the time Fang Xing realized what was happening, he found himself standing on the mountaintop arena. Opposite him stood a young man, his body bulging with muscle, clearly imposing. Bold Demon Realm, the young man's eyes fixed, and Fang Xing imagined a demonic bull rising to its feet, its eyes bloodshot, clad in iron armor, charging headlong towards him. A martial arts realm impact. Immediately, the man shifted his form, and his bones exploded one after another, the sound growing louder and louder until it resembled thunder. S-level martial arts, horizontal training 5 thunder hands. Snap. Fang Xing grabbed the wrist of the palm strike, revealing the young man's incredulous expression. As expected of the Blue Star Federation's top martial arts prodigy, with the strength of the 4th realm and an S-level martial art, not bad, huh? A golden light shone around Fang Xing, as if draped in a golden jade robe. Is this the grand perfection level of the dragon elephant art? A hint of despair crossed the young man's face. Snap. The next moment, Fang Xing snapped the man's wrist and launched a flying kick. The young man's chest caved in, sending him flying backward like a tattered sack. That was the good thing about being in a virtual space, you could strike with impunity. Soon, the young man's body vanished. A flash of white appeared before Fang Xing's eyes, and a timid female student appeared. Fire Source Star Su Longian, please teach me. She cupped her hands, her left palm slightly turned, her right palm concealed, a faint, inexplicable charm. Only defense, no attack, Even if you can see the gap between you and me, it's not enough. Fang Xing pressed his fingers together, his entire body cracking like a bowstring, and a half-step collapsing fist followed. In his eyes, 2 golden lights shone, like glittering stars. With a crackle, like the collapse of heaven and earth, the collapsing fist, with unwavering determination, shattered the girl's Tai Chi defense and struck her face with a heavy blow. Bang! A body with a sunken face flew backward, vanishing in midair. Chapter 119 Dormitory. This little guy has quite a temper. Within the clouds, teachers from Blue Star University were watching the arena, occasionally grading their students. Seeing Fang Xing disfigure his opponent with a single punch, Na Ying couldn't help but smile. He looks like he's experienced a lot of life and death combat. That's great. Our previous students lacked a bit of bloodiness. The principal's right, the teachers echoed. This Fang Xing, a cyborg, has mastered the dragon elephant art to perfection, and his Vajra Prajna power is quite impressive. Add to that the subduing tiger posture and the great dragon posture, and it can be said that every step he takes is very steady, and his foundation is incredibly solid. If he can attain enlightenment when condensing the Dragon Tiger Golden Elixir, he can harmonize yin and yang, cultivating the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible divine power, and hopefully achieve the 7th transformation of the Golden Elixir in the future. Based on Fang Xing's current performance, some teachers have already recognized his ability to break through to the Vajra realm. A child's talent doesn't necessarily translate to adulthood. Another teacher shook his head. Martial arts are difficult, each step a step. This student Fang had no trouble reaching the outer realm during college, but the golden core stage of the martial arts has stumped countless geniuses. To achieve a top-grade golden core, resources and support are essential. Compared to Fang Xing, I'm more optimistic about Gu Jiantong. This student is truly gifted, possessing the top-level ability of light transformation, along with sufficient background and support. His future is limitless. Well, these two are the strongest candidates for this martial arts exam. Let's see how they fight first, then move on to other exam halls. Na Ying nodded slowly. Fang Xing fashioned his hand into a sword, like a ghost, a brilliant blade beam soaring into the sky. Across from him, a candidate wielding a spear, bleeding from his mouth and nose, was cut off the stage by a continuous barrage of blade light. Even with bones visible on his fingers and unconscious, he remained erect, standing tall like a spear. That's some serious willpower. Fang Xing couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Every candidate he encountered during the school entrance exam was a gifted talent, perhaps even at the top of the galaxy. Although he seemed to dispatch his opponents with a few moves, it took some effort. After winning so many times, he must be in. Right, he was pondering when his opponent changed. It was none other than Gu Jiantong, whose eyebrows blazed like golden flames. Finally, it's your turn. Gu Jiantong smiled in delight upon seeing Fang Xing. Ha ha ha. My victory wouldn't be complete if I can't defeat you. Come on. I'm going to defeat you, step by step, to reach the pinnacle. Do you think you're Zhao Gao? Fang Xing rolled his eyes and moved. He was fast. Gu Jiantong was even faster. In an instant, the two men reached the center of the ring, countless fists and palms clashing. Rumble. The hard ring was as if plowed through, leaving a mess. Whoosh! Gu Jiantong flicked his finger, and a beam of light shot out. It was a split second, incredibly fast and sinister. Boom! Fang Xing raised his arm to shield himself and felt a slight pain. The ray of light, scorching hot, melted through his layers of dragon-scale armor, leaving a white mark on his arm. You're proud enough to have broken through my defenses. Fang Xing lowered his arm and chuckled. I've never met anyone more pretentious than I am, Gu Jiantong roared, his eyes, his mouth, a glint of light emanating. This boring probing must end. The shadow of a blazing sun emerged, enveloping the entire arena. The prototype of the realm of light, feeling the light from all directions pouring into him, Fang Xing shouted softly, and wind and clouds emerged. Clouds from the dragon, wind from the tiger, the prototype of the dragon-tiger realm. While the dragon and tiger haven't yet perfectly coordinated, it demonstrates his astonishing mastery of both realms. Roar. Amidst the roars of dragons and tigers, the phantoms of a dragon and a tiger emerged, seemingly threatening to tear apart the pure white sun. The embryonic forms of the two realms collided, each constantly disintegrating. In the deepest reaches of the light, Fang Xing, clad as if in a golden jade robe, engaged Gu Jiantong in a relentless exchange of blows. Gu Jiantong's movements were incredibly agile, occasionally unleashing sudden bursts of light that left numerous white marks on Fang Xing's body. I've got you. Suddenly, a smile played on Fang Xing's lips. He extended his massive hand, like a dragon and tiger grasping, reaching directly into the radiance before him and grasping Gu Jiantong's shoulder. My horizontal training is powerful enough that I can withstand a few of your beams. But what about you? How many of my punches can you take? He clenched his other arm into a fist, his eyes flashing with a golden light, the power of the great Vajraprajna, amplified twice. Bang! A figure flew backwards at breakneck speed. It was none other than Gu Jiantong. He prostrated himself on the ground, rolling over with difficulty, gazing at the drifting clouds in the sky. Damn it! If this were the outside world, I'd definitely win. His photochemical ability hadn't yet been fully developed, currently only able to gain various amplifications under the radiance of stars. But this was a virtual space, and no one would specifically simulate stellar light for him. Maybe. Fang Xing remained non-committal. He had learned a lot from this battle. At least, his strength wasn't overwhelming compared to his peers. Besides, if Gu Jiantong was like that, how could Gu Zhen be any better? Alright, this martial arts department exam, first place for freshman, Fang Xing. Next is the list of admitted students, Fang Xing, Gu Jiantong, Dillis, Wei Shentuang emerged, not even glancing at the prone Gu Jiantong, and began to announce the admitted students in a slow voice. Ling. The virtual cabin opened, and Fang Xing emerged, only to see his communicator flooded with messages. Blue Star Federation Level 2 Citizen Fang Xing. Congratulations on your acceptance into the Blue Star University Martial Arts Department, 10-year program. Your iris, key, and other information have been recorded in the omniscient brain, unlocking most of Blue Star University's privileges. You have obtained a Blue Star household registration, a Blue Star University map, and a freshman handbook. 10 years of university, Fang Xing muttered. After being admitted to Blue Star University, his status and position had truly skyrocketed. He was even a little dazed. My 19th birthday will be soon. Finally, as an adult, I've been admitted to university. Fulfilling a wish, at least he didn't have to worry about going to the battlefield right away. With a sigh, he glanced around and saw that many virtual pods were still operating. Clearly, Zhang Yuxiu and the others' assessments hadn't concluded yet. A moment later, students began to emerge from their pods, some beaming with excitement, but most, with a look of profound dejection. I'm so angry. We've already reached the final step. Zhang Yuxiu emerged from the virtual cabin, tears welling in her eyes. No. I need to prepare well. If Blue Star University doesn't work, there's still St. Armor University. If St. Armor University doesn't work out, I'll just have to apply to War University. War University isn't a top-tier university, but it's one of the best. Most students who fail at top-tier universities choose to take the War University entrance exam. Not long after, Fang Xing and Li Wei also emerged. They were both lucky enough to be accepted into Blue Star University. Wow! Sister Qi, I don't want to be separated from you. Zhang Yuxi's eyes welled up again after learning the results. Try to get into St. Armor University. We can still meet in virtual space later. Fang Xing tried to console her. After Zhang Yuxiu and the other losers reluctantly left, Na Ying looked at the students below, a smile on his face. Welcome, everyone. Blue Star University begins on September 1st. Let me tell you about some of the school benefits. First, you've all obtained Blue Star Huqiao, granting you permanent residency. Furthermore, renting outside of Blue Star is quite expensive, so the student dormitories are now open to you. Every student's bedroom will be equipped with a holographic virtual cabin with internet access. We're currently working on this, and perhaps in the future, you'll be able to audit classes at St. Armor University and Nine Swords University through the virtual cabin. As for the respective teachers and counselors, they will be announced at the start of the semester, then, dismissed. Na Ying finished, striding off, followed by the other teachers. Is that over? The remaining students were stunned. HMPH. I'm a martial saint, so I have so much to deal with every minute. It's already a great honor for me to be here to preside over the school exams. Gu Jiantong raised his chin. As for the rest, can't you read the communicator? The all-seeing brain has already arranged everything. His arrogance immediately drew angry glares from many. What? Want to fight? Come one by one, prepare the notarization and the prizes. Let me tell you, I earned my title as the Chief of Young Unicorn Star with my fists. Time and again. Gu Jiantong folded his arms, looking down upon the crowd with a haughty gaze, not a trace of the man he had been beaten to pulp by Fang Xing. Fang Xing ignored all this and walked out of the gym along the way. He occasionally saw a few Blue Star University students, most of them very young, yet their aura was unfathomable. It really is a great place. He opened the electronic map and found the freshman dormitories. Blue Star University was comparable to a large city, and the freshman dormitories were an unimaginably sprawling community. Neatly arranged three-story villas were arranged in an orderly pattern, each occupying a vast area of about an acre, with exquisite and elegant interiors. Each freshman has a small villa, completely private. Even the omniscient brain can't peer in without authorization. Indeed, not only do the martial arts students need ample space for training, but the pharmacists and mecha technicians also need laboratories and private factories. In the later stages, even this little space might not be enough. Fang Xing found his residence, a three-story, red-roofed villa with an open balcony, a swimming pool, and a training ground. Iris verification passed. Freshman Fang Xing, welcome to unlock the freshman dorm. He grasped the doorknob, and a fluorescent light flashed from the peephole, followed by a mechanical sound. Click. The villa door swung open, and Fang Xing took a quick look around before eagerly entering the bedroom. Sure enough, in the master bedroom stood a holographic simulation cabin. Chapter 120 The Road Ahead. Wow, Fang Xing stroked the smooth exterior of the holographic simulation chamber, almost unable to let go. If I could use this artifact to play those 18-plus games, I wonder how much fun it would be. He lay down in it and activated the virtual chamber. Beep, welcome to Blue Star University, Virtual Zone. You can choose an assistant elf. A row of screens appeared, and Fang Xing immediately selected a small elf with blue wings. The elf's eyes suddenly became smart, and he looked at Fang Xing flatteringly. Hello, Master. I am your intelligent assistant. Can you give me a name, Little Blue? Fang Xing said without any creativity. Are you an artificial intelligence? Tell me about this place. Little Blue is a subroutine of the omniscient brain and serves only the Master. Little Blue danced around Fang Xing. Master, you have bound this virtual cabin. The login location in the future will be the Blue Star University community. The community mainly has functional buildings such as the library, laboratories, and battle arenas. In the library, there are most of the literature of the Blue Star Federation, including the latest papers and journals. You can browse according to your own permissions. The laboratory can simulate most of the materials in reality. Although it is difficult to conduct high-end experiments, it is no problem for teaching. The final battle arena is where all students fight, with endless scenes. Of course, due to technical limitations, it currently only supports those below the Jinden level. But mecha operators and psychics can join. Xiao Lan flew onto Fang Xing's shoulder and offered the most enticing words. Also, if you rank near the top each month, Blue Star University will award you credits. Credits. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Blue Star University credits were indeed a valuable asset. Unfortunately, he didn't have any. Most credits were calculated based on course grades at the end of the year. That's interesting, Fang Xing muttered to himself, then called out, Xiao Lan, help me pull up the battle arena letterboards. Yes, master. Xiao Lan immediately projected a screen of light, and rows of names scrolled down. First on the battle list, Dark Star, Nine Swords Academy. Second on the battle list, Luokai, Holy Armor University. Third on the battle list, Huayan Kishu, Blue Star University. He clicked on a few open battles, his expression serious. They're either warriors who have reached perfection in the outer realm, or powerful individuals who drive mechas, or other high-level professionals. It's quite difficult to get to the top. He knew his own business. Although he had considerable talent, and with a little effort from his gold finger, he could be considered one of the strongest martial arts students of the year. But he ultimately lacked the accumulation of time. His realm was still at the level of courage. He could still give weak outer realm opponents a try, but those were clearly masters of the outer realm, so he shouldn't even think about challenging them. Students from top-tier universities, after advancing to the outer realm, were clearly superior to warriors of the same level. Great place, I'll come back to the outer realm. Let's go. Fang Xing waved his hand and disappeared in an instant. A few days later, Fang Xing lay in bed, staring at the projected freshman handbook in his hand, lost in thought. Blue Star University's treasure trove is filled with so many goodies. Kunpeng blood is just at the bottom of the list, but I can only exchange it for credits, but I don't have any credits left. It was a sad fact. Ever since Suyu left after building his foundation, no one in Kinglan Market had prepared boiling blood for Fang Xing, causing his progress in the dragon elephant art to be severely slow. Even though Fang Xing now possessed a cultivator clone, it was still too late to achieve second-level alchemy. Of course, even a second-level alchemist would need a recipe for boiling blood, which wasn't found in the Wanfa Danjing. After all, Master Wanfa wasn't a physical cultivator, he was only interested in elixirs that increased his mana. Besides that, the most popular place at Blue Star University is the Myriad Spirits Atlas. It's said to be quite helpful for comprehending the realm of martial arts. Unfortunately, I haven't officially enrolled yet, so this place isn't open. Fang Xing put down the new student handbook and glanced at the attribute column. Fourth realm, courage, 200/200. Is your courage complete? He pressed his brow, feeling as if his new palace was filled with a layer of colorful liquid, a desire to overflow. However, an invisible membrane blocked it, preventing it from overflowing. The fifth realm of martial arts is called the outer scene. It's the way the mind influences matter. With one step, your strength doubles. How does the inner scene manifest into the outer scene? The inner scene is the will of the martial arts. Will is ethereal, so how can it be made tangible? Naturally, it can only be through the realm. My Niwen Palace has accumulated enough, but I haven't yet comprehended a true realm. Is that why I can't break through to the outer scene? Fang Xing glanced at the other sub-columns and found that the closest level above Master was the Great Dragon Pillar. Right now, he's still a few dozen points behind in proficiency. By the fifth stage of the Great Dragon Pillar, I should be able to break through to the exterior scene. There's no rush. Fang Xing lay in bed, letting out a long sigh of satisfaction. Compared to the 3 years of racing against time in high school, college now offers a full 10 years of free time, allowing him to rest, consolidate his martial arts foundation. Time slipped by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, it was July. Fang Xing fiddled with his communicator and saw messages from many acquaintances. For example, Song Jingang. While he might not be able to get into a top-tier university, he was still a strong hope for a top one. He had been accepted into Blue Star Public Security University. Perhaps they would see each other often in the future. Furthermore, Zhang Yuxiu had also been accepted into St. Armor University, though Fang Xing doubted her father had used some kind of donation to secure her place. Finally, there were messages from some of his high school classmates, all of whom were quite reserved. Most of them had already gone off to serve in the military, especially the cyborg classmates. After 10 years, it was unclear whether they would see each other again. The Yankiankians also gone off to serve in the military. Fang Xing pondered the message on his phone congratulating him on his admission to Blue Star University, but decided not to reply. He could sense that after his admission, his high school classmates looked upon him as if he were from a completely different world, with a ridiculous distance, even all. That's just how it is in the Federation. The evolution of life, the vast disparity in levels, naturally creates a sense of oppression. Is Guyun the only one I can even remotely chat with? Fang Xing sighed deeply when he suddenly received a call. Hello, Xing. It's Xiaolong. I've arrived at Blue Star, Teacher Xiaolong. Fang Xing smiled immediately. Have you redeemed your access to the Yucai class treatment chamber? That's right. Name a place, and we'll eat and talk. Xiaolong's voice was gruff, tinged with a smile. A roadside stall. Boss, give me 2 plates of skewers and 2 boxes of beer. Fang Xing waved his hand and said to Xiaolong, who was sitting opposite him, Teacher, please eat as much as you want. This meal is on my table. Xiaolong seemed speechless. You're going to treat me in a place like this? Yeah, an authentic street stall. It was hard to find it. Fang Xing smiled and poured himself a glass of beer. Tastes good, right? Never mind, it's okay. You're 19 years old, an adult under federal law. Xiaolong raised his glass and clinked it with his, but still felt something was wrong. Look at your skillful posture. If I had caught you 2 years ago, I would have beaten you up. Fang Xing smiled without saying a word, and looked at Xiaolong again. He always felt that Xiaolong today was very different from before. Could it be that you have been cured? Yeah, years of illness, all gone in one day. Xiaolong's eyes were warm and glittering. I have resigned from my teaching position at Yucai High School and am preparing to do something big. Before I leave, I thought I should come and see you and congratulate you on your 19th birthday. Thank you. Fang Xing was silent for a moment and asked, could it be that, Teacher, you are going to condense the golden elixir? Haha. Although I really want to say yes, I am still some distance away from condensing the martial arts golden elixir. Xiaolong had nothing to be embarrassed about. Although my domain is relatively complete, I have been decadent for many years. I need to replenish my vitality and find 1 or 2 resources for condensing the elixir before I can try. He seemed intrigued, explaining in detail. Take the Dragon Tiger golden elixir you're aiming for as an example. Comprehending the Dragon Tiger state of mind is only the first step. The second step is to elevate it into the Dragon Tiger domain, cultivating it to perfection in the outer realm. You'll use the Dragon Tiger domain to fuse the various martial arts wills and form a golden elixir. Furthermore, condensing the martial arts golden elixir is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you could die, a fate even a source sea-level healing chamber can't bring back. Therefore, it's best to prepare a supply of Wei Yang water in advance. This is a cosmic wonder that can protect a warrior from death if they fail to form an elixir. If you want to make your martial arts golden elixir even more powerful, you can also absorb special types of cosmic energy during the elixir formation process. Xiaolong explained everything to Fang Xing in detail, almost wanting to crumble it into pieces and give it to Fang Xing. This wasn't just a matter of mentoring, it was also a way of repaying a favor. After all, compared to this opportunity for source sea-level treatment, the previous meager financial support was nothing. Fang Xing didn't make things difficult for Xiaolong, simply peppering him with questions he'd encountered recently during his training, earning him numerous answers. I've been feeling like my Niwen Palace is perfect lately, but I've been having trouble breaking through to the outer realm. It seems I'm lacking some domain power. A hint of realization crossed his face. Xiaolong, beside him, nearly spit out his wine. After not seeing him for a while, this kid's almost reaching the outer realm? On the same level as himself? No wonder I have trouble giving comprehensive answers to some of your questions. But I don't recommend breaking through now. After school starts, your instructor will be selected. He'll be at least a Jinden-level martial artist, perhaps even higher. His guidance will be more relevant than mine, Xiaolong said sincerely. Anyway, your current situation is safe, so it's a good time to lay the foundation. That's true, Fang Xing nodded, accepting his advice. A martial arts foundation, naturally, is better when it's stronger. By the way, teacher, since you're not planning on achieving a major breakthrough through Jinden, where are you going? Fang Xing suddenly had a strange premonition. I've applied to go to the imaginary dimension battlefield, Xiaolong laughed. I'll have to kill a few of the evil god's followers to exchange for a cosmic treasure like Huayang water. Plus, there's something I regretted. If I can't resolve it before I achieve my elixir, I'll feel unfulfilled, I understand. May the teacher fight with all his might. Fang Xing raised his glass and gulped it down. Huayang water. After parting with Xiaolong, Fang Xing returned to his dormitory and immediately logged into the Blue Star University community. Xiaolan, search for information on Huayang water for me. Yes, master. Xiaolan smiled faintly, projecting a screen of light from his eyes. Above the screen was a tube of pale golden liquid contained in a transparent glass tube. Huayang water can help warriors in the field gather their martial arts golden elixir, and can also protect their lives if they fail. Exchange price: 100 credits. It's indeed an item from the Blue Star University treasury. Fang Xing's gaze narrowed slightly. 100 credits? It seems the average Blue Star University student doesn't even earn 10 credits in a year. To earn those 100 credits, you'll have to be exceptionally talented and hardworking. Xiaolan, continue searching for aids to forming a core, special cosmic energy. Fang Xing continued his orders. This time, Xiaolan projected far more. Numerous mysterious gases were projected one after another. Among them were the viscous crimson liquid in a test tube, and a strange, jade-green ore with what seemed to be lightning flashes within. Special cosmic auras can aid warriors in condensing their martial core and improving its quality. However, absorbing them requires special techniques, and it's not recommended for students to do so without guidance. Finally, there were the summaries of previous generations. Fang Xing scanned the various special auras, finally stopping on one, Marzuval, easily formed at the bottom of volcanoes. Why does it look so much like the Jinyuan fire evil I've seen? A thought struck him, and a turbulent storm erupted, the world of immortal cultivation. The Kaiyan fire demon is merely a spiritual object for foundation building. If it could be used to condense a golden elixir, then the cultivators of this world would be wasted. Fang Xing, clad in a silver shirt, gazed at the one-ho cauldron before him. Open, the cauldron trembled, and a strange elixir fragrance emanated. Fang Xing continuously formed hand seals, injecting streams of magic power into the one-ho cauldron, causing it to tremble. Then, streams of light erupted. Within these streams of light, each contained a pearl-like Xingyin pill. Collect. Fang Xing activated a pill-collecting mantra, gathering the scattered Xingyin pills into his palm. 4 or 5 pearl-like pills appeared, 2 of them pure white, while the other 3 were covered in varying black spots. In the most terrifying of these, the black spots even took up half the Xingyin pill itself. 5 successful pills, 3 failed, and 2 genuine pills of only average quality. And this is the result of my one-hodling's assistance, and my constant pursuit of refining just one type of pill. Fang Xing sighed, sealing the 5 Zhengyuan Dan back into the one-hodling. For an ordinary alchemist to achieve this kind of success, that would be considered mastering the Zhengyuan Dan recipe, right? These 3 pills are exceedingly toxic. The one-hodling's ability to remove the impurities and retain the essence should save them. The other 2 can further neutralize the toxicity, becoming poison-free, top-grade pills that can be used to enhance monocultivation. Fang Xing left the alchemy room, pondering silently. The Tiangang and Shaki of the immortal realm seems quite similar to the special cosmic energy of the main universe. Perhaps I could get 1 or 2 back to see how they perform. How many credits are needed to buy such a treasure? Even the lowest grade Mars Shao would cost 30 credits in the main universe, even in the Blue Star University treasury. Chapter 121, Atlas of All Spirits. September 1st. Students, on behalf of Blue Star University, I welcome you. Na Ying was delivering an impassioned speech on the podium. For everyone's convenience, this speech was being held in the virtual Blue Star University community. After all, we were all professionals, with much to do. Fang Xing pretended to listen intently while idly browsing his email when he was startled. Master, you have a new email, Little Blue whispered softly from his shoulder. Yes, Fang Xing clicked on it. Finally, are your advisors assigned? Dear Fang Xing, your advisor is Pan Shuang, and your counselor is Wei Shentong. Contact information. He found the first part fine, but the latter part was truly hilarious. Wei Shentong, counselor, never mind. Some college students barely see their counselors their entire university life, as long as the advisor is reliable. With this thought, he immediately sent a message to Pan Shuang. Within minutes, the reply arrived. Hello, Fang Xing is your instructor. I need to comprehensively assess your abilities. For our first meeting, an offline meeting is fine. You can come to the public training room, room Q34. The password is XXX. Pan Shuang's reply was serious, But Fang Xing knew he must be distracted. Otherwise, how could he reply so quickly? Aren't they supposed to be listening to the school leader's speech together? Okay, he felt good about it. While this virtual space is wonderful, it can't handle the data of high-level experts. I hope it can be optimized in the future. Just as Fang Xing was lost in thought, he suddenly heard enthusiastic applause. He didn't know where the speech was, but it must be the end of the speech, so he should just join in the applause. Chi-chi. A large amount of icy mist emerged. Fang Xing walked out of the holographic virtual warehouse and glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 19. Occupation, martial artist. 4th realm, courage, 200/200. 12 military fist styles. 89/400, master, big dragon posture. 388/400, master, subduing tiger posture. 289/400, master, ghostly blade. 23/400, master, extreme love sword. 31/400, master, dragon elephant skill. 215/400, master, great Vajra Prajna power. 44 out of 100, proficient, great Sun Tathagata mantra. 13/200, master, twin guardians of heavenly mother's might and power golden lotus. 55 out of 100, proficient, gate of the heavens, charging. Aside from the Vairocana mantra, which I've been deliberately suppressing, my skills in all other areas have improved quite a bit. My summer's hard work is well worth it, though I do play games occasionally, Fang Xing observed as he flew low on his newly purchased flying skateboard, arriving at the public training room. He had to buy a skateboard, after all. Blue Star University is so vast that even using his own flying skills would be a hassle to get around. From above, the public training room was vast, like a meticulously constructed honeycomb, divided into various sections. From the most basic martial arts training room to a specialized shooting range, weapons testing ground, pharmaceutical lab, mecha repair room, and space simulator, it had everything you could need. Room Q34. After entering the password, Fang Xing stepped inside and felt a surge of gravity. The gravity in this room is at least 3 times that of the outside world. His expression remained unchanged as he scanned his surroundings. The floor was a reddish-brown, herbal-scented floor that felt both firm and springy. The space was vast, at least 300 square meters. It was empty, save for a few people standing in the center. Fang Xing took a quick look and surprisingly recognized 2 of them. Su Longian, he smiled, greeting a timid female student. Su Longian seemed a little afraid of Fang Xing. After all, she had a psychological trauma. This female student wasn't actually weak, just unlucky to have run into Fang Xing. However, Fang Xing had watched the video of her subsequent performance and saw that she had fought her way through the resurrection match, showing great perseverance and worthy of praise. Also present was a gun-toting young man with a resolute face, probably named Yan Kang. This student was skilled with a spear and possessed incredible perseverance. Fang Xing had a vague impression of him, having been knocked unconscious and still standing. The remaining student, with rosy lips and white teeth, looked very young, but Fang Xing didn't recognize him. Great, you're all here, the rosy-lipped, white-toothed boy smiled faintly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Pan Shuang, I'm 87 years old, and I'm your martial arts instructor. Fang Xing suspected a prank, but after sensing the other person's strength, he decided to keep quiet. A warrior's spiritual powers were already impressive, and practicing the great Sun Tathagata mantra further heightened his spiritual perception. This teacher looks like a young boy, but his name is Pan Shuang. But, at 86, he's still so young. It seems that reaching a high level of martial arts cultivation can achieve rejuvenation just as powerful as the immortal path. Or, perhaps he underwent genetic surgery. What? You don't believe it? Pan Shuang chuckled. A golden light suddenly erupted, quickly enveloping the surroundings like a golden sun, bringing a terrifying pressure. Ah! Su Longian and Yu Yang exclaimed, stepping back. Seeing Fang Xing standing firm, their expressions were complicated. Seeing Fang Xing standing firm, Pan Shuang's face showed a hint of satisfaction, but a golden aura enveloped his entire body, giving him the awe-inspiring aura of a demon-slaying Vajra. Golden body of martial arts. Vajra realm? Fang Xing took half a step back, a look of shock on his face. Hello, teacher. Well, the boy is teachable, worthy of being the #1 in martial arts this year. Pan Shuang nodded, Yin Hongding is afraid that I will snatch the ancient sword from him, haha. Relying on top-level superpowers, even if you are talented and used to smooth sailing, when you meet more and stronger geniuses, you will easily be hit and unable to recover. I lie to people like you who crawled out of the mud. You are tough enough, teacher. At this time, Su Longyuan and Yucai High also stepped forward and saluted together. Well, I'll have 2 classes with you each week. Think carefully about any questions you have, Pan Shuang, a straightforward martial artist, said. As for university advice, participate in more student union missions to earn more credits, read the Myriad Spirits Atlas more often, and take more valuable items from the treasury. That's all. Fang Xing, you go first, teacher. My Niwen Palace is already complete, and I'm only a short while away from breaking through to the 5th stage of the Great Dragon Pillar. Should I go straight to the outer scene? Fang Xing asked his question, oblivious to the stunned expressions of the 2 students behind him. Is this a freshman supposed to break through to the 5th realm of martial arts? Could this be a true genius? Su Longyuan lowered her head, then raised it stubbornly. Well, your spirit is indeed complete. All you need is the domain achievement. Breaking into the 5th realm of martial arts will be a piece of cake. However, I see that you are taking the path of Dragon and Tiger Golden Pill. In that case, why not wait a little longer and practice the tiger subduing posture to the 5th stage first? The Dragon and Tiger combination should be considered before the outdoor filming. Pan Shuang gave some advice. Also, I watched your previous battle videos and suggest that you learn another body movement. Yes, I want to learn air step, but it seems that this footwork can only be learned after the outdoor filming. Fang Xing was actually very envious of Xiaolong's ability to walk in the air, but Xiaolong's footwork required the power of the domain, so he really couldn't envy it. He looked down on other people whose body movements were too poor, so he simply waited until school started to see what the instructor had to say. Well, go to the school library and search for a footwork technique, dancing in the air. This technique is derived from the stepping in the air, but is even more magical. It's an S-rank martial art that was only completed in the last 2 years, Pan Shuang instructed. Once you master the dancing in the air, you can walk on air. You don't need to have any external realm. Yes, Fang Xing decided to look into it after returning. He still needed to improve his body movements. Su Longyuan, your Tai Chi artistic conception is good, but you're too obsessed with the feminine methods of defeating the enemy. From today on, learn the crazy 18 strikes and the crazy demonic stick technique, and practice your mad, fierce strength every day. Yan Kaiang, you have plenty of perseverance, but lack the foundation. First, improve your realm. Pan Shuang then began to instruct the other 2 students. Fang Xing took this opportunity to download Dancing in the Air, took a quick look, and felt delighted. The entry point to the sky dance step is to unleash unbridled force, stepping on the air. Imagine the air as solid, so you can naturally use it as a foothold. To achieve this, you need a formidable physique and incredible explosive power. It's truly suited to me. The vast library contained a vast sea of martial arts books. Even Fang Xing specialized in physical techniques, which numbered tens of thousands, making it nearly impossible to find them all. Yet Pan Shuang's immediate guidance was spot on, leaving Fang Xing impressed by his discerning eye. Teacher, could you please teach me the meaning of sky dance? Fang Xing took the opportunity to ask. He only needed to comprehend it once, and he could use it as a benchmark for continuous practice. And once he'd mastered the technique and registered his proficiency on the stat panel, what was there to fear? The sky dance artistic conception. Pan Shuang's lips curled into a smile. I don't know. After all, that footwork doesn't suit me. Then, shall I try it in the virtual space? Fang Xing asked tentatively. While the virtual space could only simulate masters at the level of a real-world expert, it should hold a vast reservoir of artistic conception. Haha, at most they'll have a demonstration by an expert out there. How can that be intuitive? Pan Shuang let out a mysterious smile. Perfect. This time, I'll show you the true essence of Blue Star University, the Myriad Spirits Atlas. What exactly is the Myriad Spirits Atlas? Su Longyuan demanded. The Myriad Spirits Atlas is a scroll. Pan Shuang seemed to hold back, keeping the 3 people's curiosity piqued. Then, he chuckled. It's a mysterious pattern left behind by the first principal, continuously developed and expanded upon by generations of our school's formidable masters. It has practically integrated every martial art in the world. If you comprehend it, your realm of mind and realm will soar. Chapter 122 3 Great Skills. However, The Myriad Spirits Atlas is also quite dangerous, so the first visit must be led by a teacher, Pan Xing, his body aglow with golden light, carried Fang Xing, Su Longyan, and Yucai, like a golden sun, sinking deep into the depths of Blue Star University. The Myriad Spirits Atlas is in Blue Star University's special area. You can hardly enter it normally, and you won't even be able to find it. Pan Xing landed on the rooftop of the Great Library with Fang Xing. The Blue Star University Library was square and magnificent, resembling a white marble seal from above. But the top floor was completely deserted. No, just by the corridor door, a parasol stood upright, with a beach chair beneath it. An elderly security guard, resembling a doorman, lounged in a chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. Mr. Meng, are you feeling well these days? Pan Xing approached with a smile. It's the little bear. Grandpa Meng opened his eyes and glanced at Fang Xing and the others. Bringing in new people again? Yes, it's a school assignment. We can't help it. Are there any vacancies in the Myriad Spirits Atlas right now? Pan Xing asked. You're lucky. There are still 10 or so. The new students will be here soon. Grandpa Meng waved his palm leaf fan. A flash of silver light flashed in the void, and Fang Xing felt the sensation of being enveloped in a special bubble again. The next moment, the world shifted. He was standing in a small space. The sky and the earth were gray, the ground pitch black and cracked. The entire space was dead silent. Aside from a few teachers and students, there was almost nothing else in sight. No. At the end of Fang Xing's vision, a stone stele suddenly appeared. It towered into the clouds, like a divine pillar supporting the heavens, holding together the heavens and the earth in this space. On the stele were all sorts of bizarre patterns, resembling countless tadpoles swimming, or a multi-headed serpent dancing wildly. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, the waxing and waning of the moon, all seemed to be present. Dragon, tiger, sword, killing and death, life, are all in it. Fang Xing took one look, a hint of fascination crossing his face. But the terrifying mental contamination that followed caused his expression to change drastically. This is the contamination of the evil spirit. Not good. His Niwen palace suddenly blazed with light, and a faint roar of dragons, tigers, and elephants surrounded him, and he suddenly woke up. Yucai, standing beside him, had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and dared not look at the pitch-black stone tablet. Su Longyan, on the other hand, looked mesmerized, and it seemed with great difficulty that she averted her gaze. Tai Chi, Yin and Yang, how is it? Do you feel that everything you've learned is here? Pan Xing laughed heartily. In fact, that's exactly what it is. As long as you continue to comprehend it, your realm of mind will definitely be perfect, and even the pinnacle of your realm will be within your reach. But, with this contemplation comes the contamination of the evil spirit. What material is this stone tablet made of? Fang Xing inquired. You figured it out? Not bad, Pan Xing chuckled. It's made of evil god materials, and not just any evil god's followers, but an extremely powerful son of God. You know, some powerful descendants of evil gods may even obtain the authority shared by their fathers, and are not much worse than some weak or lower-level rulers. Only the body of such a powerful son of God can accommodate thousands of martial arts realms, and even give people the effect of enlightenment. Of course, the evil god's pollution has been corrected, and it is not as powerful as the original son of God. The offspring of the evil god refined into the stone tablet was extremely powerful. Later, the first principle, mobilizing the power of numerous martial gods, slew it with the myriad spirits martial Dao and imprinted his own martial will upon it. This is the origin of the Myriad Spirits Atlas. To comprehend the ultimate martial spirit, one must endure the contamination of the evil god. The closer one approaches, the stronger the contamination. Even at this marginal position, only a courageous martial artist at the fourth realm can gain a foothold. For warriors below the fourth realm, even if they cultivate A-level martial arts and possess simulated artistic conception, it's of little use. Pan Xing smiled. I can even tell you that the technological advancements in today's virtual reality world, including the simulated martial arts artistic conception, were inspired by studying the Myriad Spirits Atlas. Now that I'm here, you don't have to worry about contamination. Explore further and discover your own limits. The next time you enter, you'll have a clearer idea. Hearing his words, Yucai remained silent, yet like a spear, he charged forward. Su Longyan followed closely behind. Fang Xing glanced around, finding it quite intriguing. He then took his time. Boom! With just one step forward, He felt a strange, inexplicable feeling from the void penetrate his consciousness. It was a dragon, a tiger, a dragon, an elephant, even a faint, ethereal step. The artistic conception of the dance in the sky step. It could even be performed by a martial saint, or even a martial god. Fang Xing was instantly captivated. Unconsciously, he walked forward. Then, on his stats panel, his various martial arts skills improved again. At the very bottom of the panel, another sub-column suddenly materialized, Dance in the Sky Step. 1/100, Beginner. I actually got straight to the beginner level? No, I took 10 steps without realizing it. Fang Xing shuddered, snapping back to his senses. Glancing around, Su Longyan had fainted, unwittingly restrained by Pan Shang. Yang Kaiang's body was as straight as a spear, but he struggled to continue. Even with his lips bitten and bleeding, he kept moving forward. This kind of comprehension isn't a conscious effort, but rather your state of mind, even your domain, actively pursuing you. Is knowledge chasing you? Compared to the contamination of the evil spirit, it's a whole other level of danger. The first generation principle is truly remarkable, having devised a method to imbue your martial arts will with properties similar to those of the evil spirit. Fang Xing gathered his breath and continued forward. With a firm step, he surpassed Yang Kaiang. The boy stared at him from behind, a hint of resentment in his eyes. He fell into coma and was taken back by Pan Shang. Fang Xing ignored Yang Kaiang, feeling that this place was his perfect feng shui spot. If I continue here, not only will I achieve the dragon state of mind, but also the subduing tiger state of mind. Rapidly completing it and transforming it into the subduing tiger domain, the great Dao pursues me. I pursue the great Dao? A hint of struggle lingered in his eyes as he glanced at a senior student. This senior, who was either a sophomore or a junior, was still at the courage realm. Seeing Fang Xing surpass him, his face was filled with astonishment and resentment. I'm almost at my limit, Fang Xing gritted his teeth. From his vantage point, he could already see a dark shadow at the base of the pitch-black stone tablet, resembling a snarling monster. But, this is just my normal limit, a thought struck him, and he meditated on the great sun Tathagata mantra. A crimson sun rose in his sea of consciousness. Crash! The martial arts realms that actively infused and pursued him were instantly poured into the great sun furnace, causing this unique martial art to slowly rise again. I knew it, anything that actively entered my sea of consciousness is just a gift, Fang Xing internally complained, feeling the pressure lift. But watching his proficiency in the great sun Tathagata mantra slowly increase, he knew he couldn't waste any more time, so he took another few steps forward. Finally, he saw it, the monster carrying the stone tablet. No. It wasn't a monster, but a dragon turtle. Its head and back were like a tortoise's head, its limbs like phoenix claws, and its tail like a snake. The Bixi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon? Or Baksha. Is this thing the offspring of the evil god? This is a bit of a joke, however, the offspring of the evil god should not be looked at directly. This is its image distorted by the martial will of the martial god, weakened and corrected. Otherwise, if a bunch of freshmen were to directly observe the true form of the offspring of the evil god, wouldn't they probably go crazy? Fang Xing had a guess. At this moment, he saw several distinct marks on the pitch-black tortoise shell beneath the stone tablet. Even from a distance, they were still incredibly clear. Following the distant perception, he saw a sword mark, 2 fist marks, a claw mark, a palm print, and several more faint marks. The sword mark, piercing the sky, carried an aura of annihilation, and it seemed to follow the connection of their gaze and slash into Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. Mahavirikana, he snorted inwardly, and the great sun furnace emerged, swallowing the sword light and then dissolving into nothingness. At the same time, fragments of swordsmanship memories slowly flowed through his mind like a stream. Star-destroying sword, isn't this the unique skill of the 9 Swords Academy's dean, the martial god Jiankyu? Did she also come here to comprehend it? Before Fang Xing could even consider it, he felt a surge of power, sweeping him back. I never thought you could even reach the point of seeing Bashia's true form. Pan Shang looked at Fang Xing, his face filled with emotion. You can achieve this at the courage realm. Looks like I'm about to teach a remarkable student. I don't know why I just walked over. What are the origins of those fist and sword marks on the turtle shell? Fang Xing inquired curiously. It's a gift left by the first principle to all warriors. If one can comprehend a myriad spirits atlas to a certain level, one can elevate their martial arts and comprehend new extraordinary skills. even ultimate martial arts that surpass S rank. Unfortunately, until now, only a handful of warriors have achieved this, and they are all peerless geniuses, dominating their era. Pan Shuang sighed. Surpassing S rank, Su Longyan's eyes widened. Federation martial arts are vast and profound, easy to learn but difficult to master. Even martial arts like the Great Dragon Pillar can be cultivated all the way to the Golden Core realm. Could it be the legendary exotic martial arts that surpass S rank? But doesn't that require supernatural powers to be used? Martial arts that surpass S rank could be exotic martial arts, or star martial arts, or even just a single sword move. Pan Shuang sighed. The Federation's most advanced martial arts have all left their mark on the Baxia tortoise shell. For example, the star martial art, the star-destroying sword. Star-destroying sword? It's said that even among the 9 Swords Academy's most accomplished graduates, few can master it. Su Longyan's eyes lit up. And then there's the exotic martial art, the sky-severing blade, which slashes through the air with a single strike. It requires a special supernatural power to master, and the mecha-compatible martial art, the armored nuclear palm. It's renowned at St. Armor University, and it's actually passed down here too, but unfortunately, no one has mastered it. Pan Shuang lamented. 9 Swords Academy has the star-exterminating sword, and St. Armor University has the nuclear flattening palm. So, is our school's most famous martial art the Myriad Spirits martial arts? Fang Xing questioned. Myriad Spirits martial arts, the integration of all spirits. No one except the first president has ever reached that level. Right now, our university's martial arts department's most renowned art is probably the Tathagata Palm Sutra. If you can condense the Tathagata Dharma image and combine it with the Tathagata Palm Sutra, you'll be able to dominate even the martial saints and gods. Pan Shuang seemed to have high hopes for Fang Xing, a Buddhist martial art, or Tathagata. Fang Xing glanced at his stats. Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. 20/200, Mastery. A bitter feeling welled up in his heart. This is indeed a great place to practice martial arts, especially for the unique Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. If I let loose completely, accepting all who come, I'm afraid my progress will be astonishing. In the end, will I completely devour this hegemony monument and the Myriad Spirits Atlas, and achieve my supreme martial arts, but by then, will I still be myself? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Credits. The Great Sun Tathagata Mantra, the Tathagata's Dharma image. I feel like this is entangled in some monstrous conspiracy. Just as Fang Xing was lost in thought, a flash of silver light appeared in the void, and 4 more figures emerged. One of them had red gold eyebrows and a haughty demeanor. It was Gu Jiantong. Beside Gu Jiantong were 2 other students, one unfamiliar, the other Yin Huanzhen. Hey, yellow-browed boy, Fang Xing immediately greeted them. Gu Jiantong's face twitched, but he seemed accustomed to it and wasn't as angry. The teacher standing before Gu Jiantong was a handsome young man wearing round-framed glasses. Seeing Pan Shuang, he smiled immediately. Teacher Pan, are you showing your students the Myriad Spirits Atlas? I wonder how they're doing. Not bad. Pan Shuang waved his hand. Yin Hongding, you've praised your student to such an incredible degree. I wonder if he can comprehend some peerless martial arts from the Myriad Spirits Atlas. While the 2 teachers were exchanging words, Fang Xing thought further. Gu Jiantong. He's the primary target of those sect's followers, but corruption isn't the key. It seems they want him to learn the unique martial art Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. So, this unique martial art is so unique that no one among the followers of the evil god has even mastered it. So they're pinning their hopes on Gu Jiantong. After all, the light transformation ability is even rarer than the diamond body, and Gu Jiantong is an even rarer martial arts prodigy. To understand the truth, just keep a close eye on Gu Jiantong. After all, those followers of the evil god will definitely make follow-up moves. Fang Xing remained deeply interested in the Gate of Nothingness, as it might be related to the reopening of the Gate of the Heavens. Let's just wait and see. Elsewhere, Pan Shuang and Yin Hongding, also at odds, left the small space with Fang Xing and the others. Teacher, what are the requirements for viewing the Myriad Spirits Atlas? Standing on the rooftop of the vast library, resembling a white marble seal, Fang Xing gazed at the scenery below and suddenly asked. It requires credits. 1 credit is enough for a full day of observation. Today's a special case, Pan Xing replied. But, we have to pass the final exam to earn those credits, right? Su Longyan felt a little frustrated. While observing the Myriad Spirits Atlas, she truly felt she had a chance of surpassing Fang Xing. At Blue Star University, credits are everything, Pan Xing chuckled. The student union occasionally issues tasks, and completing them might award some credits. Plus, if you bring honor to the school on the Blue Star Community Battle Arena, you'll naturally receive credits as well. Finally, we instructors can occasionally award you a few credits, but it all depends on whether you can satisfy me, Pan Xing laughed heartily. That concludes today's class. See you next time. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished. A students' union task? You can go check it out. Fang Xing nodded, reached the edge of the rooftop, and jumped down. Hey, vandalism will result in a credit deduction, Su Longyan couldn't help but remind him. She knew that with Fang Xing's level of skill, even if he smashed down, it would only hurt the floor, not the other person. However, damaging school property would likely result in a warning. Bang! Then, she saw Fang Xing stomp in midair. The previously empty air seemed to generate some kind of stabilizing force, allowing him to leverage it and leap upwards. Immediately afterwards, he landed on a hoverboard and swiftly flew away. A hoverboard? Damn, so rich, Su Longyan grumbled. Pan Xing admired talents among the common people, so neither she nor Yucai came from wealthy families. They couldn't afford to spend money on a hoverboard, and at most, they would just run a few more steps. Unlike Yin Hongbing, who preferred to teach the wealthy. Not only was Yin Huanzhen a master of ancient swordsmanship, he also came from an incredibly wealthy family, with even greater potential for the future. You shouldn't focus on the hoverboard, but on that other person's step. The teacher just mentioned the flying step to him today, and he's already mastered it, Yucai said coldly from the side. Su Longyan shuddered. Did he really just learn this S-rank martial art today? Could his understanding of the Myriad Spirits Atlas be so much greater than mine? Yucai remained silent. He had persisted longer than Su Longyan, so he naturally knew Fang Xing had advanced further and gained more benefits. Blue Star University is truly filled with geniuses. No, geniuses are worthless, only the monstrous ones attract attention. I still need to practice harder, Yucai pursed his lips, thinking to himself. He had been a renowned genius on his birth planet and even in the galaxy. After arriving at Blue Star University, he realized he was just ordinary, even at the bottom of the heap. An ordinary genius might have been discouraged. But he wasn't, because he had been perseverant and reserved since childhood. It was because of this that he had climbed the martial arts ladder step by step, surpassing his peers one by one, ultimately reaching the realm of courage and being admitted to Blue Star University. The student union, is this here? Fang Xing arrived in front of a towering building. The tower was a yellowish-brown hue, with openings on all 4 sides. Numerous students entered and exited from the various entrances, many in a hurry. He leaped from height in the air, stomping on the air mid-air to greatly reduce the force of his descent. With a swift, graceful turn, he landed lightly on the ground. Well, the entry-level Wukong Bu, dancing sky step, only allows 1 mid-air boost, not bad, though, according to the documentation, after practicing this technique to the 3rd stage, the mastery level, one can even remain suspended in mid-air for extended periods. The principle is similar to swimming by treading water to maintain a standing position. The key is to treat the air as water. Above the 3rd stage, domain coordination is required. It's said to be comparable to physical flight achieved through a martial arts golden elixir, Fang Xing thought to himself, savoring the allure of Wukong Bu. If it weren't for this visit to the Myriad Spirits Atlas, even with Pan Xing's personal instruction, it would have taken him quite some time to master this S-rank martial art. The Myriad Spirits Atlas is such a great thing, it's a shame it's so expensive because it requires credits. Many Blue Star University students, after 10 years of hard training, wouldn't have earned enough credits to redeem the Wei Yang water even if they didn't spend any money at all. Fang Xing looked up at the tower where the Student Union was located and walked in. The first floor of the tower was very spacious, with scrolling screens on the walls and a dense array of small characters behind them. In the Balan district, a murder has occurred in the Guilin Villa. A psychic skilled in reconnaissance is needed for cooperation. The reward is 500,000 to 1 million star yuan. Search the Baishan district black market. The reward is calculated based on the contraband seized. Note, mainly in Star Yuan, the Secret Realm expedition team is short of people. Come if you're brave enough. Credits are free. Is this the Students' Union or the Mission Tower? Fang Xing took a few glances and knew something in his mind. The Students' Union hopes that college students can gain more practical experience, so they have cooperated with the Public Security Bureau and the General Administration of Prevention and Control of Blue Star to issue some tasks for college students to practice. Unfortunately, most of them only have star coins as rewards. A small part rewards credits, but they are too dangerous and may even require leaving Blue Star. He observed for a long time and did not find a task that suited his taste, so he shook his head. Why? Want to take on tasks to earn credits? Suddenly, a voice from the side interrupted. Fang Xing turned around and saw that it was Yin Huanzhen. Student Yin, have you finished observing the 10,000 Spirits Atlas? Don't hide a smiling person, not to mention that Yin Huanzhen had sent Lan Fei to work like a slave for a year before, so Fang Xing's attitude was still very good. Yes, but unfortunately, I haven't gained much insight. Staying there for too long would be draining, and not conducive to the accumulation of knowledge in the Niwen Palace. That's why I left early. Yin Huanzhen smiled and said, the Myriad Spirits Atlas is actually more suitable for those who want to create their own martial arts, or when they had a bottleneck in a certain martial art, so they can apply it to other areas. Fang Xing didn't feel the slightest bit. No matter what martial arts he practiced, he never felt a bottleneck. At most, he got stuck at the beginning. And then there were those slutty things like the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. He couldn't even get rid of them, and he was worried that they would improve too quickly and his martial arts wouldn't be able to keep up. Student Yin, are you here to take on a mission too? Fang Xing asked curiously. This isn't the place to talk. Follow me. Yin Huanzhen pointed to the gate and followed Fang Xing out of the mission tower. They arrived near the cafeteria, ordered 2 drinks, and sat down on benches by the sidewalk. Do you think these missions are either too low paying, don't offer any credits, or are extremely dangerous? Yin Huanzhen took a sip of his drink, habitually pulled out his game console, and asked with a smile. Indeed, Fang Xing nodded. Because the Students' Union is behind the scenes, they habitually withhold high-quality missions for their own, Yin Huanzhen said without looking up. So shady. Fang Xing felt like complaining, but held back. Blue Star University is already fair enough, but absolute fairness doesn't exist. Yin Huanzhen shook his head. Why do you think I'm investing in talent? I'm just trying to get you to work hard so that at the end of the school year, you can use your credits to redeem items from my treasure vault. Look, anyone who's a Blue Star University student can use their credits to redeem treasures. How is that fair to those fighting bloody battles in the secret realm? Fang Xing fell silent. Xia Long had no access to the resources needed to condense his martial arts golden elixir, and was forced to risk his life in the secret realm. While he expressed regret, the struggle for resources was probably the greater reason. But, having other students redeem treasures and then transacting privately is against school rules, isn't it? Fang Xing frowned. If you don't tell me and I don't tell me, who has proof? Yin Huanzhen's eyes remained focused on the screen. Although martial arts is the evolutionary path with the largest base in the Blue Star Federation and is known to consume the least resources, special resources are still needed to make up for it when you reach a high level. Without elixirs, how can you condense a flawless golden elixir? Without the special energy of the universe, how can you make the golden elixir more special? After the golden elixir, how can you quickly shape the energy network throughout the body without a lot of resources? Even in the Vajra realm, the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine ability is already the best in body refining, but it can still only push the golden elixir to the 7th turn. The rest requires special resources to make up for, unless you are really gifted with a solid foundation, or awaken supernatural powers such as the Vajra body, otherwise it will be too difficult to catch up with those geniuses. In that case, do you think I will still trade my precious credits with you? Fang Xing frowned. Whether it succeeds or not, we have to try. Yin Huanzhen quickly finished a round and stood up. Besides, you help me first. Once I break through to higher realm and hold a high position in the giant god group, I can naturally repay you. Well, that's a bit far-fetched, so let's talk about the near future. When the Students' Union election comes, I'll attack and overthrow the previous leader, then take control of the Students' Union. Would that be a continuous reward for you? Of course, you rejected me a long time ago, so we can work together. He finally revealed his true intentions, I think. The current student union is too corrupt. It's time to replace it. I need to think about it. Fang Xing cautiously remained silent. Even at Blue Star University, most of the students who are still studying are still in the bravery realm, and very few have reached the outer realm. If you achieve the Martial Deo Golden Core, you'll be directly recommended for graduate school. Therefore, most of those in the student union will be in the outer realm. After you and I break through, we'll have a good chance, Yin Huanshan patiently coaxed. In the dormitory, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, his 5 hearts facing the sky. So there are so many requirements for the Jindan and Vajra realms, and they all require resources. It's a bit difficult to obtain everything from the treasury with just credits and personal effort, but relying on a powerful force isn't a good idea either. You need a return on their investment, even for location in Jindan. Although Yin Huanshan's words sounded very appealing today, in reality, he still has to pay first. Fang Xing would definitely not accept this. The student union is complex, and I don't know how many major forces are arranging their pawns within it. If I were to take it down, not to mention whether I could defeat it, the subsequent backlash would be unstoppable. Compared to that, it's better to get on the battle stage leaderboard after the location and bring owner to the school. He secretly made a plan for his future cultivation, still focusing on a cautious approach. There were no good tasks in the student union at this stage, so he wouldn't take them. He didn't need those start points anyway. Let's focus on cultivation. First, improve the state of mind of Fu Hu, and try the state of Dragon-Tiger intersection and Dragon-Tiger state of mind before the outdoor scene. This can lay a foundation for the golden elixir. In addition, the body movement and even other martial arts can be improved one by one, and the weekly classes cannot be missed. Fang Xing looked up and found that in addition to the martial arts class, the compulsory courses in his freshman year also included large ship operation, alien language, maintenance class and other 6 courses. According to school regulations, if all 6 courses are completed and the final examination is passed, 6 credits will be awarded. Pan Shang can't be so stingy. He should give 1 or 2 credits at the end of the semester, which adds up to 7 or 8 credits. This is the savings of an ordinary Blue Star University student for a year. Sure enough, money is hard to earn, and credits are even harder to earn. Chapter 124 Battle Stage. Blue Star, the capital of the Blue Star Federation, boasts excellent security. This is especially true of Blue Star University. As a world-class institution, any evil god believer attempting to cause trouble would be practically wiped out. Therefore, once Fang Xing settled down to study and martial arts, he felt years flow peacefully. His daily schedule was nearly packed. First, of course, he went to class, then spent time in his holographic virtual cabin, sometimes studying, sometimes playing games. Weekends would bring him out to meet up with friends for drinks and meals. Well, Song Jinggang, from a well-off family, was always willing to pay, so Fang Xing didn't mind taking him along. Until one day. In the training room. "I've trained to have a body like a dragon and a physique like a tiger," Fang Xing exclaimed softly, opening his eyes. At that moment, one of his eyes seemed to evoke the image of a dragon, the other, a tiger lurking within. Roar. His physique was astonishing, his energy like a dragon, his breath like a tiger. Within the small, quiet room, a dragon and a tiger seemed to coil and crouch. The phantom forms of a dragon and a tiger leaped from Fang Xing's vision, forming a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, with him alone in the center. Like the dividing line of Tai Chi, I've finally achieved the dragon and tiger realm. After a long pause, Fang Xing let out a long sigh. Recently, I focused on improving the subduing tiger posture, but the great dragon posture has also been slowly improving. Finally, just now, we both broke through the 5th stage and entered the Grandmaster level, proficiency in the attribute panel. So after Master, the next level is Grandmaster. Achieving Grandmaster status is almost as high as a martial artist's creation. This allowed Fang Xing to gain a bird's eye view. Without even breaking a sweat, he used his own unique model to fuse the 2 stances, creating the most suitable stance for him, the dragon and tiger posture. Thanks to this, he successfully integrated the dragon and subduing tiger stances, achieving the dragon and tiger realm. No, now, it's the dragon and tiger realm. Teacher Pan Shang is right. If I use the inspiration I gained during my breakthrough to directly smelt the dragon and tiger, I'll save countless efforts later. Fang Xing smiled triumphantly, then with a thought, a water cup soared from the corner and landed in front of him. The scene was truly astonishing. Even in his past, He would have had to generate a wisp of ki, channeling his innate ki like a fishing line, to fish the cup. But now, without moving his ki, he simply channeled his domain power with a single thought. This was the power of mind influencing matter. Once I've achieved the dragon and tiger domain, coupled with my already perfected Niwen Palace, breaking through the external scene is truly a piece of cake. Of course, some of the details and insights from this breakthrough were inextricably linked to the Great Library and Pan Shuang's contributions. Xia Long's external scene is a thunderous purgatory. Clearly, his artistic conception leans towards the path of thunder. My external scene is based on the dragon and tiger. The dragon and tiger are yin and yang, Fang Xing thought, and a dragon and a tiger suddenly leaped out of thin air. The dragon was as black as ink, each scale gleaming with a cold light. Its head bore twin horns, its belly adorned with 4 claws. The tiger, a white tiger with black stripes, stood in a languid pose, the word king emblazoned on its forehead with a majestic presence. Both had unexpectedly shed their shadowy forms, seemingly becoming physical entities. Roar. Amidst the roars of dragons and tigers, the black dragon and white tiger instantly disintegrated and transformed into a black and white Tai Chi diagram, spinning continuously. The domain has just been formed, and this is already pretty good. Fang Xing sighed and looked at the attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 19. Occupation, martial artist. 5th realm. Exterior, 1/400. Dragon and tiger posture, 1/800. Grandmaster, 12 forms of military fist. 245/400. Master, ghost and god sword. 225/400. Master, extreme love sword. 235/400. Master, dragon and elephant skill. 312/400. Master, great Vajraprajna power. 5/200. Master, great Suntathagata mantra. 20/200. Master, Cheyenne mighty golden lotus twin guardian book. 1/200. Master, dancing in the sky step. 9/200. Master, gate of the heavens, charging. Grandmaster proficiency, do I need 800? Once Grandmaster is perfected, I should be at the peak of my domain. I wonder if there are higher tiers. Thanks to my last comprehended Myriad Spirits Atlas, I've made considerable progress in other martial arts as well. Of course, the great Suntathagata mantra remains suppressed, while the twin guardian Dharma books of Heavenly Mother's Might and Virtual Golden Lotus, thanks to the constant activity of my immortal clones, have seen the proficiency steadily increase. However, after reaching mastery, it stagnated. This is because this secret technique is limited by the tier of the Great Suntathagata Mantra. Until I reach a breakthrough in the Great Suntathagata Mantra, further breakthroughs are impossible. Although both are S-rank martial arts, the Sky Dance step is much easier to master than the Great Vajraprajna Divine Power. At my current mastery tier, combined with the power of my domain, I'm capable of physical flight similar to that achieved by the martial arts Golden Elixir. Oh, I'll have to sell my skateboard on the second-hand market someday. What a loss. Fang Xing stood up, clenching his fists. Feeling the far greater power in his limbs than yesterday, his heart surged with excitement. At the exterior realm, combined with the Vajraprajna power of the mastery level, quadruple the explosive power. I should be able to test the waters of the battle arena, but there's no rush. He walked out of the practice room and leaped from the balcony. Splash. The swimming pool below suddenly erupted in a huge splash. After a good bath and a hearty meal, satisfying his appetite, Fang Xing finally lay contentedly in the holographic virtual cabin. Master, it's been a long time since you last saw Xiaolin. Xiaolin fluttered her wings and approached Fang Xing, her tone rather resentful. Didn't we just finish playing games yesterday? Stop it. Fang Xing snapped his fingers, causing Xiaolin to cover her forehead. However, she didn't fly away, instead circling Fang Xing again and again. Master, are we going to play games or go on a dare today? No, we're going to the battle arena today. Walking around the Blue Star community, many classmates would occasionally nod in greeting upon seeing Fang Xing. After all, his position as the head of the martial arts department upon entering was earned through hard work. This was especially true after Gu Jiantong recently demonstrated his formidable prowess on the battle stage. Yet, for some reason, Fang Xing had never once stepped onto the stage, remaining remarkably low-key. Arriving at the battle stage, the building resembled the Roman Colosseum. Upon entering, the first thing that caught his eye was the leaderboard. First place in the battle list, Dark Star, 9 Swords Academy. Second and third place haven't changed much? Are we at Blue Star University destined to remain third forever? Fang Xing scoffed, though he understood. Even with his talent, many teachers believed he wouldn't be able to break through to the golden core stage during his university years. Therefore, a waging warrior was already considered the pinnacle of a top-tier university. Clearly, these three, standing at the pinnacle of all waging warriors, wouldn't be easily toppled. Master, I have compiled a copy of the latest rules of the battle arena, including those for subsequent version updates. Do you want me to read them to you? Xiaolan looked around and seemed very excited. The rules of the battle arena are very simple. Once you enter the arena, the winner will be decided by life and death. Pharmacists and mecha masters can participate. The potions and mechas used in the battle must have been independently produced in the virtual space. The top 10 seats will receive credit rewards every month. Therefore, at the end of the month, you must accept 10 challenges, otherwise it will be deemed as forfeiting. The challengers at the end of the month need to be in the top 100 of the leaderboard. The current last place on the leaderboard is 53,914th. After reading the rules quickly, Fang Xing felt that the number of people was really too many. The three top-tier universities only admit about 3,000 students each year. With a 10-year program, that only adds up to 30,000. But there are other universities on Blue Star, like Blue Star Public Security University. They're so close, we definitely won't miss them. Songjingang even boasted about making it into the top 10,000, and I wonder how many top universities are connected by the virtual network these days. Over 50,000 opponents, not bad. Fang Xing nodded. Xiaolan, sign me up. Okay, master, the matching has begun. Xiaolan smiled playfully. Matching successful. I wish you a successful first battle. Fang Xing felt his surroundings suddenly shift. When he came to his senses, he was standing on a vast expanse of yellow earth. Not far away, there was another young student wearing a black windbreaker with a 9-sword symbol on his back. 9 Swords Academy, Sen Weasley, please advise. Sen Weasley untied his right glove, revealing his entire hand glowing a strange black-red hue, with scattered scales covering the skin. He was also a gifted child, fond of swordsmanship since childhood. He later entered the 9 Swords Academy and, after nearly a year of diligent training, finally, aided by various resources and treasures, achieved the class advancement to Ghost Swordsman. This was the initial prerequisite for Sword Saint, requiring the sealing of a special evil divine power within a specific part of the body. After Ghost Swordsman, one must undergo the trials of the 9 great sword paths, the path of Fire Sword, the path of Earth Sword, the path of Wind Sword, the path of Water Sword. Ultimately, he became Sword Saint, and even wielded the star-destroying sword. This power, capable of destroying planets with a single sword strike. Today, I will become famous. Behold my ghost sword finger. Unparalleled sword energy emanated from each of the 5 fingers of his right hand, merging 5 sword energies into a single palm, a masterful display of both palm and swordsmanship with extraordinary skill. Nice martial arts, but unfortunately, I'm not up to par. Fang Xing flicked his right hand lightly, and Sen Weasley saw his entire right arm fly into the air. Then, a fist shadow swept across the sky, smashing his face completely into his head. Ling, you've won a victory, currently ranked 36,872. Oh? It seems this ranking system also has a skill estimation function. Fang Xing was slightly surprised, then said, continue. This time, he stood at the foot of a volcano. The air was filled with volcanic ash, and the ground was covered with bright red lava. Across from him stood a man in a black robe and long blood-red hair. Levi, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Finally caught you. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Levi looked puzzled. They had first met during the 100 Stars joint exam, but he was sure he had never encountered Fang Xing before. Could this man be so stingy? Just because he got second place, he'd been thinking about me for so long? Chapter 125 Challenge. But it doesn't matter. The top freshman, you'll eventually lose to me, Levi said. Do you feel that burning sensation in your throat? Even after deciding the venue, I secretly deployed the burning fire poison. You? Before he could finish his words, Fang Xing leaped and landed in front of him like a soaring flight. Flying in your physical form. No, you're in the outer realm? Levi was horrified. The 2 pitch-black daggers in his hands flared like venomous snakes, making their final struggle. Snap. The next moment, Fang Xing raised his right hand and slapped him across the face. The daggers flew high, and his golden palm, barely pausing, smacked him across the face, deforming his features. Ah! Insane, Levi was kicked off the stage, rubbing his face with lingering fear. I didn't expect Fang Xing to be in the outer realm. The burning fire poison isn't very effective against him. The same goes for the mixed poison I have, a powerful outer realm warrior, able to envelop themselves in the power of their domain, was a foe that pharmacists were most reluctant to face. What's more, this is a virtual space. Even if the poison is severe, as long as he kills his opponent quickly, he can pass the level and then refresh his physical condition. But, next time it won't be so easy. A toxin that can destroy the field. I'm still a little short of configuring it. Levi prepared to go to the virtual laboratory to configure a toxin he had envisioned. This was his favorite thing about the virtual space. He could experiment freely without worrying about killing others or himself. Of course, more importantly, the raw materials for manufacturing the toxin are expensive, but they are cheap in the virtual space. He can completely hone his skills here and then configure it in the real world. He couldn't imagine how much resources he would save. Just then, he heard two girls nearby chattering. Did you also run into that face-slapping demon? Yeah, that guy's so fierce. He just slaps people in the face. So rude. I heard he's a freshman in the martial arts department at Blue Star University. He was even more brutal when he first enrolled. He even slapped a girl's face until it disappeared. Later, that girl became his junior. I wonder if she'll have nightmares tonight, the face-slapping demon, so terrifying. Levi checked and discovered that in just this short period of time, Fang Xing had actually started a rapid winning streak. But this was normal. A martial artist from the external world was definitely a master in this virtual arena. It was just that habit and bad taste. Fang Xing, the face-slapping demon, Levi touched his cheek. Although he knew it was an illusion, it still seemed to hurt. Fang Xing was completely oblivious to what was happening outside. He was immersed in the arena, familiarizing himself with the power of the external world. Of course, his opponents at the beginning were weaklings, easily defeated by him with a single punch or palm strike. Only after reaching the top 10,000 did he finally gain some fame. Huh? Fang Xing opened his eyes, stunned by the sight of a brand new enemy. Boss, across from him, Song Jinggang waved happily. I heard you've broken through to the outer realm and are frantically grinding the battle arena. You'll be online soon. I didn't expect it took so long to get your turn. Well, you've arrived just in time. Let me test the strength of the strongest defenses in the courage realm? Fang Xing nodded, and with a casual clench, a dazzling blade of light condensed in his hand, transforming into a long, azure blade. This was the deeper utilization of the power of the domain and the outer realm's true key after advancing to the outer realm. Okay, but boss, let's make a deal first. You can't hit me in the face, Song Jinggang said quickly. What do you mean by no hitting me in the face? Fang Xing was puzzled. Boss, don't you know? Your reputation has spread far and wide. People call you the face-slapping demon. Song Jinggang's voice trailed off as he spoke. Face-slapping maniac? Fang Xing's face darkened. His cyan blade, like thunder, instantly cleaved through Song Jinggang's Vajra body defenses. Ah! Boss. I didn't yell that. The golden light around Song Jinggang shattered like an eggshell, a trace of grievance still on his face. And then, he saw a golden palm descend from the sky. Face-slapping maniac? The reputation is well deserved. These were the only words in Song Jinggang's mind before he fell into darkness. Fang Xing, his face darkening, exited the battle arena and checked the internet. Sure enough, he saw a flurry of comments. Ah, my reputation is ruined. I'm leaving, he quickly told Ziolan to log off, leaving the crowd with nothing to eat and leaving in frustration. I made it into the top 10,000 today. In 2 days, I should be in the top 100, securing my spot on the challenge before the end of the month. For the next 2 days, Fang Xing continued to grind on the battle arena, completely ignoring the outside world's chatter. The freshmen in the martial arts department, however, were somewhat surprised that this guy, who had been quietly practicing since enrolling, was finally catching up. Fang Xing lived up to expectations, reaching 66th place before the end of the month, successfully securing a spot on the challenge tournament. Soon, the end of the month arrived again. Gu Jiantong eagerly entered the virtual cabin and arrived at the Blue Star community. Here it comes. The most exciting moment. The end of month challenge tournament. The battle arena was already filled with students from various universities, all looking up at the screens on all four sides of the arena. Through these interfaces, they could observe any battle. It goes without saying that Dark Star will win again this time. I'm more optimistic about Yucai. I hear he's completed a major upgrade to his mecha, creating a weapon module in the virtual mechanical factory that can destroy warriors from the outside world. What's that? Our President Huayan is the best. At least he's very attractive to the eyes. Many students watch the battle online, arguing with their favorite masters and cheering for each other. Gu Jiantong's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw his own ranking, 108. Damn, if I were in the outer scene, I'd have already beaten them up. Even he had to admit that Fang Xing, that face-slapping freak, was truly formidable, especially after reaching a realm of cultivation. Although he had achieved his domain, the spiritual power within his Nuan palace was still a little lacking. Furthermore, he was still pondering his future path, wondering which martial art would best integrate light. Therefore, he had planned to break through to the outer scene by the end of the school year. Who knew Fang Xing would quietly succeed? Even so, Gu Jiantong didn't rush into a breakthrough rashly, instead planning to rely on his own strength to push forward. However, the three top-tier universities were filled with so many talented students, not to mention many veterans. Ultimately, his realm was his disadvantage, and now, his courage was his. Unfortunately, he was outside the top 100, so today he could only be a spectator. Student Gu, just then, someone nearby greeted him with a smile. Oh, it's Yin Huanzhen, Gu Jiantong nodded. He had a vague impression of this classmate who had been able to withstand a few of his attacks. The top 100 on the battle list are mostly at the outer scenery level. It's incredibly difficult for us to gain a foothold there, Yin Huanzhen suddenly asked. Who do you think Fang Xing will challenge? If it were me, I'd definitely go straight for Xing. Gu Jiantong raised an eyebrow. Huayan Qiushu is a womanizer, and Yucai relies solely on his mecha. Only Xing's sword would pique my interest. Of course, Xing is too strong, but Guzhen is also okay. He lost last time, so he'll definitely aim for the top 10 this time. Gu Jiantong's biggest frustration was losing to two people during the college entrance exam. One was Fang Xing, the other Guzhen. He was a proud man, and while he might be harsh with words, he recognized them as his true rivals. With both of his rivals set to fight this time, he was naturally eager. Inside the battle arena, Fang Xing sat in his lounge, examining the battle schedule. The top 10 must accept 10 challenges today. More or less is fine. Which one should I choose? He glanced at the youthful-looking Xing, the burly mecha master Yucai, then glanced at the tall, slender Huayan Qiushu, with her watery eyes, and a smile. Huayan Qiushu is also the student council president, and she's quite good-looking. He ran his finger across, landing on the 9th place. I'm not stupid. New to the location scene, I'm going to challenge the top. 10th place is considered a pushover, facing too many challenges and too much trouble. 9th is just right. 9th on the battle list was Wu Lai, a mecha master from St. Armor University. According to the virtual space classification, this Wu Lai is a 5th-tier mecha master, meaning he can rival location warriors in a mecha. I'd love to see him. Fang Xing called out a battle invitation button and clicked send. Not long after, he saw Wu Lai accept his challenge. Well, there are 3 more matches ahead of me. I hope nothing unexpected happens. If Wu Lai loses, he'll automatically relinquish his spot, and the previous match schedule will be void. Fang Xing waited another half hour before a notification chime suddenly rang in his ears. A faint smile crossed his face, and he shifted. When he reappeared, he was already above the ruins of a city. He stood atop a tall building, gazing at Wu Lai, who stood atop another nearby. Wu Lai was completely encased in a pitch-black mech, revealing only his face beneath the mask. He appeared to have dark skin and blue eyes. Fang Xing, do you know why I chose you? He flexed the mech, making a sound. Because I'm a freshman and easy to pick on, Fang Xing surmised. No, because you're a face-slapping idiot. You even killed my sister when we met before. I promised her I'd teach you a lesson the first chance I get, Wu Lai roared. And 2 guns materialized from the mech's arms. Take my bullets, Dada. Dada. Flames danced wildly, forming a barrage of metal bullets that swept across Fang Xing's position, but only pierced the concrete wall in vain. Trample. Fang Xing leaped up, his figure folding in midair like a dragon, steadily closing in on Wu Lai. Dancing in the air, Wu Lai's eyes flashed with data, the mechas attached intelligence calculating Fang Xing's path. Don't think you're the only one who can fly. Flames erupted from his feet, and the pitch-black mecha soared into the sky like the wings of the Grim Reaper. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.